The fact that something ended is the beginning of a new history of this world. The man claimed that the Demon King would die if he destroyed this. Isn't it so? He asked, turning to face the demon. The man claimed that the heart he held was the heart of the Demon King. Blood dripped from the demon's mouth. He claimed that he had always warned him that if anyone could kill him, it would be someone like him, not a hero. Glaring at the demon, the man stated that the hero had played a significant role in the triumph. The current Demon King was weak, and the demon should know that. The demon grinned loudly and stated that the hero wouldn't stand a chance against the Demon King if he fought like that. He bid farewell to the hero dwelling in the shadows. The demon stated that it was an honor to be killed by him. Just then, the man crushed his heart and squeezed his hand. Then the Demon King immediately disappeared. The man announced that his mission was accomplished. He had broken the heart of the Demon King. He received positive confirmation that the Demon King was dead. He could return. Naturally, this must not come to the hero's attention. No one must know about him. That's all I believe, the man muttered. He can't claim to feel like the savior of mankind. He was raised only as a means to win the war. His last mission in the war that had ended had just come to an end. What should he do with his life now? Meanwhile, merchants in Mikurla's capital, the Kingdom of Terra, were shouting for no one to pass by. They were discussing their offer to celebrate the hero's triumph. Other merchants were shouting for customers to look at his wares as well. Meanwhile, a man was crossing the tiny bridge to the royal palace. He walked over and pulled the handle of the conference room door. As usual, the girl behind the desk told him it was a good job. The man turned to Chris and acknowledged that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The girl smiled back at him. They had been communicating exclusively over the intercom lately, she reported. For the first time in a month, the man told Chris that he had left their headquarters. The man inquired about the girl's relationship with the Demon King. Chris smiled and replied that everything went off without a hitch. The news of the hero's victory over the Demon King a few days ago had spread all over the world, she said. The man immediately looked at his hand when she said that, even though he had actually defeated him. It doesn't matter who defeated him, he told the girl, looking at her. He argued that in this case, the Demon King was defeated by the group, not him. Chris said that he was as carefree as ever. The man replied that he was raised that way. Incidentally, Chris mentioned that he is turning 15 this year. The man said, well, yeah, agreeing with her. The girl quickly placed a substantial stack of papers on the table. Startled, the man asked her what they were. These are documents about his work history, the girl explained. There's a hell of a lot of them, the man informed her. According to Chris, it demonstrated the magnitude of his contribution. According to her, he knows that the mission of their organization is to hide the hero in secrecy. She claimed that the Demon King is the pinnacle of devastation and the fourth great conflict between demon and hero. Hope is personified by the hero. Moreover, as their names suggest, the hero and the Demon King will eventually clash. According to Chris, the great war between the demons and the hero is the name of their conflict. And it has happened 3 times in the last 30 years. The man informs her that the hero's victory means the end of the world. And it means the triumph of mankind. 10 years ago, a new, 4th generation of heroes appeared on Terra with the birth of a new Demon King. The girl said, lowering her eyes. The girl asked the man if he knew that the nation where the hero is shown has the power to dominate other nations. It's called the hero effect, the man asked her. Chris replied that the hero's nation is elevated above others if he defeats the Demon King. In addition, the nation also becomes richer at the same time. However, the girl also asked the guy if he knows what happens if the hero loses. According to her, Terry's leaders were worried that the Demon King would be too strong for a hero born in their nation. And that's the worst thing that could happen. Chris added that their organization was created as a result. In addition, the kingdom helps the hero both in the light and from the shadows. The Shadow Special Forces Unit is a secret organization that doesn't care how often it operates and operates in the utmost secrecy. The girl had read that their organization had been focused solely on helping the hero for the past 4 years. And she has taken the hero's place. He knows better than she does the reasons why, she said. Then the girl stopped talking and smiled charmingly at the man. 4 years ago, the war became particularly brutal, the man told her. Then something unexpected happened. Namely, the hero's inability to defeat even an ordinary demon. This demon just happened to be the opponent that needed to be defeated to enter the Demon King's castle. He added that in his opinion, the hero had engaged in countless battles with him. He had fought and lost. He claimed that even with the world's greatest knights on his side, the hero had been defeated and the battle was over. By then, they were already in a panic. They had repeatedly witnessed the hero's valiant entry into battle. Each time it ended, the hero was badly wounded and they had to rescue him. He wondered if the hero would die if things continued like this. Would the defeat of the Demon King lead to the first destruction of humanity? Surprisingly, one of the group members killed the Demon King, not the hero, ending the conflict. After listening to him, the girl asked why he didn't cut down on the jargon and get straight to the point. He was the one who killed the Demon King, she stated. The man turned to Chris and said that order was actually given by her, wasn't it? She told the man that now that he was discussing it, she could definitely say something like that. The girl remembered how she had yelled that she was taking full responsibility, and that all she was asking for was for him to finally lose. Chris had replied, "Well, it doesn't matter." That's what he said, she said. Since then, their organization had also joined the war and fought numerous demons. Chris objected that they should operate covertly. In other words, the hero is credited with all their achievements, and they thus maintain their secrecy. The man then saw that she looked unhappy. She shouted that regardless of his opinion, they had contributed more to this conflict than hero and knights combined. Then she asked the man if he knew about it. Officially, they were army henchmen, she said, and the overthrow may consider him a risk factor if we continue this demagoguery. He might just inadvertently leave tomorrow, she said. That's how their organization works, the girl said with a slight smile. Besides, he has decades of experience. He seems to understand exactly how their organization works, she said. Thus, she would get straight to the point. The man began paying close attention to the girl. According to Chris, they had recently decided to dissolve their organization. The man thought he had figured it out right away. The Special Purpose Squad has had no purpose since the Demon King was defeated. They serve no other purpose, he reasoned, unlike the knights whose job is to keep the peace. He realized he had been preparing for this. The man asked about Chris's condition. What should he do now? Worst case scenario, the girl told him she would talk to him about his future, to keep the organization secret now that it was dissolved. According to the man, she spoke as if he had a choice in the future, and the girl immediately told the guy that she meant it. The girl asked the man about his lack of future plans. She promised to do her best to help him with that. If not, Chris asserted, her bosses would give her tons of work. The man said that he had plans for the future after giving it some thought. However, Chris assured him that everything was fine. The man asked Chris what she would be doing. "I thought I'd have a similar job," the girl said, smirking at him. However, Chris immediately interrupted him, saying, "Definitely not." He was only 15, she informed the man. She claimed that at the age of 5, he was taken in by an organization. He then joined the kingdom's side in the conflict. But he'd had enough, the girl said. He must live on his own from now on. The girl told the boy not to worry about it. If he didn't want something, she asked. "Just say it," she said. "I don't know anything," the man told Chris. Was he asking Chris about something he'd been keeping safe all this time? He claimed he had felt nothing, even after he had killed the Demon King. And there were countless casualties of the Great War. The number of his comrades who had lost their lives in battle was unknown to him. He began to find out what motivated them to undertake this act. To the last drop of blood, what were they defending? What was this world that Chris and the hero both had come this far for? He just knew what he was looking for. He aspires to lead an ordinary life like any other human being. He expressed his desire to experience what it's like to just live his everyday life. All he wants is freedom. The man then asked Chris if there was anything he could do. After thinking for a bit, the girl answered him that it was fine. She asked the man to observe how ordinary life was lived. According to her, the best way out would be to join an academy. According to Chris, 15-year-old boys usually attend an academy to study. She also believes that he should spend time with his peers if he wants to live an ordinary life. After thinking for a bit, the man stated that he understood everything. Besides, it wouldn't be too difficult to join their team. However, the girl asked the man if he understood that they were not talking about a covert operation. However, she immediately firmly stated that the decision was made at that moment. Let him think about his name first. After thinking about it, he came to the conclusion that he had always been addressed by a number. The girl immediately gave him the name John, suggesting that he think about it for a while. The man asked Chris if that sounded too good. What could Mike be? The girl asked him. Or Michelle? Well, the name should be something familiar, the girl said. Then the man realized. Wait, what about this name Thwaite? He said. Chris immediately asked the man why the name wasn't the same. That's why it fits, the guy told her. The girl told him to wait a bit, and she said she understood. She told the man, smirking, that she would go make his life. "I need to get everything ready," the girl said. Namely, a biography and details about the company. The man then turned to Chris. The boy claimed to be a mere child with no knowledge, and he claimed that she was the reason he was able to go through this hell. However, the girl immediately began to tremble, so she begged the man not to say that. She did her best to restrain herself. "I always think of Noah as my little brother," she said as she ran up to him. She asked him to just give her a sign if everything went well. She asked him to make sure he was present for the opening ceremony. It was the beginning of his life as a Tuite. Meanwhile, Tauhate attended the opening ceremony at the Royal Bildar Academy. He turned to Chris and informed her over the intercom that there had been a terrible incident. "I'm lost," he told her, and he instantly became depressed. Chris immediately shouted that he was serious. "He was so confident when they said goodbye," she said. Tuite warned her that he would be late on the first day if nothing changed. The man asked the girl for advice. What should he do? The girl replied. She questioned the man about his current occupations. Tuite claimed that all he saw when he woke up was an imposing estate. It appeared to be the home of a duke or other nobleman. He said, other than that, there was nothing that looked like a school. Had he informed Chris that he had made a mistake? She didn't, the girl informed him. "This is actually the Royal Bildar Academy," she said. The man was momentarily stunned by this. "It was huge," he said, and they immediately stopped negotiating. The largest educational institution in the kingdom was the Bildar Royal Academy. It was also the birthplace of the modern hero Theon Bale. This institution is considered one of the most prestigious as a result of all this. It has a long history and numerous customs. While this was going on, Tuite asked Chris in a heroic yet casual manner. "Yes," the girl replied. The academy decided to increase enrollment in anticipation of the hero effect since the Kingdom of Terra won the Great War. Therefore, the academy has decided to split the training into 2 faculties this year. According to her, the heroic faculty will impart knowledge just like the heroes did. On the other hand, it is a faculty where you can live your ordinary life and gradually learn everything. Last year, there was only the heroic faculty. In addition, you have to pass an exam to enter it. However, Chris said that it would be acceptable if he failed the heroic faculty exam starting this year. Everyone who passes the test gets in because there are permanent faculty members. Tuite said this means that the standard course only serves as a waiting room for students who are not suitable for heroic faculty. In response, the girl said he was right. Students in the heroic course will be more capable than students in the general course, she said. She expressed her belief that this would lead to bias in the academy. Tuite immediately considered this. To choose which faculty to visit, Chris asked the man this question. It was a typical question. The man answered straightforwardly. The girl informed him that she shared her opinion. Tuite reasoned that attending a regular course would make sense because he was attending school to start living a normal life. The girl immediately informed the man that he would not need to take the test. On the day of admission, she said he could go straight to the applicant's orientation without taking any tests. She also asked me to let her handle everything else. Eventually, the man concluded that despite Chris's instructions, he had no idea where to go because the academy was too big. The man then approached him and asked about the purpose of Tuite's being there. Yes, the man told him. It's okay, the man said. He then asked him to line up. They would now be explained to him. Tuite immediately joined the rest of the men. After a while, a girl came on stage and stated that everything was great and that everyone was finally gathered. She stated that she was a teacher from the heroic department of Bilderaz Academy. When the girl introduced herself, her name was Furnace Evans. Bilderaz is a legendary academy, the girl said. The most famous heroes studied there. She also expressed pride that their students are some of the best in the world. However, the girl said that she was concerned that their student body would shrink due to the increased number of seats. However, based on what she was observing, she shouldn't have been so worried. They were already running out of time, the girl said. Thus, she would complete their greeting. Tuite immediately thought that it ended too soon. According to the plan, he reasoned, the regular students would now attend classes and wait for the heroic course exam to end. And that's when he would start living a quiet school life. He never thought he would be so anxious that his hands and feet would be shaking. The man thought, examining his arm. The skills he had developed as a warrior would no longer be needed. He realized that he no longer needed the skills of killing and escaping. He believed he would live the typical life of a regular student. And that's exactly what he wants to do. Fernie Evans said that this was the moment when the heroic course entrance exam was to begin. The man was momentarily taken aback and asked, what? For he had not expected it. The rules are simple, Fernie Evans shouted. They will all take part in the battle royal, she said. They have an hour to spare. The old building to their right was the place. They couldn't control their magical powers because of the barrier surrounding the enclosure, she said. Furnace Evans urged everyone to be extremely careful. According to the girl, the heroic faculty trained heroes, not hero worshippers. They didn't need someone who just admired heroes, she shouted. Eventually, they would all have to become the heroes of the future. Immediately, there was a collective shout of yes. The man then shouted for the students to report to the academy. However, Tuite had no idea what was going on. He approached the man and expressed his desire to become a permanent member of the faculty. The man asked him if he was afraid, looking at him. "I wouldn't give up so soon if I were him," the man said, giving him a quick pat on the shoulder. However, Tuite felt that the man had completely misunderstood him. The man believed that he had not given up when he entered the academy. He wouldn't necessarily go there to study just because he passed the heroic faculty exam. He believed that he could still switch to regular studies if he passed the test. At worst, he might just fail the test. Fernie Evans went on to say that everything seemed to be fine. She turned to the applicants and explained that there are telescopes set up all over the grounds. Teachers would observe them through them and make a decision based on their observations whether or not they would pass the test. The man thought this because the agency had constantly taught him to avoid the telescopes. He shuddered at the thought of exposing his weakness in front of a telescope. Fernie Evans shouted as she announced the start of the exam at that very moment. Tuite pondered his next plan of action. He reasoned that this was likely what the hero's exam would show, that the candidates would be using magical skills. However, he knew he was exempt from taking the test, but he might run into trouble later if he gave up too soon. He estimated that there were about 1,000 people taking this test. In addition, only 100 would be allowed to take the heroic route. To pass the test, one would have to, on average, kill 10 people. What does that mean? He wondered. He wouldn't make much of an effort. He would only defeat half of the 5 men. And just at that moment, a man moved down the corridor. He noticed at once that Tuite was staring at him. Tuite turned to the man and said he was sorry. And Tuite defeated the man in the same instant using his magical powers. "There are 4 more to go," he said as he did so. He noticed 2 men walking down the hallway at that very moment. Seeing this, he thought it was a shadow, and he instantly slid in the opposite direction. At the same time, Tuite appeared behind him. The man immediately turned around and said, "Ah, what?" However, he was now alone behind him. Tuite ran past the man again at this very moment, pondering what had happened. "There," he said, suddenly turning around. Without hesitation, the man grabbed his sword and struck. However, the man knew he had to run because he could not defeat him. As soon as he realized this, the man started to run. He tried to do so, but something stopped him. He stared at his leg, unable to realize what was happening. However, the trap in the hallway at that very moment instantly caught the man. The man asked Tuite if he knew he was going to try to escape. Did he ask him to inform the man that he was one of the people taking the test? However, Tuite claimed that he had no idea what the man was talking about. Tuite stated that he would sign up for the standardized course after the test. The man immediately asked him if he was harassing him. "I'll just go back to my course," he said. However, Tuite said he needed 2 more when he turned around. Meanwhile, he managed to beat another man. He also believed it was a 4th. The man claimed it was all a prank. At that moment, Fernie Evans let out a loud scream. They couldn't even hit her, she claimed, because they were so weak. The man then informed her that beating the teacher on the test was unfair. "Well, life is an unfair thing," Fernie Evans told him. "It's every man for himself in this battle," she added. "It was so childish," Tuite said, and thinking about such things made him feel bad. However, Tithe saw the girl running towards Fernie Evans and grabbing her sword at the same time. She immediately swung it at her. Tuite immediately thought what a fast swordsman he was. He saw that she was wielding her sword so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't even notice. He doubted that she was enhancing her physical power by using the melee magic technique Fury. Fernie Evans kicked the girl in the stomach at the same time. The girl flew back from that kick. After bouncing back from the kick, the girl turned to face the man. Perhaps he should tell her something, thought Tuite. He immediately informed her that her skirt was up. The girl was furious about this. She also yelled at him, calling him a pervert. The girl immediately swung her sword at Tuite's head. However, he dodged it. "It's dangerous," the man said as he grabbed the girl's arm. The girl asked in surprise what happened, because she couldn't understand how it happened. Pushing the girl away, Tuite immediately gave her a magical fixation trait. They instantly wrapped and fixed the girl's arms and entire body. According to the guy, he neutralized the girl. Only then did he realize it was the 5th. He heard her tell him to stop. However, Tuite immediately asked her what he would get out of it. In response, the girl said that she heard that defeating the instructor would bring her 1,000,000 gold coins. That was the first thing she said. She also asked him what he thought of it and said she would give him the full reward. That sounded tempting, Tuite said. He asked the girl if she wanted the prize herself. "I just want to fight tough opponents," the girl told the guy. "What are you, a martial arts maniac or something?" Tuite asked. However, the girl informed him that it wasn't quite like that. She claimed that she fights formidable opponents to secure her future. Besides, doesn't he want to punch him when she looks at her arrogant face? She's a fighting maniac, the guy thought. However, this plan is very simple and not so terrible. Then the man made a decision and said, "Alright, I'll let her go." "Well, let them relax and talk," the girl told the guy. She also asked the man if he could take it off her right now. The girl's body was then secured as she managed to cut the ropes herself. When he saw this, the guy said that she could handle it on her own. The girl told him that she understood that they could communicate if she lowered his defenses. Then Isekai'd thought she must be used to it. Alicia was the girl's name when she introduced him. She asked about the man's name. "My name is Isekai'd," he replied. According to the girl, melee magic is her area of expertise in combat. At close combat with this sword, the man also claimed that he could use ranged magic. He turned to Alicia and promised to cover her from behind while he led the attack. She also agreed with Isekai'd. According to the girl, she would be useless in ranged combat because of her short range. The girl looked at Isekai'd and said she didn't think it would be a problem because she knew Furnace was a close-range fighter. However, Alicia said she would rely on him if the situation did turn into a long-distance fight. And that was fine, the guy told her. He has an idea, however. Furnace, meanwhile, is standing in the hallway. She is surrounded by the bodies of new students. Then she focuses on the approaching Alicia. "Are you alone?" Furnace asked. She claimed to have seen her talking to the man. Furnace believed they were trying to get together. However, Alicia informed her that she was not among those who wanted to get together. She had good fencing skills, but her attacks were too predictable, Furnace said, turning to the girl. And that was her flaw. Alicia asked Furnace, "What kind of exam is this? Is a sick system used for it?" "It doesn't matter how many points she lost if it is," she said. She smiled slyly and asked Furnace if she could beat the teacher to pass the exam. "Yes, she guarantees it," the girl told Alicia. At the same time, Alicia jumped up from her chair and unleashed her magical power, Fury. The girl tried to hit her with her sword, but she was able to block the blow and claimed it wasn't strong enough. Furnace reflected Alicia's sword with a quick swing of her hand. Furnace declared that she would not spare her. At the same time, Alicia managed to avoid Forn's next strike. Furnace stopped and pointed her sword at Alicia, who immediately realized she could use the fixation to make a shield. "That wasn't bad," the girl said. "Isn't her sword magical?" Alicia asked the girl, turning to face her. "She did notice it after all," Furnace said. According to the girl, her sword is magical. Although it is slightly stronger than hers, it is still an ordinary magic sword. However, having better equipment alone would not win her the battle. Thus, she didn't need to worry. Furnace asked the girl if she was using the sword knight fighting style. Alicia then inquired if she had checked her credentials. "She should have said that earlier," the girl said. Furnace expressed her regret that she was the only one who hadn't checked the students' IDs. She immediately said she wanted the test to be fair, and she immediately hit Alicia's shield. That blow caused the girl to fall backwards. Furnace declared that she had lost, with a sly smile. She promised to report her failure at the end of the test, and Alicia immediately shouted no. At that moment, she had to determine whether she had passed or not. Furthermore, at the same time, shots were heard towards Furnace. "Snipers," she shouted curiously. The guy then revealed to her that he was actually a sniper. The guy believed that she could guess where he would shoot from because she knew where he was. He also told Alicia in advance that he would change positions. He believed that he was trying to stay out of Furnace's sight for as long as possible. As a result, the man was unable to shoot the girl. He believed that, being human, she possessed remarkable reactions, not to mention her magical sword, which she wielded to perfection. Considering that she easily blocked his shot, it was clear that her sword was designed for endurance combat. However, it was still a problem for him. And just as he expected, this staff that he had accidentally discovered allowed him to gain a lot of firepower. And the guy was beginning to realize it. Alicia, meanwhile, had attacked Furnace again. However, the girl managed to avoid her sword again. She asked Alicia to retreat. Now a third strike was available, a fourth attempt, and now they were done. Furnace had broken his sword. Who would win, Alicia or F-Wait? There wasn't much time left for the duel to end and everyone was in suspense. In the end, they defeated the teacher. This infuriated Ferns, who shouted, "What the?" "Okay, now it's her turn," the kid said. "He must have been able to hit the same spot on the instructor's sword," Alicia reasoned. "And that's a fantastic possibility." Furnace, however, was furious and said it was impossible. She questioned why he had been working on that goal from the beginning. allow her to intentionally block punches. However, Alicia went to hit Furnace at that very moment. As a result, Alicia managed to bring her sword up to Fern's face. "Did you forget that they're still fighting?" she asked the girl. Ferns exhaled, flustered, and informed them that she had lost at that very moment. Next to the girl lay her broken sword. Alicia turned to Fuada and explained her strategy to him. Furnace knew everything. She claimed to understand everything. The sniper was him. He had great skills, the girl told him, and it was brilliant. The man thanked the girl for those remarks, glancing at her. Alicia turned to Fuara and asked about the source of the staff. "He didn't have it when they broke up," she stated. He added that he'd met someone who had the staff, and he'd borrowed it for a while. But forever, to be precise. This shocked Alicia, who said, "Wait, he means that he managed to knock out a man in such a short time right after they broke up." And the man calmly replied to her that he had. The girl threw a surprised look at him. At that moment, he informed her that he would prefer to hit her directly to win. However, if he failed, he would simply neutralize her. Alicia thought that Teacher Furnace was undoubtedly the best swordsman in the world. She changed the angle of her blade to reduce the strain on her sword even as she used it to deflect blows. In addition, she changed the trajectory of bullets rather than blocking them. Nevertheless, F-Weight possessed divine accuracy in shooting. She reasoned that if the damage landed in one place, it would accumulate over time, no matter how long she reflected the shots or how accurate her magic sword was. She then rationally realized how it happened. However, she still couldn't accept that explanation because of her feelings. The guy meanwhile turned to Alicia and promised to return it to its owner now that they were done. He added that he didn't need the money, so she could keep it all. And without hesitation, the man turned and walked away. "Who is this man?" she asked herself, concerned for him. Guy believed it was finally over when he returned the staff to its owner. What the hell was he doing there anyway? All he wanted, he realized, was to enroll in a regular course. Besides, the entrance exam for the Royal Academy of Builders was now over. The students gathered in the auditorium as the whistle heralded the end of the test. There they heard their results. He had also failed the test, which was what he wanted. The girl asked the students who were part of the heroic faculty to put on their white uniforms as she turned to face them. She also ordered the regular faculty members to wear black uniforms. And that's when the man saw Alicia. He thought he was with her at that moment, didn't he? The girl asked the F-Weight guy why he was wearing a black uniform when she saw him at the same time. However, the teacher approached them at that very moment, announced that class had started, and asked everyone to sit down. Throwing a quick glance at the teacher, F-Weight and Alicia entered the classroom. The woman said that she was glad to meet everyone and that she would be teaching Class 1D of the senior division this year. She introduced herself as Sylvia Makina and promised to teach them magic as well. As they may already know, she stated that their academy training would now be divided into two courses, the heroic course and the normal course. Despite being in different faculties, Sylvia stated that this did not mean that they would be completely cut off from each other. According to her, students from both courses usually attend common lectures. As a result, students from both courses are in this room. She then addressed the students as ladies and gentlemen. She hoped that they would enjoy each other's company for the next 3 years starting tomorrow. Alicia asked T-Vate to join her for a moment. The girl advised him to go and file a formal complaint. With a grunt, the man asked her again. Since Alicia claimed he had sulfur mold on him, he must be in a regular class, right? T-Vate told the girl that she was lucky to be wearing the white uniform of the heroic faculty. However, the girl informed him that this did not explain his enrollment in the regular course. Furthermore, she stated that she was believed to be the only person who had defeated Teacher Furnace for some reason. However, T-Vate assured her that everything was fine. He had always wanted to attend the regular faculty. Furnace approached them at that very moment and said, "Oh, so that's where they both are." Teacher Furnace, the boy and girl said, turning to face her. "It's all right," said the girl. She only needed to tell a little about him. Naturally, she was referring to the reasons why F-Weight had failed her exam. She turned to the man and explained that he had failed the test because he was essentially invisible on the recordings of the telescopes used to observe the test. Alicia gave the teacher her full attention and thought for a moment. Naturally, Furnace said she knew full well that the two of them had worked together to defeat her, and that had been witnessed by several people. However, she said that oddly enough, the records only showed Alicia's military accomplishments. Furnace went on to say that F-Weight hadn't defeated anyone on the telescope footage. Alicia asked her how often that happened. However, Furnace informed her that it's not atypical at all. In fact, that's all they have on their hands, she said. F-Wade informed her that it was his fault after she tried to discuss it with the examiners. He claimed that he had deliberately stayed away from the telescopes. Furnace immediately asked, "Did you stay away from them?" She inquired, "But it was like deliberately making your job harder." "To what end?" "Well, it's because it's a habit of his," the man answered her. "Is it a habit?" The girls immediately asked him with glee. This was bad, the boy thought. He came to the conclusion that since he was still a member of the organization, he was completely locked into his habits. He believed that the Demon King's domain was home to a lot of telescopes. Had Alicia Furnace informed him that F-Wade wouldn't be able to enroll in the heroic course. However, she advised to wait until next year to do so. According to Alicia, F-Wade has what it takes to get into the heroic department. However, F-Wade turned to Alicia and informed her that he had always wanted to join the regular course. He said that he was grateful to her because he knew that she spoke everything for him. At this point, the girl lowered her eyes and said, "I'm not saying it for him," or something to that effect. She claimed that she only wanted to be in the hero course with him because it would be more beneficial to her, and they would become stronger together. It was at this point that the girl walked up the stairs. According to F-Wade, she was rather stoic. Did Furnace ask if the man knew about her past? He did not, the man informed her. Then he should just be a little more sensitive, Furnace said. She claimed her birthplace was rather unusual. Well, in the academy, such occurrences are not that uncommon. All students at the academy live in dormitories, and everyone has their own room to use as they see fit. F-Wade, who was running down the street at this time, thought that Builder's Academy was incredibly generous. He then stopped and announced that training was over for the day. But after thinking for a bit, he heard a voice. What the hell, he thought. Then F-Wade noticed a man at the gate, walking and breathing heavily from fatigue. It took him much longer than he expected, he said, instantly collapsing to the ground. F-Wade turned to the man and asked how he was feeling. The man assured him he was fine, but he immediately suspected him of lying. The man stood up and asked about F-Wade's studies here. They were in the same class, F-Wade parried. Did he know? The man immediately asked him if he was serious. He claimed that he hadn't seen it and that it was his fault. Glancing at F-Wade, the man said he must have known him as Glenn Everest. F-Wade also gave his name. Glenn exclaimed, "Oh, got it." At the same time, it was him, the guy from the heroic course who was accompanying the attractive girl. He claimed that even though they had only recently started training, they were flirting there. "We just met during the hero exam," F-Wade parried. Furthermore, they weren't flirting or anything like that. "What did he say about the hero exam?" Glenn asked. Did he ask F-Wade about his participation? In response, the man said, "Yes, but it was a mistake." By mistake, Glenn asked him again. "People mistakenly thought he was applying for the heroic course," he said, "if you think about it. He thinks it's because of his lack of focus. He seemed like a seasoned warrior," F-Wade said. "He wasn't on the battlefield long at all," Glenn told him. "But it wasn't long, and almost immediately he left it." F-Wade asked the man if he thought the prison was to blame. That's how he answered him, "La. You could call it a trauma of the heart. He just couldn't bring himself to look at the brutality of war." He added that he felt he was only focused on physical training. He still had a weak heart though. He then asked F-Wade how he was doing. He stated that he thought his situation was similar. He asked F-Wade how he got his scars, pointing to them. He began to examine them and noticed that they do not appear to be wounds inflicted by a demon. To him, they appear to be inflicted by a human. It occurred to F-Wade that he should probably hide them from other humans. Their pasts were more similar than he had realized, and if he became too interested in it and ended up finding out about the organization, that would be a problem. He realized that he needed to continue to follow the lie, whatever it was. After expressing regret to the man, F-Wade told Glenn that it wasn't true. It was just a work injury. "The work injury," Glenn repeated. "Yes," the man told him. Before entering the academy, he claimed to have worked in the cleaning industry. In the family business, he was helping his family. In other words, he was a janitor, he said. Glenn then screamed, wondering how a city janitor could have sustained such injuries. However, the man simply covered his face with his hand and said the newcomer would not understand. "Eliminating sticky spots is much more difficult than one might think," he said. "Moreover, these spots are often in unsightly places that are not visible to the average person." He added that such injuries are actually common in their work. Glenn went on to say that he found it labor-intensive. He claimed that the complexity of cleaning up the city was beyond his wildest expectations. However, he told Toit with a smile that he now realized what had happened to him. He advised him to hide his scars from others in such a situation, as they might ask pointless questions. And T-Vade assured him that he would be careful. Sylvia's lesson had already started some time later. She informed me that the Demon King was defeated by the 4th hero Shinwale 6 months ago. This completes the 4th battle between heroes and demons. Now, she said, as for those who didn't join the heroes party but contributed to the Demon King's defeat. To answer her question, one of the students raised his hand. Let Sig answer, Sylvia said. He claimed that the true Knights of Light of the Duchy of Turgand were present in addition to the army of their nation, the Kingdom of Terraria, and the Royal Knights. This was the only person who came forward to help the hero. Instead, the instructor claimed that the achievements of the Knights of Light after the battle were similar to the grief felt by the populace after the passing of their captain. According to her, his accomplishments were stories that should be told to the next generation. What do you know about orders of knighthood from other countries? The teacher asked the man. Then Sig asked again, awkwardly, from another country, and his answer was hesitant. Meanwhile, Thwaite sat at his desk and seemed to ponder which order was the most important. He remembered that teacher Sylvia had turned to Tvate and asked him how he was doing while he was on the battlefield. She asked him to pick up where Sig had left off. Good, said Thwaite, getting up from the table. Arcadia, Silver, Ruby, and Sapphire are the 3 knightly orders of the Holy Kingdom, he said. He added that the Knightly Order of Demon Hunters was founded by the Demon Nation, to help a group of heroes. The teacher was stunned by his answer at this very moment. However, she smirked and added that she couldn't get rid of the feeling that he knew about the Knight Order of Dragon Hunters. He must be a very hardworking student, she said. And his answer was correct, the girl said. There were demons who joined the humans in their fight against the Demon King, she said. Thwaite thought about it for a moment. However, Sig turned to Thwaite after the lesson. Don't run ahead of the locomotive, he insisted. I'm just off the regular course, he said. He also mentioned that they were men enrolled in the regular course. They are just losers because they failed the test. Moreover, just because they belong to the same class doesn't mean they are on equal footing. Does he know that? Then Thwaite remembered Chris's statement that she thought all this would lead to prejudice. The girl had told him that it might. Sig turned away from the guys after a few seconds, so she wasn't sure how to respond to that. The man replied that he understood her. Is he really going to hide his true power? The girl asked. No, he didn't want to expose himself any more than absolutely necessary, the man told her. However, when he was capable of doing something, he would not claim that he could not. That was the case, Alicia informed him. She claimed that he wouldn't have lunged at the teacher during the entrance exam if he was trying to hide his power. The girl immediately turned to Thwaite. At the special training session, she asked the man if he wanted to be her partner. Did the man inform her that this was a unique training exercise? What was the purpose of this exercise? Well, to get stronger, of course, Alicia told him. Thwaite asked Alicia about the next steps. Well, there was one more thing, the girl told him. According to the man, strength was needed to fight right now because the war was already over. However, the girl went on to say that she still aspires for strength. That's why she joined this academy, she said timidly. She was too focused on strengthening herself, Thwaite thought. You could say she's completely obsessed right now. His knowledge of Alicia is limited. Besides, he's sure he could learn at least a little about her if he joined her as a training partner. The question here is how that would affect his desired normal daily life. In his opinion, it would probably not be beneficial. The explanation for this is that Alicia's circumstances are likely abnormal. At the same time, Thwaite replies to the girl that he has to back out and apologizes to Alicia. The girl says that's how she figured it out, looking down at the floor. She gives up, telling the guy that it's sad. Thwaite informed her that he didn't expect it since she was so quick to accept it. I expected it to happen, the girl told him. She also stated that she was not a child and would not impose her value on others. Thwaite then looks at Alicia. He asked the girl about their inability to be casual friends, and Alicia immediately considered this suggestion. Furthermore, the man informed her that while he could be her friend, he could not be her workout partner. He promised that they would only be friends and that he would not bring her any money. The girl then asked him to think about it. After shaking hands, the girl said she would accept his offer. The man stated that he had a panic attack and apologized to the girl. In any case, he could not rely on the method he had hastily learned. He added that she shouldn't rush things, and that he had no idea what was on her hand. Alicia responded by thanking the man and stating that she would think about what he had to say. At that moment, Glenn runs up to them. He asked the men if they were really flirting this way. Thwaite immediately asks him why he's there. Not immediately, but the guy told him that. What's more important is that he may also be his friend, he said, turning to Alicia. The girl then informed him that she naturally hoped they would get along. There are 5 different categories of magic in this world, placed on current and space: melee magic, melee support magic, ranged magic, and ranged support magic. In terms of combat and support, the terms near, far, and place refer to distance. According to Sylvia, today in the practical session they will learn about ranged combat magic. They will be shooting at targets. She encouraged the men to use the staff without hesitation to adjust their styles. However, one of the students then approached the teacher, who apologized to her and asked about their purpose. Combat magic is also taught to students in the regular course. Furthermore, Sylvia expressed regret to them, saying that there seemed to have been a slight misunderstanding between them. According to her, the use of ranged magic is not required when shooting at targets. Instead, she teaches them how to use their magic properly. She claimed that aiming was a great way to gauge how advanced their ability to control magic was. She also decided to give an example. The teacher explained that this magic was known as alchemy after she was able to create a beautiful bird instantly. According to her, it is categorized as melee magic for convenience. Honestly, production uses it more often than combat. She claimed that people would find this magic useful in their daily activities. It was Sylvia's way of studying it, and she immediately aimed her hands at the target. She hit the target precisely, aiming a few drops of water. The girl informed them that the students should be able to hit the target with at least the same accuracy. Isekai'd believed that 5 drops of water had hit the bullseye at this very moment. Given that infernal swordsmanship, he wondered if they could mentor a 4th hero. Well, they could start practicing now, Teacher Sylvia said. She required them to confirm that they were using magic of at least rank D. Isekai'd immediately looked at Sylvia's instructor. Had the girl asked him if anything was wrong? Can he use a bullet? The man asked. After pondering for a while, the instructor concluded that the bullet was the easiest long-range shooting magic. Furthermore, its rank was E. She then told him to practice magic of rank D and above using this lesson. She compared it to a fireball or a water ball. The man also said that he understood her. When he left the teacher, Isekai'd reflected on how horrible it was. A beginner can become a rank E magic master in a matter of days. It is learned from the very beginning, even a child who just went to elementary school. He believed that he would end up in a bad position and on the sidelines. Teacher Sylvia praised Alicia at that moment, saying it was just wonderful. She also claimed to be an expert in fire magic. Someone claimed that it was overwhelming to see these and heroic teachers engaged in a mock battle. She is the most capable freshman. She also reportedly outperformed the teacher in the entrance exam. Isekai'd believed that Alicia is now a celebrity, but then it was his turn. He took aim at the object. Without hesitating, Isekai'd reached out his hand and used fireball magic. The target was immediately in the path of the fireball, but it disappeared halfway through. Someone had said that PF was in the crowd. Did he see him? Before he could reach the target, he disappeared. Even rank magic is out of his reach. It was once said that he was constantly in awe of students from the normal faculty. Isekai'd also felt that they were now simultaneously humiliating him. Isekai'd then called Sig a regular student and told him to step aside as he walked by. However, Glenn turned to Sig and said, "This sucks." He informed him that it was still Isekai'd's turn to practice. However, Sig informed him that the amount of time a typical student spends practicing is irrelevant. The time is wasted anyway. Glenn then became enraged and informed Sig of his recent actions. However, Isekai'd stopped him at that very moment and said that was enough. Eventually, after class, Isekai'd and Glenn took a nap. According to Glenn, those damn students from the heroic department are getting more vain by the day. Despite the man informing him of this, he was still able to negotiate. That kind of aggression is much easier to just ignore, Isekai'd objected. However, Glenn informed him that the unpleasant residue was still present. Glenn went on to say that he had an idea. He said it would be fun to pick up girls after school. Isekai'd pondered this suggestion from the boisterous boy. Eventually, the men found themselves on the street. Turning to Isekai'd, Glenn urged him to be considerate. He argued that acting like he had a lot of experience in this area was the key to clinging to the girls at the capital. The women at the capital, however, believe in him and tell themselves that they might like it with him. Glenn immediately turned to his comrade and asked him what he understood. Glenn continued, saying he could start by watching him. "I'll show him how to do it," he said, and the man immediately rushed toward the girls. He was already running away when Isekai'd called out to him. "He didn't promise to do this," shouted Isekai'd. Then, suddenly, Isekai'd realized that this was the first time he had ever walked after school with someone. After school, he usually read books in his free time. The last battle led to the disbandment of the Special Forces unit. He was then enrolled in the academy, hoping to begin the typical life of a 15-year-old. However, after a week there, a change in training and a class mission eventually ended his life. He believed he had the opportunity to start over as a Isekai'd, so perhaps he should actively seek out the skills he hadn't already acquired. Glenn approached one of the girls and greeted her at the same time. Yeah, what could she do to help him? The girl asked. Glenn, however, asked if he could use some of her time. The girl immediately screamed, "Oh, he's a pervert," and the girl immediately slapped him. Isekai'd was watching this at the time. Glenn finally approached the man. Well, what kind of example was that to him? Isekai'd asked, "How can I be dispatched instantly?" Glenn then informed him that it was strange because in his mind everything seemed flawless. Glenn then made a decision and told the man that he would try again. And he immediately went to the other girl. Isekai'd just took care of him. However, one of the girls slapped Glenn again. Isekai'd advised him to set him up somehow. Glenn became agitated and expressed that if there were two of them, the situation would have been different. But apparently he was wrong. Right now, reasoned Isekai'd, he should at least give it a try if he was here. Still, it was an important experience. The man then informed Glenn that it was good. He would try it too. Glenn then called out that he understood his Isekai'd so much. If all went well, he said, let him remember to introduce himself. Clinging to the girls was tantamount to letting the other side move at their own speed while they waited for the perfect opportunity. It's just fishing, really. Isekai'd walked up to one of the girls and apologized. For her to believe him, he had to say something. Noticing her earrings, the man asked if they were from a kingdom originally from Arcadia. After thinking for a moment, the girl said yes. The man informed her that he had been to Arcadia before. Moreover, after she wiped off her shoes, she still had mud on them. There were also scars on her arms from holding a heavy weight for a while. It had rained 2 days ago. He thinks that there is no mud and puddles in the city. Hence, she came from outside the castle. Did Isekai'd ask why she came to see the sights of the castle? Yes, I would like to celebrate the victory with you, the girl said. He had asked her to come to the capital only today. It must have been a long trip. Yes, it is, the girl said. Besides, her shoes were muddy because of the rain that had fallen 2 days ago, making the carriage late. That's just awful. In addition to her shoes being dirty, the man expressed regret for being rude. She probably shouldn't have come to the castle in such a state. Perhaps that's the case, the man said. We are discussing a respectable castle that is accessible to tourists. If she didn't mind, the man suggested she take a walk to the nearest shoe store. Is that really okay? The girl asked. The man thought she had fallen for the ruse. Now all it took was a sweet smile. Of course, the man said. The man asked if it would bother his friend if he kept them company. Sure, no problem, the girl replied. Glenn, however, greeted her and introduced himself when she saw him. The girl told him not to think about it because she'd run away because she was afraid of him. He claimed that he had a real talent for the job. Isekai'd admitted to him that, to be honest, he was shocked too. However, that was likely due to the oddities in his earlier work. I understand, Glenn said. A city janitor's job likely involves customer relations. I think it's worth another try, Isekai'd said. He stated he was a little disappointed. Glenn replied, yes, it is. When Glenn suddenly turned to Isekai'd, he said he had never been as happy to be his friend as he was now. According to Isekai'd, he never wanted to cut off all contact with him in this way. Glenn continued by saying that the target had been found. A charming girl for 12 hours. According to Isekai'd, he thought he might have seen her before. He approached the girl and said he was sorry to have bothered her. The girl asked how she could help him. Isekai'd asked if there was a decent restaurant in the area where he could relax. The girl asked, a restaurant? Isekai'd claimed that he had just arrived in the capital city. He was also a bit lost and tired from the constant walking. Then if he goes straight down the main road, the girl said. He would hold on to it after the girl said that. Things were going better than Isekai'd had expected. Isekai'd questioned if this was really typical. He couldn't let her fall behind. When they got to the restaurant, he asked her what she would think if he thanked her. He would buy whatever she wanted. The girl, however, expressed regret to him. This was bad, he thought. Wasn't he being too pushy? The girl asked the man if she could talk to her friend about it first. Is she a friend? The guy asked. Why not, of course. Just then, Alicia came into view. When they asked him, he said he would buy whatever they wanted. When the guys finally sat down at the restaurant, Alicia admitted that she was a little disappointed. He didn't realize they were both such catchers, she said. She may or may not have believed it, Isekai'd said. Today, however, was the first time he had ever tried to pick up a girl. According to Alicia, this is certainly not true. According to Alicia's friend, she thought they were in serious trouble. The guys said they sincerely apologized and immediately lowered their heads in shame. Looking up, Isekai'd asked the girls and, more importantly, why the two of them were here. They made a difference, according to Alicia. Is there something keeping you from getting tired of him? The man said he gave them a drink as a token of appreciation. If they don't mind, Alicia asked the waiter to get more immediately. Naturally, Isekai'd said so. However, this was the 4th time. Alicia asked both of them, along with Mage, to try to memorize their classmates' faces next time. Glancing at Ms. Hovens, the man concluded that it was no wonder he thought she was overly polite. He and she are in the same class, high school, a freshman in Class D of the regular faculty. He'd lost his sense of danger, she realized, and forgotten people's faces. Glenn immediately said he saw, too, that it was Mize. He never would have noticed, Glenn said. After all regular faculty members look at Mize with respect. Isekai'd immediately asked, idle. She was very attractive, but she wanted to live the risky life of an explorer, Glenn told him with a smile. However, the girl was so puzzled by these discussions that she even covered her ears. Mize asked the guys to stop because she found it extremely awkward. She claimed that she even failed the faculty exam on heroism. At this point, Isekai'd turned to his friend Glenn and asked him why he didn't tell him about it if he knew it was her. The man simply said, well, I just thought I'd hit on her, as he held out his hand. After Alicia's remarks about Glenn, the heavy burden known as insignificance seemed to have fallen on him. Alicia then turned to Isekai'd and informed him that she needed to ask him a question. According to the girl, he was supposedly holding back during a practical magic lesson. Alicia asked him why in a ridiculous way, but he wasn't holding back, the man calmly answered her. It was all he could do, he said. Hearing him out, the girl was taken aback. But he can use a sniper shot, she told the man. That's rank D magic, isn't it? It sounds absurd that he can't use fireball, which is also a rank D magic, she said. The man then informed her that sniper shot and bullet was the only long-range magic he could use. And the man immediately told her that yes, as long as it involved ranged magic. It wasn't like he couldn't use other types as well. I've just never studied them, he said. That was his thought. However, the organization's instructor had informed him that those 2 spells would be more than enough for him in this particular situation. Alicia then made the decision to ask if he had defeated Farnese in the entrance exam regardless. Glenn and Mize were stunned by these words and asked what they meant. They were simply stunned. Turning to Alicia, Glenn asked her if she had defeated Farnese. However, Alicia was so tired of repeating that phrase. She stated that Isekai'd, not her, was the only person who had actually defeated Sensei. Isekai'd then asked Alicia if she thought she was a little wrong. Was that what he said? More accurately, it was the result of their combined efforts. The guys, however, heard someone yell out, how dare he? Knowing that he was Baron Falchions' eldest son, Sig was the one who shouted that this audacity was coming from him. Really? Isekai'd asked, glancing at the man momentarily. With a disgruntled look on her face, Alicia added that she was still seeing her classmates. Mize was also curious about what happened there. But if he breaks the merchandise, at least he'll hopefully make amends, the merchant said as he turned to Sig. However, Sig simultaneously shouted at him to shut up. According to him, the compensation wasn't worth it if the sword broke during a test strike. The merchant asked him not to say that. He claimed that he made it clear to him right away that the sword was just a piece of jewelry. It doesn't matter what angle one looks at it from, Isekai'd said. Either way, he argued, Sig shared equal responsibility. Indeed, according to Alicia, decorative swords cost more than regular swords. That explained why, despite his status as a nobleman, the merchant refused to compromise. She then started to pull out her sword. However, Isekai'd urged her to relax. According to him, the situation had not yet escalated to the point where resorting to violence would be necessary. However, the girl told him that she would succeed. She went on to say that nobles like this would simply kill someone without hesitation if it served their own interests. Sig drew his sword at that very moment and shouted that he realized that the people in the capital were confused about their situation. He promised to show him what happens when a commoner uses his own hands to confront a nobleman, and he immediately swung his sword at the merchant. At that moment, Alicia immediately shouted out his name, Sig. Looking at the girl, the man informed her that he had not expected to see her there. Murder? Sig asked. Of course not, said the man. He followed her. It's called punishment, he said, smirking and spreading his hands. Glenn got angry at that point and stated that he wasn't tasked with making that decision. Ms. stated that Glenn was right and decided to support the man. His actions could disturb the tranquility of the capital, the girl shouted. Sig said, yes, that's what it means, after listening carefully to the boys. He said, it wasn't him, that loser who couldn't even use rank magic, as soon as he looked at Isekai'd. According to the guy, this person was the best example of all the ordinary students, and if they all kept talking to him, their worth would be questioned. His friend then started yelling at Isekai'd, accusing him of listening to Sig. They demanded that the man disappear, calling him an ordinary student. Turning to Alicia, Sig said that while she might be a commoner, he would consider her his equal because she shared his heroic abilities. The man offered to teach the girl how to wield a weapon. He added that he still had the right to judge commoners, and without hesitation, he extended his hand to the girl and invited her to accompany him. Alicia told the man that she would not be so sure of her faith because she was upset with him. The girl said that Tuite was immediately stronger than him, smirking and looking straight into Sig's eyes. What he heard from the girl just shocked the guy. Meanwhile, she was smirking confidently. Sig turned to the girl after hearing what she had to say, saying that it seemed like these simple people had ruined her common sense and tricked her. He then turned to Tuite, calling him common. He began to increase his magic as he shouted that he would wipe him off the face of the planet. Everyone immediately started screaming. Putting his hand out in front of him, the man instantly aimed a bullet at Sig, channeling his power. The bullet left a mark on his cheek, traveling through it. Sig immediately grabbed his cheek and asked Tuite what it was. However, Thwaite turned to Sig and asked him to hide his sword and stop using his spell. He added that he could be sure he wouldn't miss next time. However, this infuriated Sig, who insisted that the man shut up. He shouted that Tuite had no right to give him orders, so he began to use his magical powers, putting his hands out in front of him. However, Tuite said that he warned the man when he turned to face him. At the same time, a bullet was fired towards the man after Thwaite pointed his finger at him. The bullet from Tuite's finger hit Sig right in the palm of his hand before he could use his magic spell. The man was in so much pain that he started screaming loudly. He called the man a pig while holding his hand. Sig screamed that he would kill Tuite because he was furious and hated him for being such a disgrace. To make Sig move forward, they grabbed his arm. Sig received a message from one of his friends saying that they needed to stop his bleeding immediately, and he suggested that this time he should immediately retreat. His friend shouted to everyone standing there, staring all around them, to step aside. However, Thwaite turned to face Sig and his comrades and ordered them to stop. Thwaite insisted that Sig cover the cost of the sword he had hurt. The man threw the bag of money on the ground and yelled at Thwaite, calling him a jerk because he was furious that he had humiliated him in front of everyone. He yelled at Tuite for embarrassing him because he was furious that he had done that to him. Alicia ran up to Tuite at the same time, and Tuite was just shocked to now realize what Tuite had done. However, the man calmly informed her that it was Bullet, a ranky spell. However, he added that his bullet had been improved. Hearing the man, Alicia thought for a bit and immediately stated that it didn't matter how he would help her. The bullet, she said, is a spell that directs a blob of mana towards a target. Furthermore, she expressed confidence that Sig could block it. This was the most extreme thing the girl had ever seen. The girl's eyes were full of surprise and incomprehension as she looked at the man who was capable of this. She asked him, "What the hell is he?" However, the man calmly turned to the girl and explained that he was just a former city janitor. However, he expressed what he knew deep down: those hands had saved the world. Glance, meanwhile, shouted happily about the delicious food. He asked Tuite if he could go buy some food. "I'll go to the mess hall first," the man said, turning to Tuite. Tuite agreed, saying that was fine. At that moment, the man at his table turned to face the table Sig occupied. He considered that Sig wasn't there today. He had gotten a hole in his arm as a result of what he had done yesterday. However, it had to use support magic one night to return to normal. Most likely, he made the decision to take it easy for a few days. The man then walked down the hallway, exiting the classroom. Alicia called out to him as she approached him. The man asked her who Alicia was when he saw her. The girl informed him that Sig had not shown up today. Agreeing with her, the man admitted that he did believe he would come and try to get revenge. It seems, he said, his fears had been in vain. After a little thought, Alicia informed the man that they weren't sure yet. He had been completely crazy yesterday. Perhaps she should go there too, Alicia suggested to him. Yes, since she mentioned that Mize was having lunch with her friends today. The man said he wanted to ask her about everything. After thinking about it for a bit, "Do you have any friends in the heroic department?" the man asked Alicia. Instantly angry, the girl asked him what exactly. "That was rude," she said. However, it wasn't exactly a lie. The man calmly informed her that she was a hermit. The girl immediately shouted no. "It's called independence," she said. The girl then calmly stated that she was sure he had a question about what happened to Sig. However, in reality, heroic students consider insulting ordinary students as the norm. She added that she avoids making friendship with them because she doesn't like to participate in such communication. This year, the academy divides students into two groups, the regular faculty and the heroic faculty. They also wear different uniforms. The latter is white and the former is black. The students of the heroic faculty despise the others. Any student of this academy will tell them that. In turn, Alicia refers to the students who don't care if they are part of the heroic faculty. At this point, Alicia turned to Tuite and told him that his collar was sloppy. The man considered that Glenn was keeping it undone as well. "No, I do it because other students do it too," he informed the girl. With a surprised expression on her face, Alicia asked the man what. How had his face changed? Nothing, Tuite assured her. He informed the girl that he had recently come to a realization that he never would have thought of before. Before he started at the academy, the girl had asked him if he had been the town janitor. Yes, that's correct, Isekai'd told her. Specifically, he was secretly scavenging trash from the hero's path. He was the shadowy janitor for the entire country. Alicia claimed that they were well trained in etiquette, but the man clarified that he meant modern-day janitors. At the same time, he claimed that his head would just fall off his shoulders. It would be the same on the battlefield if someone couldn't follow the daily rules. That seemed to be the reason. His remarks stunned the girl, who asked him why they were so harsh. If anything, this is what really happened and he wasn't kidding. Alicia approached the man and said that she thought he looked much better when dressed appropriately. The girl made the decision to fix his collar and promised to do so. She persuaded him to stay where he was. At that moment, Isekai'd's head turned awkwardly to the side. The girl turned back to Isekai'd, finishing the collar. She asked him why he wouldn't want to date someone of a different gender. Isekai'd immediately asked her what she was saying. According to the girl, he gets it in these circumstances. He should be ashamed or something. Didn't the guy tell her that she was just fiddling with his collar? The girl then told him, well, that was good. What if I do it? She asked the man. The girl then took a step toward his face. However, Alicia blushed as she looked at him at that very moment. Isekai'd turned and spoke to the girl. What? Alicia asked him. Isekai'd then informed her that she had very long eyelashes. The girl was startled by this and immediately ducked down and covered her ears with her hands. In an attempt to pressure him, she squatted down and the man told her that she shouldn't have done that initially if she was going to blush. At this point, the girl also slapped her ears and said but. It wasn't what she expected to hear him say. Isekai'd asked her what she didn't want him to say. The girl then yelled at him, accusing him of being completely at fault. Despite their lengthy conversation, she informed Isekai'd that there was still a side to him that she didn't know about, and for that reason, she wants to make it public at all costs. The man told her that he believes it's inherent in human nature, but he crossed his arms. She should reconsider her approach, at the very least. The girl then stated unequivocally that she had already decided for herself who he was. Isekai'd then asked the girl to listen to him after hearing that. He's a suspicious guy, she said, pointing at him. He's a suspicious person. Thus, the next day, Isekai'd was sitting at his desk with a textbook in his hands. The man turned around to see who it was when someone called out to him. Sig and his comrades were standing behind him, asking the man if his name was Isekai'd or something. Sig crossed his arms. Right? Yes, the man replied calmly. Was he asking about Sig's desires? At the same time, Sig stated that he was putting him up for a duel. Alicia was startled and shocked upon hearing this. Sig's words also frightened the other guys. However, Sig smirked and hoped that he hadn't forgotten what he had done 2 days ago. He claimed that he, an ordinary student, had been completely brazen in opposing him, the heir of the Afelsian family. Isekai'd was staring intently at Sig at this time and thought that he was actually remembering this topic. At the same time, Alicia approached Sig and asked why he had forgotten the rules of Builder's Academy. According to her, his status is revoked as long as he is a student of the academy. This continues until all of them are enrolled in the school, whether they are an aristocrat or a commoner. We are all on equal terms, even the royal family. And Sig told Alicia to shut up immediately. The man claimed that since he was in the same faculty as her, he treated her well. However, she had become self-righteous. At the same time, Sig swung at the girl with all his rage and cruelty. However, Glenn rushed to him as soon as he saw this and took Sig's hand. He promised Sig that he wouldn't just take his hand next time. Sig turned to Glenn, his eyes full of fear. When he begged for his release, Sig called Glenn a commoner. Regardless of your point of view, they haven't done anything wrong, thought Isekai'd at this moment. However, other students might be dragged into this if they just left it alone. The man was standing in front of Isekai'd when Glenn let go of Sig's hand. At that moment, Isekai'd leaned over to Sig and apologized if he thought his actions were inappropriate. Can we just act like nothing happened? He asked. Sig, however, smiled and refused. He smiled at him and advised him to humiliate himself in front of everyone. What a jerk he is, said Isekai'd. Sig advised the man to set an example for him. Commoners like him would be a hindrance in the future, it would be too stressful. He compared it to a nail sticking out. Sig added that it should be hammered down. His friends simultaneously shouted, yeah, that's it for him. Did Isekai'd tell Sig that his ultimate goal was revenge? He claimed he was like a child. However, this infuriated Sig, who silently yelled at him. He claimed that he had tarnished his reputation. Moreover, it was just a satisfying act of retaliation. Alicia laughed and said revenge at this point. She asked Isekai'd if he was interested in dueling. She spoke of a spontaneous decision of the heart, the man said in response. The girl told him that she wasn't going to defend Xena. However, when it comes to their tarnished reputations, nobles are extremely stubborn. Refusing to duel with him would be like spitting in his face, she said, adding that it would lead to more problems in the future. After listening to what the girl said, the guy concluded that he was lucky to have challenged him to a duel. Thus, Isekai'd told Alicia that he understood everything. He accepted his challenge. He informed Sig. Simultaneously, Sig's smile spread all over his face. The people in the academy began to discuss what they heard after a while, that the heroic faculty students and the ordinary students were now dueling. Hearing these discussions, Liz exclaimed excitedly that rumors were spreading. Yes, that seemed to be the case. Glenn agreed with her. He might as well have intentionally lost, Isekai'd said. However, Alicia informed him that he couldn't do that at the same moment. He doesn't know how to act like he can't do something when he can, she said. Isekai'd grinned, admitting to the girl that he had made a hasty decision. The man had dug his own hole, Alicia informed him. She stated that she would now find out what he was so jealously hiding. From the outset, Isekai'd asked Alicia if it had been her idea. However, the girl said, who knows? Although she had stated this, she was genuinely interested in finding out more about him. Isekai'd felt like he was being watched by a real troubled woman. Ideally, he wouldn't have to piss Sig off again. Therefore, the best course of action would be to lose in the most embarrassing way possible. However, if you consider it, it would serve as a catalyst for Zig's ego to grow, as well as the other members of the heroic faculty. Isekai'd believed that his losing could be the deciding factor in separating the students of the heroic faculty from the regular faculty. At the same time, Sig turned to Isekai'd and asked if he had completed his studies. According to Isekai'd, he couldn't say that he would be glad if he had. Yes, the man told him. Alicia announced that she would be a judge. Did she ask about Zig's return? The man also told her that he'd had enough of everything. Isekai'd thought he was so unconcerned with everything. According to Alicia, the duel will continue until one side surrenders or can't keep fighting. Both sides are ready. Isekai'd pondered what that object could be while looking at Zig and what he was holding. However, Alicia shouted at the same time, "Let's begin." Zig quickly removed the cloth that had hit his weapon. Isekai'd began to scrutinize the object he was holding. Alicia had already noticed him at this point and shouted that it was Erdkaiser. Everyone looked at Zig in surprise. He claimed that he was sure that a jerk like him hadn't noticed him. According to Zig, it was Erdkaiser's magic staff. It was used during the Royal Army's last conflict. He shouted that it was a military staff and aggressively raised it. There must have been a reason for his absence yesterday, Isekai'd thought at that moment. Maybe because he was preparing for this. Sig simultaneously pointed an electric spear at Isekai'd. However, Isekai'd caught it in time, allowing him to dodge the blow and leap forward first. Sig wriggled his tusks and declared that he was running away like a rat when he saw this. "I'll kill him first, then everyone else," he shouted. Isekai'd was somewhere else at the time, so he asked Zig again who he would kill. "Don't they talk about such cruel things?" he asked the man. Zig also informed him that accidents involving duels happen frequently. In particular, he said that this girl was not careful. He then pointed at Alicia. "I will never forgive her," he shouted. However, he urged Isekai'd not to worry. "I'll try to be more careful with her than with me," he said. "After all, she has her looks. Killing her would be a waste," he said. Besides, he promised to torture her gradually. How slowly she stopped breathing would determine that. After listening to everything he had to say, Isekai'd reprimanded him and called him a jerk. At the same time, Sig raised his staff and, with a little chuckle, remarked to the man how stupid he was. "It's called a privilege." Did Isekai'd really believe that they sacrificed themselves to save people like him in the battle against the Demon King? Forget it. He would never accept that. He believed that he should never acknowledge the existence of that person. Sig then declared that the moment had come. Put an end to this, and without hesitation, he raised his magic staff and laughed. For them all to see, he shouted, "This is the power of Erdkaiser." According to him, when there's a lot of fire, this staff can use magic. Sig turned to Isekai'd and informed him that someone like him who couldn't use rank magic had absolutely no chance. However, Zig stopped and saw something. Isekai'd believed that Zig didn't realize something else at that very moment. He believed that he had seen this staff on the battlefield countless times. Isekai'd instantly aimed the magic bullet at Zig, pointing his finger at him. Zig was now looking at him with frightened eyes. When there is a lot of fire, Erdkaiser can use magic. However, it exposes part of its internal structure to the heat being released, and it will become clear if it takes even minor damage to that part. He will lose it. Zig's staff also cracked at the same time. It shocked the guy so much that he asked, "What?" At the same time, a surge of power erupted from the staff. "Damn," Zig thought to himself after seeing this. The place where Glenn and Mize were standing was immediately hit by this charge. Zig was hit so hard that he fell to the ground, hurting his arm. He was in pain and crouched down. Suddenly, however, Tuite appeared behind him. Putting a knife to his throat, he ordered him to remain still. Tuite assured Zig that no one would suspect him if he died in the current situation. Remembering Zig's words, he said that accidents in duels were not unusual. Those were his words, he said. My terms are very simple, Tuite assured Zig. He asked him to instruct his goons to refrain from contacting them and to refrain from initiating discriminatory actions against ordinary students. Tuite added, let me see, how about getting some tips from Alicia? With a look of horror on his face, Zig turned to the man and asked, what about this woman? Never in his life. However, Tuite instantly pushed Zig away upon hearing what he had to say. In horror, Zig covered his entire face with his hands. According to Tuite, he had robbed him of the ability to speak. Furthermore, he claimed that the only word he was allowed to use was yes. He claimed that he repeated his demands by pointing the knife at him again. He advised him to think things over very carefully before answering if he valued his life with all his limbs. An unforeseen explosion forced the cancellation of Tuite's duel with Zig, a nobleman who also attends the heroic faculty. Due to the unforeseen circumstances caused by the explosion, the winner and loser were also delayed. However, there were still tense relations between the ordinary students and the students of the heroic faculty. He would perform even worse if he provoked them. Therefore, keeping things as they are right now might be the best course of action. And eventually he will return to his normal life. Tuite eventually meets Chris. The gap between the heroic and ordinary faculties has only widened, she informed him thoughtfully. And the man nodded in agreement with Chris. The Fourth Demonic War of the Great Heroes. This nation had created an organization to help the heroes come out of the shadows during the war when the fate of all mankind was at stake. They also called it the Special Forces Unit. Once the hero's attempt to defeat the Demon King failed, he was assigned to help him in training horses for this war, even though he was already a member of the squad. Furthermore, the squad was disbanded after accomplishing their mission, but he was able to lead a normal life thanks to Chris, his kind former superior. Therefore, he made the decision to enroll in the Magic Academy to start a new life as a Tuite. However, Thwaite reflected, living a normal life was not as easy and peaceful as he thought. By the way, the guy asked Chris why she came there. In response, the girl said that she just looked to see how he was doing over there. She stated that she wanted to make sure that his academic life was going as it should. Thwaite told her how caring she was. Chris explained that she was solely responsible for him. So, has he made any friends? The girl asked. Yes, replied Thwaite. He claimed that he even went out to meet girls with a friend. The girl listened to the guy's answer and smiled sweetly. However, she asked again, wait a minute, do you pick up girls at the same time? Thwaite turned to Chris and assured her that despite his looks, he was a real talent in this field. However, the girl just covered her ears and begged him several times to stop. She stated that she couldn't accept it. Chris asked Thwaite if he had always been like this. After thinking for a bit, the man informed her that he thought people should adjust to their surroundings. Come to think of it, he actually likes that kind of change. My head is such a mess, the girl told the guy, holding her head. Descending from the tree, the girl informed Thwaite that she was starting to feel guilty about letting him join this academy. Chris asked Thwaite to stop doing that. The man then asked, how are you doing over there, by the way? I'm doing fine, the girl cheerfully replied to him. She claimed that she had been offered a job comparable to her previous one. I think the man asked her to guess if she worked for the Bureau, and the girl said, well, yes, agreeing with him. The special unit they served in during the Great War was a division of the Royal Aristocrat Protection Bureau, another important bureau. According to Chris, the Bureau was just a company that protected the kingdom from conflict with the populace. The world is still full of conflicts in literally every corner even if the Demon King is dead, she said. After thinking for a bit, Thwaite remarked, so after the Demon Lord, she now has to deal with humans. That sounded grim, he said. Yeah, it's just as he says, Chris replied, sighing. What a disgusting job. She continued, saying that the Bureau now had power over his favorite sniper staff. Thwaite asked the girl about someone impersonating him. The girl informed him that he had no soul. In fact, she said, he was the only one who could simply unleash all of his power. Ultimately, the main purpose of the weapon was to serve as his personal weapon. Thwaite claimed that they had originally intended to send him to work for the Bureau after their unit was disbanded. The girl told him that this was true. However, she informed the man that she had turned them down, and she had already given the reason. Thwaite informed the girl that he was able to fully enjoy the flavors of everyday life because of her. She had always been desirable, the girl replied with a smile. Had she been his age, admitted Thwaite, he might even have proposed to her. Did he know she wasn't that old? The girl was a little insulted by this. The girl asked the person on the other end of the line if anything had happened after someone had called her. Tuite assumed it was a work call. When she finally hung up, the girl approached Tauheit and informed him that she had to get back to work. Tuite asked about the girl's current occupation. The girl responded by saying that she thought she could tell him. Robert Thurgand, the second son of the Earl of Tarian, would be there soon with his Order of the True Light, the girl said. The Order of the True Light, Thwaite thought at that moment, belonged to the Duke's houses, if his memory served him correctly. They had a reputation for judging people solely on their skills. The girl informed him that they had been assigned as his bodyguards. Will the Bureau protect me? The boy asked the girl. The work of an order of knighthood, isn't it? The girl informed him that Robert was very pessimistic. Well, the war has just ended and the world is still unstable, she said. It's a sensible move, to be honest. She added that their work would be finished as soon as Robert reached the capital. After thinking for a bit, Tuite asked the girl, "But why is the order going to the royal capital?" The girl whispered that she could no longer say that. She stated that she thought some major event was going to happen. She impatiently asked him to wait. With a smile, the girl turned to Tuite and expressed her confidence that Builder's Academy would be fully involved. She then walked away. However, the Academy would be fully involved in the suffering, Tuite added. As he walked, the man asked again, "Event?" He then noticed Alicia sitting alone on a bench. Was it possible that Tuite had asked her if something had happened? Tuite, the girl said, glaring at him. Something has obviously happened to her, the boy thought. Is Sig going to do something again? Tuite asked the girl. In response, the girl said she wasn't. She claimed that he had become so submissive since the incident, acting as if he had completely changed. The man told her that he thought talking to her about it would make her feel better. He claimed that he had experienced emotional days in the past. However, he had always managed to get things back on track with a heart-to-heart talk. After thinking for a bit, the girl asked the man if the beautiful woman he had met outside of the academy had also had this conversation. The man immediately considered the fact that they were being watched. Well, sort of, he said to the girl. Alicia told him she knew what was going on. He likes older people, she said. That's more like her, Thwaite thought. According to Alicia, Sig had informed her that this duel was his way of retaliating. She turned to Tuite and asked him if he thought retaliation was absurd. The man hesitated, looking at Alicia. He asked her if it was right or wrong to retaliate, and the girl had told him yes. Tuite paused to reflect. I wouldn't say it's funny, he told the girl. He argued that sometimes the only purpose of life was to get revenge on someone. Alicia asked Thwaite about his opposition to retaliation on the internet. In any case, Thwaite told her he had nothing against the idea. He was asked what he meant by the girl. People obsessed with revenge often end up with a self-destructive thought process, the man told her. They don't even think about what might happen next. The girl asked him about the need to consider the consequences of seeking retribution. Had they not achieved their goal? Retribution, the man told her, was an attempt to regain what he had lost. He was simply discounting his losses, even if things turned out well. He still has many days left to reap that benefit. However, they end up giving up on life. Did the girl ask what she didn't like about Tuite? That the outcome was unfavorable. After thinking for a bit, the girl said that was exactly what it was. Tuite then rose to his feet and said that he could safely say that Sig's retaliation was worthwhile in that regard. Students from the heroic faculty might have persecuted others more than before if he had lost the duel. Setting aside human norms, of course. If it was repetitive, he said, let her make it worth it if she was going to get revenge. Tuite asked Alicia what she wanted, turning to face her. After all, he wanted to clear up some important points between them once and for all and understand their motives. The girl then smirked and explained that she didn't want something like that to happen. However, she admitted that she had been thinking. She would try to remember what he had said. Don't forget about the day, the man repeated after her. He needed to stop her now and talk to her more seriously about all of this. Ordinary life, he thought momentarily, was not so simple. The fragility of ordinary life was unknown to him, the one who was expressed in the epicenter of abnormality. Then he realized that everyday existence could suddenly transform into something extraordinary. A few days later, Sylvia informed them that she had some good news to share with them today. She expressed that they had already heard about the True Light Order and the Royal Knights who were instrumental in defeating the Demon King. Right? Is the teacher a little concerned today, or did one of the students express his opinion to the other? The Order of True Light will be visiting the capital today to hold joint exercises with the Royal Knights. And Builder's Academy is exactly where this will take place. Everyone started exclaiming that it was fantastic and rejoiced. Wow, they couldn't have imagined such a thing. Tweak believed at the time that Chris was discussing this momentous event. The exercise would take place over 10 days, according to Sylvia. This time, she said, the exercise would also serve to train Builder as Academy students in night operations, so she invited them to observe and gain knowledge from her. It was then that Alicia raised her hand to call for the instructor. If that meant they could talk to the knights, she asked. There was a special time for that too, Sylvia told her. The drills could also be seen as a form of promotion to encourage more young men to aspire to knighthood, Wake said. Alicia then shouted again and dialed the teacher's number. She requested that only members of the True Light Order enter the capital. In addition to the Order of True Light, Sylvia mentioned that Robert Turgand, the second son of Count Turgand, would accompany them to the academy. The girl then tensed up. According to Sylvia, she believes he will also participate in the exercises, which will give them a chance to talk to him about any topics. In addition, one student from each class will be chosen to serve on an executive committee that will oversee the planning of the group exercises. The first-year students should pay more attention to the progress of the exercises, although they will mostly be occupied with simple puzzles. The girl asked if anyone is undertaking a willingness to help. Alicia said she would, and raised her hand at the same time. Sylvia asked the other men if they had any other wishes. The guys said it would be fine if Alicia would take over. Yes, they informed him, if Alicia does it. Having said that, Sylvia said she would let Alicia handle it. She should go to the conference room on the 3rd floor of the school building as soon as lunch break started, because that's when the committee meeting would begin. In response, the girl told the teacher that she understood completely. At this point, Tuite looked at the girl carefully and thought that maybe she had made the wrong choice. Alicia had changed a lot since that day. Tuite informed the men that Alicia had not returned today. Asking Misa if she knew anything, he turned to face her. After thinking for a bit, the girl said, "Well, I heard that even if I didn't go to class, I still went to committee and heroic faculty meetings." Glenn immediately asked her which was which. Why did she do that? The girl replied that she wasn't sure of her motives. She claimed that she just kept saying that she was fine, even when she tried to talk to her. She knew she was thinking about something. According to the guys, she did. Glenn and Tuite realized it instantly. It seemed to Tuite that she had recently left school to focus on honing her fighting skills. There is definitely a discrepancy here. She's clearly up to something, judging by the murderous expression on her face. Meanwhile, a guard from the Duchy of Thurgand entered the room and spoke to Robert. The army had sent guards, he said, and they were here, thus the order had been carried out. Chris then explained that they were there to accompany him. What made Alicia change so drastically? Robert Turgans. Glenn informed Tuite that Alicia had not returned the next day. The man remained silent in response. Alicia, who really should have been a decent student, had changed drastically. A few days ago, when Sylvia had informed them that the drill would be held at their academy, it seemed to Tuite that something had happened during those 3 days of training. Then Alicia walked up to Tuite and called out to him. "Alicia," the boy said, turning to face the girl. The girl then turned to face the man and asked him to spar with her. Did Tuite tell her that he thought they had already talked about it? However, the girl had only asked him for 3 days. Tuite told her that he was sure he had told her about it before, but she shouldn't be in a hurry. Alicia then shouted that she needed to build up her strength. The girls screamed, shocked Glenn and Mize. "I don't have much time," Alicia said. Anyway, there was no time to think whether she was in a hurry or not. Then she asked for his help again. "Calm down," said Tuite. However, the girl resisted letting him out of his embrace and claimed she couldn't relax. The man then asked her to at least tell him what was happening to her. However, the angry girl claimed that she could not tell him about it, but she told him that she was sorry. The man went on to say that he could clearly see the minefield and didn't want to walk through it. Alicia then became even more angry. She claimed that being beaten to a pulp would be the best outcome, even if she started fighting him right now. After that, the girl walked out of the classroom. Glenn immediately approached the man and asked how he was feeling. Mize added that no doubt Alicia was in trouble. What could have happened to her? However, Tuite reasoned that it was clearly exercise related, no matter how one looked at it. Besides, he was still bothered by their previous conversation. He remembered Alicia asking him if he thought revenge was disgusting. Tuite reasoned that perhaps it was time to seek help from his mentor. He turned to Chris and grabbed his negotiation tool. He informed her that he needed details regarding Alicia Marashton, the student. When Tuite had first met Alicia the day before the exercise, he had turned to her and told her that they needed to talk. However, the girl informed him that she was currently a bit busy. She then asked what was wrong or if he had really decided to fight her. However, the man informed her that that was not what he had come for. It was at this point that Tuite called her Alicia Esperando. The girl was immediately wary and asked him how he knew her last name. The man responded by saying that one of his friends was an information broker. He expressed regret to the girl and explained that he had to use those methods to find out more about her. Chris then informed the man that she had learned details about Alicia Merashton. The man then asked her to tell him. According to Chris, Alicia Merashton is certain that he knows the former captain of the Order of the True Light, Galia Esperando, who died during the last Great War. She is now Alicia Esperando, his only daughter. So what about Merashton? Tuite asked her. That was her mother's maiden name, Chris informed him. However, she died after Alicia was born. According to Chris, the Order of the True Light had received many honors during the Great War, especially Galia, their captain, who was so powerful that he was given the nickname Demon Sword. He was the epitome of what it meant to be a hero. Chris claimed that during the retreat, Galia lost his life defending the rear of a group of heroes. If Tuite was right, his passing would be a huge shock to the entire kingdom of Terraria. Regardless, that didn't explain Alicia's rage. It wasn't just that, Chris said immediately. The next day, they learned that a strange incident had occurred during the retreat. Tuite inquired about the subject of the girls' conversation. Chris claimed that in addition to the knights, mercenaries were also involved in the conflict. In addition to helping Galia protect the rear, the mercenaries were also found dead. The strange thing was that unlike Galia's body, their body was found in a completely different location. Tuite asked Chris about it. However, since it was a retreat, it wasn't surprising that the battle was shifting. Was it strange that their remains were discovered in a different place? The bodies of the mercenaries were discovered far from the retreat path, Chris told him. It seems they fled the battlefield and were killed by another army. Is there anything else? Tuite asked the girl. Did they find any Galia-related artifacts near the mercenaries? Yes, said Chris, he seemed to have figured it out. According to the girl, they had discovered a pendant of pure silver near their bodies. After some investigations, they found that Galia valued it highly. His late wife had given it to him as a gift. Briefly, Tuite asked the girl, Galia was killed by mercenaries, not the Demon King's army. Besides, they had been destroyed as soon as they were no longer needed. She was bored, Chris told him. So was whoever had hired the mercenaries. Duke Robert Turgan, the commander of the retreat operation, was the one who had hired the mercenaries. In addition, Chris claimed to have been involved in corruption. She believes that Galia discovered records that prove Robert's guilt. Hence, he had been silenced. She added that it appears that Robert's deputy overheard him and Galia arguing. That explained it all, Tuite told the girl. He believed that Alicia wanted revenge. However, he felt that her chances of surviving afterward were pretty slim if she somehow miraculously pulled it off. Turning to Alicia, Tuite advised her to stop before it was too late. He assured the girl that her actions had been a devastating retaliation. Furthermore, he stated that she would eventually be captured and meet a tragic end no matter how hard she tried. However, this infuriated the girl even more and she stated that he had good communication skills. During the joint exercise, Fuade asked the girl who let him know that she was going to kill him, was he right? She decided to join the executive committee for that very reason, he said. However, she is still afraid. Has she not prepared herself yet? Unfortunately, the girl told him she had no other choice. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, she said. It would never happen again. Robert never leaves his territory, she said. Does he remember that he is so careful that he keeps all his guards on duty at all times? She claimed that meeting him in such an open setting was highly unusual, and though it was risky, she must do it, even at the cost of her life. However, Fuade had informed her that they had discussed this earlier. She would have nothing at the end of this journey. However, the girl interrupted him and stated that she remembered everything he had said then. If she was going to do it, then let her do it in a way that would make it worth it. She repeated what he had said in that conversation. Even having said that, she still couldn't control those emotions. What then? Tuite asked her in response. What about Glenn or Mise? When they learned of her passing, he said they would rejoice in their grief. Well, it's been a month, Alicia informed him. They'll forget about her quickly, she was sure. Now Tuite asked the girl about her sincerity. Alicia had warned him not to misunderstand her. She refused to abandon her loved ones. Moreover, she would not stop even if she did. Subsequently, the girl approached him and asked him if he wanted to say he would become her favorite. If that would be enough to keep her, then, said Thwaite. The man and woman then approached each other and kissed. After the kiss, they looked into each other's eyes. Does he trust his other half that much? Alicia asked him. What are you talking about? Thwaite asked. Even during the kiss I never let my guard down for a moment, replied the girl. Then she turned to the man and bade him farewell. She asked him not to let him try to stop her if at all possible. Thwaite felt that she would have pulled her sword out immediately, and without hesitation if he had continued to try to talk her out of it. It looked like convincing her was not going to work. Now it was time for a joint exercise. The way the drills were conducted amazed Glenn, so he asked Tuite and Mise what they were observing. "This is what is expected of the Order of True Light, royal knights and pride of their kingdom," the girl said. The two were two of the best royal guards, according to Glenn. According to Mise, she was also the captain of the Order of True Light and his deputy. She went on to say that, if her memory serves me correctly, it was Mr. Lauren Dewlett, and Mr. Dean Gar missed it. And Glenn Tuite just didn't say anything in response. He thought she was busy with committee work right now. "Alicia is so lucky," he said. "I take it she has a front row ticket." However, Tuite just didn't say anything in response. He thought she was busy with committee work at the moment. Robert Turgan is the man. He didn't think she would have time to visit at this time. They then announced that the executive committee had made an announcement. Knights and students will now participate in training battles. They have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so let them have the courage to take it. Glenn immediately asked if this meant they could be accepted into the Knights if they performed well. "I don't think it would be that easy," said Tuite. Then Glenn said, "All right," and walked away. Mise meanwhile smirked and noticed that Glenn was indeed very excited. She turned to Tauhate and asked him if he would attend, but he remained silent. He told her that he would take the chance and join her in a few seconds. The man then waved at Mise. He considered the swords dulled as he picked them up. Then the next one was shouted. "It was a great honor," Tuite said, standing next to the knight. He considered Lauren Dewlett as the captain of the Order of the True Light. He had as much influence on the outcome of the war as the previous captain. He's a hero on the front lines, someone who has always operated in the shadows. He wants to use his power to find out who is stronger. Lauren then ordered the man to attack. The knight, meanwhile, took a defensive stance. He gave the apprentice the opportunity to strike first. Physically, the man was far more advanced than himself, Tuite thought. In this case, he felt a long fight would be the best course of action. But that didn't suit his purpose, and the man immediately used fury to attack. Lauren was shocked when she saw this. However, Tuite swung at the knight at the same time. Lawrence was horrified by this. The man stepped forward and immediately swung at Lawrence. Tuite tried to swing his sword at him. However, the man struck the knight after he had time to draw his sword. "Turns out he can do something," Lauren said, turning to look at Tuite. He had used the Fury ability. Now his reflexes were even faster. Lauren then stated that it was now his turn. The knight immediately took a swing at the man. However, Tuite was able to dodge the sword's strike. However, the sword swung towards Tuite, and Tuite ducked as it flew past the man's head. Though he was still holding back, Tuite had this thought: "You might as well lure him in." Lauren swung at the man at that very moment. However, he was able to use his sword to block his blow. He might not have wanted to put his full effort against the student, thought Tuite. However, he still had enough moves. Besides, Tuite had managed to block his punch. He felt that all he wanted was to see Lawrence's full strength. The knight then remarked, "Oh, he's small." At the same time, Tuite threw another blow at Lawrence. This sword, he thought, was just a trick. This was a real strike. The man used his fixation ability and swung at Lawrence at the same time. Tuite's actions greatly shocked the knight. However, the man thought he had struck weakly at the same time. Lauren then swung her sword at Tuite and struck him. The man flew away after receiving such a blow, and the referee shouted that it was enough. Their fight was watched by many people. Lauren then walked over to Tuite and helped him up, holding his hand. He told the man that he was sorry and that he had lost his temper for a moment. However, Tauhate assured him that everything was fine. He claimed that sparring with the captain of the Order of the True Light was an honor. However, Lauren informed him that he was still weak compared to the previous captain. He asked Tuite not to believe that he wasn't shy. After all, he said, he was now the captain of the Order of True Light. He would use his own hands to protect his master. Tuite thanked him for sparring. However, the knight stopped him and asked about the man's name. He introduced himself as Tuite. He smirked momentarily when Lauren assured him he would remember it. He was strong, Thwaite thought. He had narrowly avoided his sword flying straight at his face during their last duel. At least now he understood its power. Eventually, Tuite contacted Chris and she asked about his request. How can their bureau go after Robert Turgan? Yes, the man answered her, agreeing with her. He asked her if the bureau would take any action. However, Chris informed him that she really could not inform him. I believe the bureau is aware of his corruption, she said. However, the bureau believed his life was beneficial to the kingdom despite his misdeeds. After all, the bureau's sole purpose is to serve the kingdom. Robert's guards didn't seem like they were going to relax anytime soon. In other words, Alicia can't kill him during the exercise. That implied that after their conversation yesterday and today, she would initiate contact. He knew one thing for sure, that until she killed Robert, Alicia's rage would not subside. That's why, he reasoned, he wouldn't stop her. Moreover, it wouldn't limit her in any way. And after the fight between Isekai'd and Lauren, Glenn shouted to the man that he had successfully hit the captain of the Order of the True Light. He's a badass. Mize agreed with the man and admitted that he was right. However, Isekai'd told them that he was just lucky. At that moment, Isekai'd considered Lauren Duelet to be the captain of the Order of True Light. He was undoubtedly powerful. However, now he knew exactly how strong he was. Alicia still hadn't taken any action so far. Therefore, not everything was yet known about her strength and motives. He realized that Robert Turgan, her target, was surrounded by impeccable security. Nor would she stand a chance even if she mingled with the other members of the executive committee. And tonight was just the night for that. She will have the opportunity to avenge her father's murder tonight. She will surely make sure to take advantage of it. Thus, Alicia remembers that her father, Galia, was the person she admired most in the world. The Order of True Light is full of seasoned veterans because it judges people by their abilities. However, he managed to become a captain of the highest rank. Because of his strength, he was called the strongest captain of the order. He was then given the horrible title of Demonic Sword. However, he became the most loving family she could imagine when he was with her who had lost her mother in childbirth. No one had a stronger sense of justice than he did. She also admired her father so much that she began practicing with the sword at a very early age, as did his devotion to him. It was while the little girl was practicing that her father, Gully, came up to her and addressed her. Did he ask his daughter if she wanted to follow in her father's footsteps and become a knight? The girl said, of course, agreeing with him. Gallius then promised to teach her the most important lesson that every knight must learn. In addition, he advised her to lead a straight life. The girl asked her father again in a direct tone, casting a surprised look at him. Gallius encouraged the girl to live her life, allowing her to follow her beliefs, and she would make her sword just as straight. A knight's sword should be straight as well. After all, no one can be protected by a crooked sword. Naturally, he would not be able to gain trust either, so he urged her to lead a straight life again. Let her swing her sword and establish herself as a trustworthy individual. Thus, the True Light Order was dispatched to participate in the valiant demonic battle the next day, and he began to go to the house less and less frequently. However, she remembered those words, and she couldn't get her father's voice out of her head. Since she couldn't see her father, she put her senses aside and focused solely on the sword to follow in his footsteps. And the hero's band entered the Demon King's territory 2 years later, just as the war was logically coming to an end. Alicia believed the war would end when the hero defeated the Demon King. She also had no doubt that her father would be coming home soon. When he saw her sword skills, she was very curious what he would say. Perhaps he would tell her that she had really grown up and praise her. However, the letter of his passing was the only thing that came home. The girl stood by the table, thinking that her father had bravely given his life in battle to give the hero group a way out. This immediately struck the girl as he was very much like him. Until the day he died, she believed that he had led an honorable life. He will never return home. Nevertheless, he takes it upon himself to stand up for his teachings. And then one day, a supporter of Robert Thurgand, who later rose to the rank of subordinate of the Order of the True Light, arrived to bring her father's memorabilia. The guy turned to Alicia and said that he actually had something to tell her. The girl asked the guy what it was about. The guy said he overheard it by accident. But apparently her father, Galia, and Robert were not on very good terms. The girl asked the guy about why they were not on very good terms. The guy said that before entering the Demon King's territory, Galia was stopped by the Duchy of Thurgand. And at the same time, he heard their voices from a room that even the guards couldn't enter. And among all the words he heard were words like stealing and silence. That servant had said that Robert, whose corruption cases had been exposed by his father, might have killed his father to keep him quiet. Pretending he had died during the battle, Alicia knew she couldn't believe it. She didn't have any hard evidence, so she decided to talk to those in the Order of the True Light. And fortunately or not, they sympathized with her as she asked about her father's death, and they didn't withhold any important information from her. During the retreat in which her father was the rear guard, Robert had unexpectedly hired some mercenaries to help her father, and none of the knights understood why this was so. Moreover, as soon as her father died, the mercenaries fled from their previously assigned course and ran away from the front lines. Robert considered this an act of betrayal and ordered the knights to kill them on the spot. Alicia realized that the sequence of events was so strange, and most likely her father's death was most likely set up by Robert. She thought that her father, who had lived such an honorable life, was the madman who had killed him after all. Her father's words about living the right life surfaced in the girl's mind. She realized that she would never forget those words and would live the right life and all to see Robert Turgeon dead. Meanwhile, Alicia thought that this man is Robert Turgent, the same man who killed her father to keep filling his pockets with gold. And frankly, he wants to slit his throat right where he's standing. But there are plenty of guards in her way. And at the same moment, Alicia hears the strokes of swords. She notices that Isekai'd and Lauren are fighting. She thought it was Isekai'd and the current captain of the Order of the True Light, Lauren Delet. She thought it was unreal. He was even faster than he had been during the entrance test. So he was still holding back then. She wondered what she would do then if Isekai'd sided with her, since it would be almost impossible to win in that case. If he got in her way now, her revenge would surely fail. But then she told herself not to lose her head because it wasn't time yet. After the exercise was over, the executive committee would help transport the equipment that was used during the exercise. At that time, the Order of True Light will transport the equipment they brought to the Royal Knight storage facility near the castle. And Robert Turgent will take part in a celebratory dinner at the castle. Even Robert would not be able to enter the castle with fully armed bodyguards. She realized that she had to appoint the moment when Robert would enter the castle. The girl mentally turned to her father and asked him to be patient a little longer. She said she was sure she would stop this today. She knew that the real battle would begin tonight. During this time, Isekai'd watched the girl, and then the night came. The girl watched Robert and his bodyguards. She hid herself so no one would see her. The girl held her sword tightly in her hands, and so she ran and thought that she had to be faster. She must be very close to Robert. And so Robert and the others were already approaching the entrance to the castle. At this time, the girl was watching them closely from behind the bushes, and then she saw Robert and thought it was him. As she had planned, he would leave his guards and go into the castle alone. The castle is well protected from the inside, but if she did everything right at the entrance, they wouldn't be able to react fast enough. But then the girl noticed that he changed the trajectory of his movement. She was very surprised by this and thought, what, he's not going into the castle? Then where is he going? Come to think of it, she seemed to have heard that there was an incredibly beautiful garden near the castle, and that the garden's exhibits are of unearthly beauty, especially during a full moon. But she wondered if he was really going there. Without any guards, is he alone? She wondered if it could be, if it meant she could really kill him. And at the same moment, the girl's face changed. She immediately began to smile widely. The girl repeated one phrase after another that she could kill him. And now the girl was already running towards her goal. She spoke in her mind and repeated the same phrase. Now she will do it. She would kill him. She would not let him escape. But then Alicia remembered that she had to get her sword first. She asked herself to calm down, but at the same moment she said to herself, no, she doesn't need to be calm anymore. So she immediately swung her sword at Robert and screamed for him to die. And at that moment, the man's head flew off his shoulders. The girl immediately exhaled. She dropped the sword and immediately laughed loudly. She ran away and thought she had killed him. She really had killed him. She let Robert's head fly through the air. Oh my god, she felt so satisfied. And then she thought of Isekai'd and wondered why he had to tell her she wouldn't survive. She cheerfully said she was standing right there, alive and unharmed. But then she stopped on the bridge and tried to catch her breath. The girl thought about what now? What should she do next? Run? Where? Hide? For how long? The girl realized that she had lived her whole life just for this day, and she had never thought about what to do next. How would she live a normal life after all this? And at that moment, the girl decided that she would just go back to the academy. That's probably where she belongs now. And so the next day, Isekai'd and Alicia met again. The boy turned to the girl. Then she turned to him in return as well. She said she had put an end to it. All of it. In response, the guy said he could see. He told the girl that her face spoke for itself. He asked Alicia how she felt after committing revenge. The girl answered him that right after killing him, she was so happy that she was ready to take off. But then she said that amazingly, right now she feels completely empty inside. She doesn't even feel alive. The guy replied to her that it was understandable. He said that honestly, he thought she couldn't come back alive. But he said she must have been very lucky. He thought everything had worked out for her in the best possible way. And the girl looked down and agreed with him, saying yes, she was just lucky. That's the only reason she came back alive. But at that moment, the girl turned to look at Isekai'd. The guy asked her what. She asked Isekai'd what she should do now. And she looked at the guy hopefully, for she really genuinely wanted important advice from another person. And he told her that he advised her to visit the infirmary first. He said that the sight of her face 100% would attract a lot of attention. And the girl agreed with him, saying that she believed it would. He advised her to think more simply about what she would do in the future. After all, she has plenty of time to think now, doesn't she? and Alicia thanked the guy for such words. How would Alicia's future unfold? Meanwhile, Sylvia started to lead the class and told the students present that they should start their afternoon classes. At this point, Glenn turned to Toit and told him that Alicia had not come in again today. He said he had seen her running errands for the committee during the exercise. But at this moment there were many thoughts in the guy's mind, and the guy thought like this: how is she feeling after such a long-awaited revenge? The guy remembered how Alicia turned to Toit and she told him that right after the murder she was at 7 from happiness. But surprisingly she felt completely devastated now. With a slight smile on her face, she asked the guy what she should do now. And at that very moment, the door to the classroom was opened by someone. Alicia walked in and apologized to the teacher Sylvia for being late. She told her that she wasn't feeling well, so she had stopped by the health center on the way. Sylvia listened to her and was surprised that the girl was not feeling well. She immediately asked the girl if it was true, and told her that she could sit down then. At that moment, Toit and Glenn were watching the girl carefully. Glenn had a smile on his face when he saw that Alicia had returned to school. So after class, Alicia, Toit, Glenn and Ms. went outside. Glenn and Ms. immediately ran up to Alicia. Glenn turned to the girl and told her that they were so worried that she was starting to act really weird. He asked the girl with excitement in his voice that she was okay now. Alicia calmly answered him that she was. Ms. also walked over to the girl and she took Alicia's hands. Ms. was very nervous and she asked her that Alicia not to overwork herself. She also said that if she needed help, she would be sure to lend her a hand. Alicia smiled sweetly at the guys and thanked them all for such kind words. At this point, Toit stood behind her and stared intently at the girl and the guys. Just then, Ms. apologized to Alicia and said that she had business in town. Glenn immediately asked her what was going on. The girl answered him and the rest of the guys that, honestly, she wanted to apply for the Adventurers Guild. But the girl immediately hesitated and said that she was afraid that she didn't have enough knowledge yet, but she wants to get as close to her goal as possible. After listening to the girl, Alicia decided to support her friend and told her that it was very cool. She also said that if she understood correctly, she always dreamed of becoming an adventurer and traveling the world, right? And Ms. immediately agreed with her. Ms. told Alicia that she thought her profession as an adventurer allowed her to enjoy freedom like no other. At this point, Alicia thought for a moment and asked the girl again what freedom was. And at the same moment, the girl thought for a while and told the guys and Ms. that maybe she should try her hand at being an adventurer too. And that really surprised Ms. The girl looked at Alicia with eyes full of hope and joy, and asked the girl if she was serious. Alicia told her that, well, yes. Ms. immediately ran up to Alicia with joy and she said that then they can register together right now. Registration is completely free. She'll tell her the basics along the way. And Alicia said then she would gladly accept her offer. And she asked Ms. not to worry then. But then Glenn turned around and turned to Toit and he also suggested to him that they should go with them too. And the guy agreed with him. As the guys went after the girls, Ms. turned to Glenn and Toit, and she yelled to them to go ahead and let them hurry up already. Toit replied that he understood her. But at that moment, Alicia turned to the guy. She smiled at the guy and told him that she was very glad she was alive. Toit looked at the girl and he asked her that she finally realized it. At that moment, the girl looked at Glenn and Ms., who were chatting nicely and having fun. And she said it was amazing to be able to just think about the future like that. The boys were already walking down the narrow street. But at that moment a man in a black cloak came in their way and asked the girl that he thought she was Alicia Merchton. Toit looked at him attentively, and at the same moment, the man in the black cloak attacked the girl with a knife to kill her. But Toit noticed it in time and the guy immediately used the magic fixation ability towards his knife. Toit stood in front of the girl, protected her with his back and put his hands forward. In this way, the guy managed to repel the blow of this black-cloaked man. This really scared Alicia and she was afraid for the life of her friend, Toit. After being repulsed, the black-cloaked Mugen retreated a few steps back. Alicia immediately turned to the guy to see how he was doing, but he calmly told her that he was fine. At the same moment, he thought that if he hadn't reacted in time, Alicia's head would no longer be in its rightful place. Toit looked at the man in the black cloak and asked him who he was, but the man in the cloak told him that they had found something in the royal garden last night. The man in the black cloak addressed the girl as Alicia Merchton. At that moment, he pulled out from behind his back the very sword with which Alicia had been able to kill the very man who had taken his father's life. The man in the black cloak showed the girl the same thing and asked the girl if she recognized the sword. The girl saw her sword with which she was able to avenge the death of her closest person, and she immediately could not contain her emotions. The girl leaned to the ground, hugged herself with both arms and tried to say this sword, this sword. But then Two-Eyed sat up to the girl, turned to her and told them to run from there. He immediately took her hand and they ran off together. The man in the black cloak stood there and looked after them. But at that moment, Alicia and Two-Eyed ran into Glenn and Miz. Miz yelled out that there were two of them. She asked the guys if they were okay, but Toyd only answered her by yelling to Glenn and Miz to run. Glenn didn't realize what was going on and asked the guy with the scared eyes and face what the hell was going on in there. But at that moment, Two-Eyed noticed that the man in the trench coat was already catching up to them. Glenn said shit. He wanted to protect his friends and had already prepared himself for a fight with the man in the black cloak. But then Two-Eyed turned to Glenn and asked him to stop. And at the same moment Glenn, not listening to the guy, attacked the man in the black cloak. But he didn't manage to hit him hard enough. And then the man in the black cloak was able to stop the fist of the guy who was about to hit him. The guy was very surprised by this and asked him what. The man in the black cloak looked out from behind his cloak and stared at Glenn. He told him that all he wanted was Alicia Nichijou-tan, and she immediately pushed Glenn away, so he took a few steps back. Two-Eyed turned to Glenn and asked him to take Mize and get out of there. Glenn looked at the guy in surprise and the guy asked him what he was talking about. Two-Eyed told him not to worry and that they would catch up with him. At this time Mize was standing there watching everything that was going on there. She was very scared and didn't understand anything that was going on. Glenn immediately screamed, shit. He said he didn't quite know what was going on. But at the same moment, he grabs Missy's hand and they run out of there. Mize called out to Two-Eyed with eyes full of regret and fear. She yelled to Two-Eyed that she believed in him. And at the same moment the boys disappeared behind the houses. But Two-Eyed and Alicia stood looking at the man in the black cloak. The man in the black cloak turned to the guy and said he didn't mind if he ran away too. If he left this girl to him, he promised that neither of these two would get hurt. Two-Eyed asked what he meant by saying those two would get hurt if he didn't keep her. And the man told him yes, he said he was absolutely right. But the man in the black cloak didn't wait for his answer. And at that very moment, the man attacked Two-Eyed. Two-Eyed saw it right away. And the guy was able to defend himself with his sword against his blow. Putting his hands with the sword forward, the guy looked at the girl, hoping she was okay. He turned to Alicia, and at the same moment he grabbed her and they started running away from the man in the black cloak. As they were running away from this dangerous man, he told her that they needed to fix their situation. He asked her to run straight into an alley, but at that moment, the man in the black cloak appeared in front of them and said that he would not let them escape. Immediately, he used his magic powers and threw a punch towards Alicia. But Two-Eyed saw this and was able to react quickly. He stood right in front of the girl and shielded her with his body from the magical strike. The blow came right to his shoulder, but the guy was able to withstand the pain. When she saw that the guy had been hit by magic, she was very scared and called out to Two-Eyed. But the man in the black cloak turned to the guy and told him that Two-Eyed was moving very well for an ordinary student. But at that moment something terrible happened. The guy didn't realize what was happening to him and just felt unbearable pain. Two-Eyed couldn't say a word as the cloaked man stabbed his sword into his stomach. A moment later, the black cloaked man pulled it out and the guy immediately collapsed in pain. He couldn't understand why that sword was stuck in him. Alicia saw the man in the black cloak stabbing the knife into the guy. It really surprised and shocked the girls, and she said that it was impossible. She looked at the guy who was lying down and suffering from unbearable pain and asked him, Two-Eyed. But the guy only turned to the girl with great difficulty, and he asked her to run. The girl could not understand what to do, she said, but he shouted to her to run faster. The girl hesitated, but Two-Eyed turned to her and yelled at her to run. At the same moment, the girl ran away from the dangerous place in the other direction. As she ran, she thought that Two-Eyed had lost. The Two-Eyed they all know had lost so easily. But no, the Two-Eyed they all know will never come to save her again. Bitter tears appeared on the girl's face. She remembered the guy when he was helping and socializing with her, and she thought he was dead. The girl was running away, but suddenly a man in a black cloak appeared in front of her. He asked her where she was running to. Alicia thought she was also from the main entrance. And then another man in black cloak said that he was late. The other man in the black cloak answered him that yes, he had met those two annoying husbands on the way. They had delayed him a bit. At that moment, Alicia turned her head in the direction the man in the black cloak was pointing. And then she saw the bodies of her friends. The girl could not contain her emotions from such grief. She did not understand what was happening to her close friends. And at the same moment, the girl started crying loudly from everything that had happened to her and from seeing her friends dead. She asked the men why. She asked that they had only come for her, right? So why are they doing something so horrible? The man asked she was still asking why, even after she had already seen their armor. Alicia immediately raised her head and looked at the black-cloaked men. The girl with tears in her eyes and a surprised face said that it was a true color order, and the black-cloaked man said that it was true. He lifted up the black cloak and showed their armor. He said that they were knights of the true color order. He said they were knights now, but in those days they were just war orphans saved by Mr. Robert, and since then their lives had taken on a new meaning. And so he said they couldn't earn any accomplishments from the war, but they vowed that they would do everything they could to put an end to it, and that they could repay their savior. But then the man in the black cloak noticed it, however. He said he was killed before they could repay him, and he was killed by her hands. And in that moment, the girl struggled about it and she realized that yes, they were the same. She remembered all of her actions and she realized that they were exactly like herself. But at the same moment, Alicia decided that she needed to escape immediately. She snapped out of it and rushed to run. But in the same second, the girl tripped over something on the ground and immediately fell to the ground right in front of the men in black cloaks. One of the black-cloaked men asked the girl why she was running away. He said that she guessed it would end this way. He asked her that, didn't he? Did he ask her that? Or did she mean that she was beginning to appreciate her life? Sweat was streaming down the girl's face at this point, and she sat there very angry with them. The man in the black cloak said that when someone grants their wish in exchange for a future, they can't just take it back without any risk. And so he said it was the result of her clinging to her life when she had already lost all hope for the future. The man in the black cloak said that 3 people were consumed by her karma and they lost their lives. Hearing this, Alicia began to crawl away from the man in the black cloak in fear and terror. And at that moment, as the girl crawled and tried to somehow escape from the man in the black cloak, she thought it was just as he said. She remembered her friends and thought about the deaths of Tuite, Glenn, and Mise. It was all her fault. It really hurt the girl's soul. She thought revenge was an attempt to get back what he had lost. But even if it succeeded, it would just zero in on his fears, and he would gain nothing. She thought she was just now realizing what those words of Tuite's meant. And now Alicia was already kneeling in front of a man in a black cloak. And this man in the black cloak was pointing his sword at her. And at that moment, the girl thought that just to enjoy the emptiness, she sacrificed them all. The sword of the man in the black cloak was pointed straight at the girl's neck. And so the girl said that if she had known, if she had only known that things would turn out like this, she immediately started screaming very loudly and said that then she would have sent this revenge to hell. And the girl immediately started crying very loudly because there was a huge wound on her soul that was pressing down on her. And at this moment, the sword of the man in the black cloak was still pointed at the girl. At this same moment, the black-cloaked man told Alicia that it was wonderful. He said that she better memorize those words. And at that moment, Alicia notices that the man in the black cloak had removed his hood. She was just shocked that instead of the man who was dangerous to her, it was Tuite. Tears immediately appeared in the girl's eyes and she tried to say his name. She looked at the boy and asked him what a Tuite was. But how are death-seeking knights and Tuite related? The girl couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Tuite hiding behind the black cloak. She said it was impossible. She looked at the guy and said he was stabbed by that guy from the Order of True Light. And she remembered the moment when the guy was stabbed. And she also said it was all about her revenge, and Missy and Glenn. And at that moment, Tauhate turned to Alicia and told her that he was going to start over. He said that all the events that had just happened were a farce. The girl couldn't believe it and with a surprised face asked the guy what the farce was. Tuite told her that it was. He would start by saying that he would never die so easily. So he made Glenn and Mai's heads using alchemy. He said they were fake. The girl was shocked to hear this. Tuite also said that as far as she could see, he was a knight, and the other was an acquaintance of his former co-worker to be exact. The girl leaned over in shock and said that back then what had happened today was everything. But then the guy told her that it wasn't just today, and the girl immediately looked him in the eye. She asked him if he was joking. She said that's when Robert she killed, and the guy told her that yes, Robert Turgan was alive. He said that the one she killed last night was a doll he had prepared in advance. He also said that the real Robert was still alive. The girl couldn't believe it. She was very shocked by this. Tuite also said that at first he wanted to tell her that no one knows about what happened last night. He believes that the Order of Light is having fun in the capital right now, and she didn't look like she had given up on revenge, so he decided to put on a show. He said he hoped it would help her cool down a bit, but then the guy noticed Alicia's embarrassment. He told her that it looked like they both needed to change. So, after a while, Alicia and Tuite sat down near the fountain. The guy walked up to the girl and apologized to her. He said that he didn't know much about women's clothes, but in response, the girl only remained silent. The guy looked at Alicia and told her that he thought he had gone too far. As he had said earlier, he had played out the whole performance alone. Even so, it wasn't just his imagination. He said that the future would most likely happen. the end of this terrible revenge. But then the girl said it was the end of the revenge. It happened just as he said. She said that ever since the news of her daddy's death, she had decided everything for herself. And in the end, she got her revenge. But she only felt satisfaction in the beginning. She said that in the morning all she felt was emptiness, and fear that the knights would find out what she had done. Then trying to drown out those feelings, she ended up thinking about the future before she even realized everything. The girl asked Isekai'd that he thought she was crazy, didn't he? As soon as she could avenge her father, she would be ready to bury everything. She didn't even think she could have a future. She said that Mage and Glenn died because of her, and so did he. Only a brutal death awaited her, too. And the moment she realized that, the only feeling she felt was that of regret. Isekai'd answered the girl that he understood. She should be fine with Alicia now. Even after she found out that Robert was alive, she didn't want the place anymore. Isekai'd told the girl that still, no one would want such an ending. He asked the girl if she remembered him telling her earlier that revenge should be dignified. The girl thought about it and said yes, but she can't do revenge considering her future. The guy said he understood. Most newcomers start harming themselves as they are all driven by hatred. However, that's why they are also professionals at it. The girl asked the pro guy again. Isekai'd said that experts for whom such things are commonplace have good consequences among other things. He asked her to try to think of something to fool these two, and the guy immediately turned away from the girl and started to walk away. Alicia immediately called out to the guy and asked him where he was going. Isekai'd turned to her and told her he had to take out the trash, and the second he did, he disappeared behind the bushes. The girl just looked at him. Meanwhile, Tate was moving quickly through the streets, and at that moment Chris asked the guy if he wouldn't mind telling them what kind of trash he was going to take out. She said she didn't remember the bureau asking him to do that. And at that moment, the guy lands not far from Chris. Isekai'd turns to the girl and tells her that he remembers looking for the listening device too. Though at that moment he thought it was expected from the Royal Aristocratic Protection Bureau, the organization that is responsible for protecting the country. Chris told Isekai'd that she had brought what he had asked for. She said he could take a look. The guy opened the box and saw what he wanted there. She said she would pray for his success. Meanwhile, inside the royal castle in the noble mansion, Robert turned to the butler and asked him to taste it to see if it was poisoned. This really surprised and frightened the butler, and he asked, "What?" But Robert just repeated his words and told him to taste if it was poisoned. The butler said in shock that he understood. He took a couple sips while Robert looked at him, and at that moment, Lawrence walked up to Robert and addressed him. He said that they were on the grounds of the royal castle and the guards were very secure. And even there he ordered the guards from the capital to increase the security around him. And also Lauren apologized for being curious and he asked Robert what he was so afraid of. He said that if someone was targeting him, he was. But then Robert turned to Lawrence. He asked him about the fact that he claims he can beat someone from the other side. Lauren asked Robert again, on the other hand. Robert said it was just a rumor, but their name was often heard among the higher-ups in the army. He said he was sure he thought he had heard of them. A secret organization run by the Kingdom of Terraria, a top-secret special operations agency. He had certainly heard rumors of them during the Great War, Lauren told him. However, Robert had claimed that opposing troops killed their target by any means necessary. Shooting, strangulation, poisoning, and stabbing. They used methods that ordinary mortals could not use, especially those of them called aces, Robert said. When even a hero couldn't defeat the Demon King, it seems one of them killed him himself. That's what Lauren said, though it was very hard to believe. That's what Robert had told him. But there's no smoke without fire, is there? He's very wary of the existence of such organizations. However, Lauren informed Robert that since they called them an opposing party, it implied that they were employed by the same country. Is there any reason to be concerned about that? He asked. He couldn't be sure, Robert said. He argued that you couldn't trust an organization that hid its existence. At that moment, Robert realized he had left no trace. He was certain. He had covered it all up as a martyrdom by killing Galia, who had discovered everything. He had also silenced the mercenaries, the main antagonists. They have no reason to pursue him. But caution wouldn't hurt. According to Lauren, there was no cause for concern. He added that he would undoubtedly defend the former captain from the best of his ability, even though he was nowhere near as competent as he was. Sometimes these knights are just too convenient, Robert thought at that moment. As long as something too serious didn't happen, he figured they weren't deserting their masters. Robert also asked Lauren how the fights were going with the apprentices during training. Did they discover anyone who showed promise? During the Great War, Robert added, a large number of their men were injured. He wants to be one of them. Lauren informed him that he had been scratched by one apprentice, and his name is Isekai'd. He claimed to be extremely talented, as far as he could tell. It was then that there was a knock on their door. "Come in," Robert said. The butler apologized to the men as he entered the room carrying a box. According to the butler, he had brought Mr. Lauren a present. Lauren was so shocked that she immediately asked for it. The sender was one of the students who participated in the joint drill. The butler parried. It was handed to the duty officer patrolling outside, and as he was informed that inside was a letter intended for him, Robert claimed that at that point he essentially ordered them to reject anything the students had to offer. According to the butler, the sender was actually quite persistent. All they could do was accept it. Lauren thought at that moment that they had already checked him out to see if the person who accepted him was a member of the order. Lauren informed the butler that he should be. He handed him the box. As soon as the box was opened, quicksand sprinkled out of it. Lauren immediately cried out, "What?" Asking the butler what it all meant, he took his clothes. However, he informed him that he knew nothing. Robert turned to Lawrence and asked him what was going on as the sender began to absorb it. "Shit, he can't see anything," he yelled. Then the window comes back to him. "I have to open the window," he shouted. He remembered that the soldiers of the opposing side would kill their target by any means necessary: shooting, strangulation, poisoning, and stabbing. At that moment, however, the man had already jumped out of the window. Sniper Isekai'd, who was watching him at that moment, reported that the target had been located. He simultaneously pulled the trigger. Robert was shot directly in the forehead. According to rumors among the army's top brass, the hero had killed many demons and even killed the Demon King. His name was Shadow Hero. The guy is the real ace of the organization of Special Mission Number 28, and he is the darkest side of the Kingdom of Terraria. Isekai'd made his presence known over the intercom. "Target successfully eliminated," he said. Chris asked him how his partner was doing. "As always," said Isekai'd, "he was great." Later, Chris asked him to thank her. Anyway, he was covered in dust in the storage room because, she said, no one could handle him. As a result, she decided to take him outside. Black Feather F-28, a sniper staff designed specifically for him that required a sniper shot skill to operate. Isekai'd thought he had paid for what happened in the drill when he suddenly started aiming at Lauren. Isekai'd thought about it at the same moment. He claimed that he now knew why the Bureau had been so eager to work with him. Chris questioned him about his observations. "I knew they weren't just following my plan," said Isekai'd. He thought it was Robert's secret book. Chris told him that it had recently been leaked that Robert Turk was planning to commit a number of shady crimes while he was in the capital. Isekai'd told her that he knew it all when he heard it. "Is something wrong?" Chris asked. However, the man told her that he was somewhat satisfied. Satisfied, Chris asked him again. "Now that you're done." It was unusual to hear him say that, she said. He hadn't reacted like that even after defeating the Demon King. What was his reaction? Isekai'd wondered when he remembered the moment he had killed the Demon King. Oh, he thought, he believes that's it. At the time, it was the only emotion he had experienced. Not for the elite, not for the country. Today he had killed a man single-handedly for the first time in his life. That's not so bad. The guy felt something new because before he had always acted on orders. Now it's time for him to go back to his quiet everyday life. When the next day Alicia showed the paper to Isekai'd, she asked him if it was his fault. The man scrutinized the girl and the newspaper. It reported the murder of Robert Thurgand, the second son of the Earl of Thurgand. Was it a contract killing? "God, the world has been so cruel lately," said Isekai'd. Alicia, however, advised him not to act foolishly. She turned her back on him and declared her indifference. She was beginning to realize who he was now. Indeed, Isekai'd asked her. The girl claimed that her father had previously discussed this with her. According to him, there are those who defend their country in other ways besides knights. "I don't know what she's talking about," Isekai'd told her. "He used to be a janitor." "Really?" the girl asked him. "At least let her say it," she said. She expressed her gratitude to the man. Her eyes filled with tears. However, Ms. and Glenn suddenly ran up to them, and Glenn asked them why they were here. Ms. added that classes would start soon. "That's for sure," Isekai'd said. By the way, Isekai'd asked her if something was wrong. Alicia asked. The girl asked Isekai'd about their current relationship. "Are they in love now?" "They kissed and everything," she said. Now that she reminded me of it, is that how it works? Isekai'd asked her. The girl wondered. Glenn asked. They kissed. As soon as he heard that. In addition, Ms. stated that she was asking them for an explanation as to the circumstances. Isekai'd wouldn't be able to give a definite answer if someone asked him if he had successfully accomplished this mission while he was going about his normal life. However, at least he realized that this daily existence was definitely worthy of keeping her safe. He realized that she could easily break down if he didn't protect her. He wants to claim that everything is fine, like a person who just fought like there was no tomorrow that would ever come. It's worth what they fought so hard for. There's no end to this darkness. There will never be light here. She will never be seen again. She wants freedom. She wants independence. All she wants is freedom. The girl's face flooded with tears. When Alicia got out of bed, she realized that night had fallen. This dream is repeating itself, she said, her eyes watering. Teacher Sylvia, meanwhile, turned to the students and assured them that everything was fine, asking them to prepare a potion following her instructions on how to process the herbs. At this point, Isekai'd turned to Glenn and asked him to tell him, "Isn't preparing the mixture quite a challenge?" he asked. The man sweatingly replied that it was necessary to grind these herbs with the right amount of pressure. He then began to grind the herbs even harder. At this point, Mage turned to Glenn and told him to add water immediately. She was right, the man informed her. Taking a glass, Glenn began adding water, a little at a time. It should now be turning green. Then, however, the grass began to change. "What is it?" Glenn asked, glancing at it. After examining it, Isekai'd declared that it was a failure on all sides. Mage then announced that it was her turn. Isekai'd wondered if she had overdone it with the herbs. Besides, the cooking technique was different from what the instructor had taught them. Isekai'd turned to Ms. and asked about her recent actions. The girl immediately thought it over. "I just thought it would be better if she did it that way," she said. Glenn asked Ms. if she had been rebellious of her own free will. "True, but that's not true," Ms. said. Isekai'd thought he agreed with Glenn. A short time later, Ms. announced that the potion was ready. Glenn looked at it and said it was awesome. "It's so awesome. It's just heaven and earth compared to his." Also, Isekai'd asked the girl if he thought it glowed. "Here it is," Sylvia said, approaching them at this very moment. After carefully studying Mrs. concoction, she stated that it was a level 2 potion. She inquired if the girl had ever studied magical pharmacology, but the girl told her no. "It was just an accident," she said. "I do have the right ingredients," Sylvia informed Ms. However, the medicinal herbs were too delicate. Therefore, it was hard to believe it was a coincidence. By the way, the teacher mentioned that the tastier the potion, the higher its level. Since we have a chance, she suggested we try it, so she asked Ms. The girl reluctantly agreed. She took a plate and gave it a taste. The girl was immediately taken aback and declared that it was incredibly delicious. Glenn then asked the girl if it was good enough for him to try it too. In addition, Ms. advised Isekai'd to give it a try. The girl filled various flasks with the magic potion. While Glenn and Isekai'd were studying it, Glenn asked, "How do you say it?" "She does it so beautifully." The girl was completely stunned by this and stated that she had no idea it looked like that from the outside. Isekai'd stated that she was suddenly impolite. Glenn tasted a potion from one of the flasks. "Damn good," he said immediately. Isekai'd also agreed with him. He thought enjoying a wound healing potion was an unthinkable luxury on the battlefield. Now it was his turn, Isekai'd declared. Perhaps, he reasoned, he should try making it himself. Glenn stated that he couldn't wait to find out what a level 5 potion tasted like if the level 2 potion was so good. Wise mentioned that they might be excited to see what it tasted like. If the qualifications are to be believed, the level 5 potion isn't the best, Sylvia told them. Did they know about it? According to the instructor, the miracle potion is the best. It's an elixir. According to her, there is a 100% chance that it will cure any disease. In addition, it was previously rumored that it could even bring people back to life. Ms. was shocked by this and wondered if such a thing really exists. According to Sylvia, the Isekai'd herb, the main component of the miracle potion, had become extremely scarce in their time. Thus, only 5 elixirs had been created in the past 10 years. Unfortunately, not many people know the taste of the miracle potion because it is extremely rare. After thinking for a bit, Isekai'd said that everything seemed to be going according to plan. He continued to work on his potion. "By the way, what exactly is he doing?" Sylvia asked, turning to look at Isekai'd. The man informed her that he was producing sleeping gas. "Isekai'd," the teacher immediately shouted. "He doesn't change," Alicia said, glaring at him. The boys went outside after class. Why did they only yell at him when Ms. and Glenn were both working the way they wanted to? He was told this by the boys, most likely because of his level of arbitrary behavior. Then Ms. immediately claimed it was an accident. According to Alicia, "I was enrolled in the academy 2 months ago." She went straight to Isekai'd and told him that he was slowly starting to reveal his true identity. Even after he stopped Alicia's revenge a month ago, she continues to act like she knows he's a member of the underworld. Ms. was sitting on a bench when Alicia walked over and started eating. Turning to Ms., Alicia informed her that she had long been intrigued by one thing. She claimed that her every move was too graceful. She had clearly matured in a positive way. However, the girl was immediately taken aback and claimed that it wasn't true. If she saw something, she asked. "She has a huge appetite." According to Ms., she could finish her breakfast in 1 bite. Now Tuite and Glan were watching the girls. Tauhate wondered if Glan and Alicia realized that Ms was hiding something, too. He said he'd take a moment to himself and apologize to Glan. "It's okay," the man assured him. Tuite thought the call was on his transmission card and got up from the bench. And only one man is capable of doing that. His daily existence could suddenly come crashing down. This became obvious to him after the incident with Alicia. He feels uncomfortable about it. Chris then turned to Tuite, who asked him to pay her back. The man looked at Chris. "What do you mean by information about Alicia?" he asked her. And it was true, the girl informed the guy. Addressing Ned as Thwaite, she simultaneously refused to do so. She referred to him as a former agent of a special military organization. 2-8 She informed the man that he had been given an official assignment by the Royal Aristocratic Protection Bureau. As soon as she named him 2-8, Tuite suggested that if he didn't act like a shadow hero, he wouldn't be able to complete the assignment effectively. Chris said the details of the job would be discussed further. According to her, the second princess of the Holy Kingdom of Arcadia had snuck into Bilzard Academy to study there. Chris explained to Tuite that it was his duty to guard her while she hid. Tuite asked if the princess had come from another country. Yes, she hid her status and went to school as an ordinary student. Chris objected. Tauhate asked her about the princess's motivation. Chris objected that she'd just run away. That much was clear. She was aware of his emotions. However, she was only informed that she had run away. That's what Tuite asked the girl. However, doesn't Arcadia have their own organization to protect the royal family? Why aren't they keeping an eye on her? Chris informed him that the request came from a client. This incident should not be exaggerated. "I understand," said Tuite. "That's why he must covertly protect her." Currently, the relationship between Royal Terraria and the Holy Kingdom of Arcadia is good. He said the client felt that offering them a job would be preferable to sending bodyguards to the area because it would reduce tensions between the two countries. It would also mean they would continue to owe the kingdom money. However, they do not know what to do when discussing the safety of the princess. The man believed that the client was a member of the royal family or at least a baron. Tuite asked the girl what he should hide from. Chris stated that even the fact that he was protecting her from everyone should remain a secret. Furthermore, the princess should remain in the dark regarding him. Even the princess was surprised, Tuite said. This time she made an urgent request. First of all, he stated that he is not an expert in protecting people. According to Chris, some criminal gangs will try to kidnap the princess and hold her hostage. It's a pretty trivial situation, to be sure. Did Tuite believe that the princess had actually just escaped at that point? The mission as a whole is pretty straightforward, though there are a few suspicious aspects. Tuite was informed by Chris that he had one last question. He asked about the name of the princess in relation to the case. Her name is Michelaus Arcidia, Chris told the man. However, at the academy, her name is Mise Havens. The man then realized everything. He thought that Mise was the second princess of the Kingdom of Arcadia. It seems that his negative emotions were justified. Chris added that ideally he should be friendly with the princess. However, she thinks that would still be too much for him. They need to find a way to contact her first, she said. At that moment, however, Tuite turned to Chris and introduced her as his friend. This caught Chris off guard, so she asked him to repeat what he had said. She had no idea what was going on. Tuite stated that he had nothing to do with it after she initially asked what Alicia was doing. Chris brought up the fact that she was his friend again. However, she stated it was still better. He would start work tomorrow. In response, Thwaite told her that he agreed. Chris informed the man that he was allowed to use his favorite partner. Besides, this was an official mission sponsored by the Bureau. That makes things easier, Tauhate continued. She wished him luck, Chris said. The next morning came. So, Tuite saw a suspicious-looking man walking past the dorm rooms. He asked why he was here at such an early hour. Tuite was then examined from under a dark hood. What? Tuite asked immediately. He pointed a finger at the man. At the same time, he shot him right in the arm. The man immediately grabbed his arm. He swung to hit Tuite because he wanted revenge. However, Tuite punched the man in the stomach. The man in the black raincoat collapsed to the floor. Chris immediately called Tuite. The girl informed him that she was sharing the new information they had gotten. She reported that she had seen a suspicious man near the dormitory. He is probably still tracking the target from the girl's dormitory. However, Tuite informed the girl that she was a little behind schedule. "I just tucked him in," he said. It was flawless as usual, Chris told the man. At Tuite's words, he wanted to confirm something. Was he suggesting she kill him? Yes, there was no need to hold back, Chris assured him. "Just finish him off," she said. "I accepted," Tuite told her. He shot a finger at the man in the black cloak. Then he took off the cloak and contemplated the task. It had been some time since he had last felt this way. At this time, he also met Missy. "What's this?" the girl asked upon seeing him. The girl responded to the greeting as the guy wished her good morning. According to Mize, it was the first time they met there. "I decided to take a slightly different route for a change," the man told her. He asked about the girl's habit of coming to school early. Mize responded by saying that she thought she always woke up at the same time. Before school started, the man asked her what she was doing. She told the man that she was going to the training ground to practice her magic after checking her notebooks. Isekai'd praised her for her diligence. However, Miz informed him that she wasn't. She just still lacked many of the things needed to become an explorer. There are usually a lot of people around at this time of day, the man thought at that moment. He feels that until things settle down, he should continue to walk with her every day. Meanwhile, Isekai'd asked Alicia if she knew where Miz was during regular recess. "I went to ask the teacher what I didn't realize during class," the girl said. Didn't he know she always did that? Then the man walked out of the classroom. He noticed Sylvia and Miz standing there talking. That was it, he thought. Sylvia explained to the girl what she didn't understand by showing her the textbook. However, they turned to the man and noticed that Miz seemed to be captivated by him as well. Isekai'd looked at the man curiously. This guy told him to keep his mouth shut. He knows his true identity. "What about him?" Isekai'd asked, glancing at the man. The man thought it was impossible. Even at school there are opponents. The man claimed that when he looks at Miz, his eyes resemble the eyes of a father looking at his favorite daughter. In other words, he said that they are both part of Miz's elite guard. Isekai'd immediately wondered if he should see a doctor. Glenn, meanwhile, shouted out that Miz's fan club in general. He also laughed a little. "Fan club?" Isekai'd asked again. Miz immediately apologized to the guys, saying that she knew such people existed. However, Miz admitted to Alicia that she didn't know what to do. Although Alicia stated so, she is the kind of girl who is very popular. She has baby skin and gorgeous hair. Did she tell Miz that she hadn't considered an idol career? Miz immediately said she thought it was too embarrassing. It's impossible for her. Isekai'd thought something was wrong at this point. Without a doubt, the sacred kingdom of Arcadia is smaller and weaker than Terraria. Besides, neither the teachers nor the students know about the appearance of the second princess. He wondered if she had left the house for any reason. Miz apologized to the boys at that very moment. She stated that she had to return the book to the library. The girl then ran away from the guys. Isekai'd felt that he should chase after her. When he saw the girl, the guy who was following her wondered why she had stopped. The girl was looking out the window the moment she announced that Miss Hovens, their favorite idol, was here. Introduce her to everyone. His Majesty, thought Isekai'd momentarily, seriously. He thought she must have been very happy when she was told she was to be an idol. However, he assumed she was on the training ground now as he looked out from behind the wall at the very moment he had lost her. "I can use anger more or less now," the girl said. Perhaps she should learn long-range magic now. Then, perhaps as a first line of defense, she said it. Watching her, Isekai'd thought he was aware of her high level of activity. However, he never thought she would be so disinterested. Her escape makes sense if we assume that she enjoyed the limitations that come with being a princess. At the same time, Miz began to taper off her magic. The man watched her closely. He believed she was practicing willingly and desperately. She knew what she wanted to do and persevered to achieve her goal. That showed she was living her life on her own terms. That was great, he said, because then the girl could achieve a lot in her life. Then the man left, and then Isekai'd noticed that Mize was being watched. He immediately ran toward him. Grabbing him from behind by the neck, the man informed him that Mize was working hard to achieve his goal. Therefore, do not let him stand in her way. At the same time, the man collapsed to the floor. Isekai'd looked at it and discovered something. He decided it was poison. Thus, the opponents had hired assassins. It was then that he realized that he was going to have to deal with something worse than he had expected. At that very moment, Mize came out to him. She approached the man and asked, "What is it?" "Oh, what a surprise," the man told her. Mize asked if they had reconnected today. "It sure was," Isekai'd told the girl. "It was getting late," he said, so he took the risk of taking her to the dormitory. He mentioned that the 5th floor of the men's dormitory had a view of the entire academy. In addition, he asked Mize what was in the women's dormitory. "Yes, but her room is still on the 4th floor, the girl said. Isekai'd asked her if it was too noisy in the morning because of the room's location across the main street. However, the girl assured him that it was fine because her room was on the other side of the main street. She added that her friend often complains about being woken up on weekends by noise from the fruit store. The guys had already pulled up to the gate. Well, that's all the girl said. She expressed her gratitude to the man for deceiving her. He was not welcome, parried Thwaite. He added that they would meet tomorrow. 4th floor, he thought as he looked up at the dormitory building. On the other side of the main street is a room. Thinking that he must be somewhere, he immediately started running around the dormitory building. He then began to observe by hiding behind a pillar. In one of the windows of the dormitory, he noticed a light come on. The man realized that he had to keep Mai's safe so she wouldn't find out about it. Not because, like Isekai'd, it was her mission, but her motives became much more personal this time. He realized he was acting freely, just like Isekai'd. He was determined not to let them screw things up. He would indeed protect their daily existence. So the next day, Isekai'd ran to his friends, apologized and explained that he was late. Glenn remarked, "Oh, Isekai'd," and the guys smirked. Hadn't he been missing a lot lately, just like Alicia had mentioned? "Well, I've decided to follow Mai's example and put more effort into my studies," Isekai'd told her. Speaking of which, he asked her where they were headed now. "Yeah," Mai's replied, "about that. Would the boys like to join the Adventurers Guild?" She asked. "Well, now that she reminds me, the whole guild thing has gone haywire," said Isekai'd. He thought he had played out this farce to fix Alicia's problem the last time they had talked about it. Glenn immediately stated that they too would like to join the guild. He added that they should accompany each other. This made Mai's very happy, and she thanked the guys. The Adventurers Guild, meanwhile, an organization that gives adventurers, or more specifically, urban adventurers, jobs. A cocky Mai's said, "Okay," and they trotted off. When the girl opened the doors of the guild, there were a lot of people there. According to Glenn, it was surprisingly crowded. According to Mai's, there was usually a tavern adjacent to the guild building. After all, for an adventurer, sharing information is also crucial. According to her, the registration should be turned over. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Sieg appeared in front of them. Make Falshon, the student from the heroic faculty who was also a direct descendant of the Falshon family, at first seemed to Isekai'd to be used to humiliate everyone from the ordinary faculty, and even went too far. However, he warned him to avoid ordinary students during their duel, and since then he had been lower than grass and quieter than water. One of Sieg's friends then asked about the characteristics of the group of ordinary students. Another man then remarked that indeed, it would take them at least a century to catch up with the adventurers. The guys had serious expressions on their faces as they looked at Sieg. This man, who was not someone he had fought a duel with, asked Sieg what it was exactly at that moment. However, Sieg turned around and stated that the paperwork was finished. He then asked his buddies to finish the remaining tasks. His buddies agreed with him. Glenn immediately turned to Isekai'd and told him how easily he had backed out. That's when Alicia advised her buddies to ignore them. She walked out of the front desk and made a phone call. The girl at the front desk apologized to Ms. after she approached her. They were from Bilzard Academy, just like those gentlemen, the girl said, turning around. "She is," Ms. said. "I understand," the girl said. She asked about the type of license they wanted from Mai's. Mai's immediately asked again, the type. According to the girl, there are 2 types of licenses. However, you can only take on tasks related to the Demon King's relics if you belong to one type. Specifically, the second type of license is for monsters or dungeons. She added that they had to pass the combat and magic tests if they wanted to get the second type. Mai's then turned to face the men. With great enthusiasm, she recommended them to choose the second type. They will have the opportunity to explore the dungeons, she said. All they need to do is to choose the second one. Glenn immediately agreed with the girl. Alicia noticed that Mai's eyes were glaring at her. Glenn, however, immediately thought it over and remarked, "Well, dungeons are worth the risk of going into them, right?" She did, Mai's informed him. According to her, they would be traveling through mystical materials and previously undiscovered life forms that they would never see on the surface. In addition, she claimed that the dungeons were full of countless mysteries that they normally couldn't see on the surface because it was a whole other level of danger. With pity in her eyes, she told the men that they could never claim to be adventurers until they had first-hand experience. The boys agreed with Ms. after hearing her out and said, "Well, they'll go to the second one then." Okay, that made sense. That made Ms. very happy. "It's okay," the girl behind the counter said, turning to the men. She would then take them to the exam room. She promised to go through every aspect of the test with them. They would need to pass 2 tests to get a Type 2 license. Basic tests of combat and magical power. The first thing they will pass is the magic test. As a test, they use a release called Might. Speed is known as flow speed. The ability to control and manipulate magic is what allows you to use it for long periods of time. These are the 4 basic requirements. To help them determine if they passed or not, each will be ranked and show the numerical value of a certain characteristic. Furthermore, the girl mentioned that the ranks are divided from A to E respectively. An adventurer of the second type should have an average rank of B, she said. Those who are as strong as a knight captain or vice captain are assigned a rank. When they reached the door, the girl behind the front desk opened it. She told the men to use as much magic as possible when they were ready. Martial power is synonymous with might. It is one of the most important qualities, even in combat. Combat strength and spell range increase with points gained. Alicia then began to administer the test. She was absolutely marvelous, said the girl behind the front desk, turning to face her. Looks like it, the girl said proudly. She added that while she may not seem like it, she had a lot of faith in her ability to fight. The girl asked me to take the next speed test in between. How fast someone can cast a spell depends on their speed. Members of special operations squads usually perform exceptionally well in this area. To focus on the pattern inside the crystal, the girl asked the boys. She advised them to focus on using the mana beam to complete the entire process. In addition, she reminded them that the drawing would change every 30 seconds. Therefore, they should move quickly while working with mana. With that, Glenn and Maze began the test. Despite their best efforts, Glenn said, "Damn. Now it's the Endurance's turn," the girl said. They should keep channeling mana into the crystal, she advised them, maintaining its luminosity for as long as possible. A person's ability to persist for long periods of time is known as endurance. Alicia put her best effort into this test. On the battlefield, soldiers with a long service record are highly valued. The girl began to worry as she turned to Glenn. She turned around and asked the man if he was in pain. He didn't even tense up, which surprised the man. The girl continued by saying that they would now test their control. Control is simply the ability to prevent unintentional spell resets or activation resets. Failure occurs when they use a fuzzy image in an unnatural way or cast spells on it. In the worst case scenario, the mage can become incapacitated. At that point, we thought they were taught the value of control back when he was a member of the organization. Now they can see inside their crystals, the girl said. They can now see an image in front of them that resembles a maze, she said. When they pass through, an orb will appear in the upper right corner. They must move this balloon, said the girl. However, they must know that the ball will return to its original position if it touches the walls of the maze. Glenn was doing his best to pass this test at this very moment. Every cell in his body was tense. The balloon was a piece of shit, he said. Just a little more, please. And it was almost there. Then Glenn let out a loud scream. His ball was back on the line. FWE, who had been watching the man at the time, thought Glenn lacked composure. The boys, meanwhile, began to anticipate their results. The receptionist then approached them and apologized to the men for being late. Alicia received a powers, D quickness, D a strength, D command. Glenn received strength, C speed, D fortitude, a command. T8 received D mass, strength, D speed, D strength, C command. D and Mize received strength, D speed, E fortress, D command. C Mize stated that she invited everyone to take the test after reviewing her results. She ended up with the lowest ranking. T8 also reviewed his findings and stated that Glenn's endurance seemed to be the main finding. Alicia inquired if he was undergoing any special training. After a little thought, Glenn replied that he had never done anything like that before, but he didn't like telling them about it. Have you been like this since birth? He asked. Alicia walked over to T8 and studied his findings. His ranks were lower than she thought, the girl said. She had assumed that he would also receive a rank for speed. However, the man told her that rank was only given to those who were at the same level as a knight captain or vice captain. He added that the only strange person there is Glenn. Level B, high enough. Glenn then asked, what about strength? He claimed that his bullet was much more powerful than a normal bullet. Correct? That's because he was compressing mana, the guy explained. Glenn asked him about compression. It's one of the methods of enhancing a spell, he said. He suggested he go to the library more often. But the library, Glenn repeated. No, it wasn't mine, he said. Then Thwaite considered what he had learned from Glenn and Mai's example, that those with high potential for combat are also very susceptible. His description was accurate. However, it was also true that he showed self-control. After all, he believed that he was on Missy. At the same time, the man turned toward Mize. Besides, he felt that he didn't need to attract too much attention. Thus, Tuate approached Missa and informed her that her natural talent had a significant impact on her magical abilities. However, she can use her adaptation to compensate for it. Thus, she didn't need to worry. Furthermore, he stated that the combat training they would receive was much more important. The girl agreed with him. However, Shiga's friends called out to Tuate at the same time. Surprised, one of his friends mentioned that he had heard that the pretzel had gotten a B grade. Then Tuate wondered, what about the men who had accompanied them from the heroic faculty? Sig's friend warned the man not to make him laugh. The girl then urged him to relax. At that very moment, however, a man approached them and asked about the nature of the noise. It was Royce Barron, the guild master. So why are they making all this fuss? He asked. He then pointed at Tuite and said, "This guy got a grade B on the magic test, and he can't even use a rank D spell." "That's simply impossible," he shouted. Royce claimed to understand him. According to him, the rank of spells he could use directly correlated with the rank of his magical ability. He would usually get a grade of D or E on a test if he couldn't cast a rank D spell. "I've heard enough," Royce said. He asked Tuite his name as he turned to face him. "Tuite," the man said. Royce asked him about cheating on the exam, but the man told him no. Royce said that at the time he thought that was a common answer to these types of questions. He then said, "Okay, he got it." According to Royce, he will train for the fight alone. Moreover, Tuite wouldn't be able to hide it during the battle if he cheated on the magic test. Furthermore, since he would be watched, he wouldn't be able to cheat again. Therefore, he asked them both to relax. "That was fair," the man said. Royce added that he understood. For that, he apologized. Furthermore, he stated that the man who had just spewed bile was an aristocrat. According to him, their guild didn't consider the influence of the aristocracy since it wasn't such a powerful organization. However, Tuite assured him that it was fine. According to Royce, the exam would be held here. This immediately took Ms. by surprise, so she inquired about the private rooms. According to Royce, the combat test is anonymous. Many people prefer not to reveal all their cards in a real battle except for the magic test. Therefore, they decided to conduct this test anonymously. Royce then invited them to look inside. When the man did, he was shocked and asked, "A doll?" According to Royce, it was a golem, an automated doll. "I heard they were used in the Second Great Demon War," he said. He was unsure of the veracity of that, however. He did, however, claim that they were essentially as old as the world of moving dolls created with magical technology. Alicia asked him if it was acceptable to use them for a test. Royce claimed that since they had been using them for decades, there had been no accidents. If they can defeat the golem, he said, they'll pass. That is, if they can knock it down. According to Royce, the golem will start moving 10 seconds after the door closes. If the guys have any more questions, he'll ask them. Mize asked if she could give up if she couldn't win no matter what. Yes, Royce said, she'll just have to say stop while standing in front of the golem. Then it would just stop. Besides, he stated, a stopped golem would never fall. Okay, so they don't need to try to cheat. Maze gave him an ambiguous answer, saying that she did. Tuite was staring intently at Maze at this time, and he thought she looked worried. That's the end of the explanations, Royce said. When they were ready, he added, they could begin the test. I realize these are all precautions, Tuite informed Royce. However, he still feels guilty because he is the one whose privacy was violated. I don't like it either, Royce told him, but he argued that a group of unsavory people undoubtedly chose him. Then, before the test, Tuite asked Royce if he could touch the golem. Yes, of course, the man said. Tuite walked over and touched the golem. It seemed solid to him. However, he did not believe that his bullet could penetrate it. One thing has become clear to him since he left the organization and joined the academy. There is absolutely no flexibility in his magic. He grew up in the organization as an expert in ambushes and assassinations. In short, he favors one hit, one kill in combat. If you learn his techniques, you will be able to counter him in a variety of ways. Since he's a friend of Mize, the bandits who hunt him have already tagged him. But how can you hide his skills? At this moment, Tuite turned to look at the master. I wanted to make sure of something, he said. In the same room as him, he asked if he could just defeat the golem. That's right, and no more restrictions. After a bit of thought, Royce informed him, well, I don't think so. Tuite walked to the door and closed it at the same time. His 10 seconds had begun. However, Tuite turned to the master as the countdown began. He stated that he felt as if he was being called. Royce asked him exactly what it was as soon as he turned around. For real. Furthermore, the countdown sounded like 0 at the same moment. Tuite immediately used his lightning blade without waiting for anything. He chopped off the golem's head. He finished it in 1 second. No one called out, the master said, turning to face the man. Then Royce heard the man announce that he was done. He noticed that the golem's head had fallen to the ground. This shocked the master, who exclaimed, what the hell is this? Eventually, however, Ms. happily picked up the card. She shouted that her long-awaited adventurer's card had finally arrived. Glenn also expressed his joy, saying that he was glad they had all passed. Tuite also agreed with him. Alicia approached Ms. and remarked that she had been a bit tactless. However, she was stunned by her success. She seemed very anxious, so she was concerned. However, Ms. recognized that she had succeeded in some ways. She was able to predict what the golem would do. That took Alicia by surprise, so she asked for a prediction. Ms. replied that she knew it would sound strange, but this golem had a familiar look. At that moment, Tuite thought she recognized the golem, which was almost like an ancient artifact. Then the man heard screams directed at him. Zig's friend yelled at him to hide the news of his death from him. He screamed the meaning of it all. Where is the judge? Wasn't he obligated to watch him? Royce's response was that he did. However, he passed the test on his own. Zig's companion shouted that this was absurd. I don't want to say that, Royce said. However, he has no right to take out his frustration on others just because he failed. And that infuriated the man. The men then left the guild. She looked pleased, Alicia said, turning to Ms. Yes, the girl replied. She's a free adventurer now too. Glenn and Alicia smirked, looking at the girl. Isekai'd, however, was not pleased. Glenn asked him what happened when he turned to face him. However, the man said that he remembered that he had things to do and apologized to his friends. He also asked them to leave him alone and go home. At the same moment, the man hurriedly ran away. Isekai'd, Mise shouted. He was a suspiciously mysterious man, she added. Suspicious was the appropriate word, according to Alicia. It was the only way to characterize him, according to Glenn. In addition, he stated that he was definitely not crazy. However, Isekai'd refuses to discuss it with them, and he's not sure if he should approach him and ask him directly. However, he ends up getting even more of everything he doesn't understand. But does it really matter if he doesn't understand it? Mise went on to say that they can still tell how he feels about them even if he doesn't tell them anything and is hiding something. Glenn then admitted that she was right. Meanwhile, Isekai'd was moving through the crowd. He thought they were following him. He thought about it for a bit, and it looks like the opponents are beginning to suspect that he's Mise's bodyguard. That would only confirm their idea, even if he threw them off his tail now. Convincing the opponents that he's not her bodyguard, but a completely ordinary person would end up being the best course of action. However, Zig's friend then materialized in front of him, calling him a commoner. And at that moment, it seemed right to Isekai'd. In the end, Zig's friend hit Isekai'd with a magical strike, causing him to fly into the wall. He shouted, let him stay away because he was small. However, one of his friends turned to the man and told him that it was too much. People will crowd there if you make it a little bigger. Zig's friend then turned to Isekai'd and advised him to remember that. When the average student jumps in over his head, that's what happens. The men then walked away from Isekai'd. The man in the black trenchcoat meanwhile took out a gadget to negotiate. It was about that child, he said. Her bodyguard was not him. He claimed to have seen it personally. He's too weak. That's what he was told. After that, he was asked to come back. I think the man in the black cloak asked about the existence of 2 other applicants. How do I deal with them? They both had alibis, he was informed. Then they can't all be bodyguards. Shit, said the man in the black cloak. So what, he said, are they going back to the beginning? He was advised to ignore that, however. They will make their move tomorrow, he was informed. Yes, he knows, said the man in the black cloak. So they went to the guild the next day to get their first assignment after receiving their adventurer cards. There were a lot of task sheets on the board. It made the boys very excited. Alicia noted that there were a lot of assignments, scrutinizing the board. Turning to Miss Isekai'd asked her what tasks would be suitable for the newcomers. The girl immediately thought about it and said that, for example, she pointed her finger at one of the assignments and asked if they could accept it. The girl read the assignment carefully, which said she had to gather medicinal herbs. According to Mise, it was a safe and simple enough task for a rank F. She asked the men if they thought it was too easy, especially for their group of 4. After some more thought, Mise concluded that she was probably right. Glenn added that they would probably accept him at this point. Taking the task sheet, he explained that the goal was to collect claws from rabbits with claws. He was asked if he thought these rabbits were monsters. Simply put, he said that they are rabbits with long claws. Their claws can be used in many ways. For example, they can be recycled to make medicine or weapons. Giving the man her full attention, Alicia asked him if he had met them before. The man informed her that he was hunting in his hometown. Either way, he added, they could count on him. I can't afford to embarrass myself like this, Alicia said immediately. Glenn wondered what she meant when she heard that. The twit then asked the man about their destination. Dabuts was close to the forest, the man parried. After walking for about half an hour, Isekai'd turned to Alicia and Ms. and asked if they agreed. Alicia said she had nothing against it. Of course, Ms. said the same thing. Well, if that's the case, they're on their way, Isekai'd said. According to Glenn, clawed rabbits are extremely intimidating creatures. He claimed that they often hide behind trees and bushes in the woods. Even if they get close, she assured the boys, they'll be fine. However, they sometimes jump out of the bushes. Now they can activate rage if they are worried. Mise used this ability at the same time. She asked Isekai'd if everything was alright as she turned to face him. Why didn't he get angry? However, the man informed her that he didn't feel anything. Therefore, he didn't need to turn it on right now. According to Glenn, he was already used to hunting rabbits. Alicia added that she could do without him. Miz then assured the guys that she wouldn't be a burden to them and asked them not to worry. The guys were really stunned by this. Alicia said that Miz was mortified when she turned to Glenn. She asked him to take action. However, the man got worried and asked for his next action. So, he immediately turned to Dwight. However, the man calmly stated that he would not panic again. However, Miz called out to the boys at that very moment. They all looked ahead, peering out from behind a bush. They then noticed a rabbit with claws on the path. At the same time, Glenn appeared from behind the bushes and promised to set an example for the guys. He urged them to be careful. Without hesitation, the boy knelt down and began to study the rabbit more closely. Then the rabbit noticed him. Glenn instantly snapped out of his seat and ran after the rabbit, using his rage ability at that very moment. As soon as Glenn got close to the rabbit, he kicked it with his foot. This kick caused the rabbit to fly away and collide with a tree. The man exhaled. After asking the boys what they thought, he turned to face them. Alicia, however, asked him about his other questions. He just kicked it, she said. Mize, however, was delighted when F-Wait saw her. He approached the girl and spoke to her. The man told her not to worry. Glenn was easy to defeat. However, the clawed rabbit was still a monster despite its tiny size. Besides, Miz would be alarmed because she wasn't used to fighting. Dwight then turned to Miz, who informed him that there was a rabbit hiding in the bushes under the tree. I didn't see anything, she said. The man inquired about the girl's ability to cast long-range spells. The girl timidly replied, yes. That was good, Dwight said. He promised to surround the rabbit and make it leave those bushes. After that, she would use a spell to eliminate it. After listening carefully, the girl stated that she understood. The man then rushed into the bushes. He looked at the rabbit peeking out from behind the tree. The rabbit still did not show any suspicion. However, F-White stomped his foot loudly, getting ready. The rabbit immediately jumped to his feet and ran towards Maze upon hearing this. The guy shouted to the girl to immediately spring into action. Yes, shouted Maze, and she immediately used a water balloon, a magical ability. The rabbit was hit directly by that ball. Even though the girl saw it, she remained impassive. That was a good job, Dwight said, approaching her. The girl's only response, however, was silence. The man asked her if she was okay, noticing her worried expression. It wasn't until afterward that the girl saw him. Yes, she said, smiling at the man. She'll try her best too. The man agreed with her, glancing at her. Then Alicia and Glenn walked over to them. At that moment, F-White turned to the man and announced that he had business to attend to. This caught Glenn off guard, so he asked the man about the business. Why? I forgot I was given an assignment at the capital, F-White parried. The man said, anyway, let them continue the assignment together and apologized for interrupting them. Alicia was watching the man closely at this point and making a serious face. It seemed suspicious to her. Well, it can't be helped, the girl told Isekai'd, turning to face him. We'll meet up later, he said, waving to the guys. It's okay, the guys told him. He grabbed his cell phone transmitter and dialed Chris's number at the same moment. Since he was close to the escort's target, he apologized to the girl for not being able to contact her. In response, Chris said that it was approved. She also expressed regret to the man for disturbing him while he was working on his assignment. According to the girl, the 10 men left the capital and headed into the nearby woods. Chris added that initial assessments indicated that the princess was the target of this enemy. The man told her that he understood and would figure it out after hearing all of this. He then believed that Mize was the princess. He realized that he still wasn't used to it. Thus, the man chose a good place to attack. He grabbed the Black Feather 28, his favorite weapon, the BF-28. He immediately pointed the at the enemy. The man thought he had the same equipment. This kit also belonged to the man he had killed. Isekai'd informed Chris that the targets were found at the same time. While this was happening, the men in black cloaks were looking for the princess. According to one of them, their target was in this forest. Furthermore, he mentioned that the target might have an escort nearby. But, in fact, that was exactly what the black-cloaked man thought at that time. He then reasoned that although the target had traveled a considerable distance, there was no escort following it. He would remember this strange man. At the same time, however, Isekai'd shot one of the black-cloaked men. The rest of his group saw it too. It startled them all, and one of them asked what's going on. When he recognized the sniper, he yelled at them. They yelled, "What the hell?" Where to hide was a mystery to them. Then they realized that they had to run faster into the forest. However, the men in black cloaks were still getting hit by bullets. One of them shouted to them to find the source of the fire. Then one of the men discovered and shouted that it was 2 in the morning. And without hesitation, he pointed out the place from where they had been shot at. It was a hill 200 places away. He shouted. They immediately started shouting for them to kill the gunman. They also shouted that the target might be close. "Are you here?" Isekai'd asked when he saw the men. There were 9 men left, he said, counting them. They shouted that they couldn't see the target near him as the whole group rushed toward him. That was good, another said. They should have killed the sniper first, he said. Moreover, Twite was already being attacked by 2 men in black cloaks. Then they started swinging their swords towards him. However, Twite used a magic ability while stomping his foot at the same time. As a result, everything exploded. The men shouted that it was an explosive trap and could barely stay on their feet. Had he intended to bring them here from the beginning? Then they started yelling that they were retreating. They should run instead, and everyone else agreed. Immediately after that, they started running away from the battle site. Twite meanwhile walked over to where one of the men had been wounded by his bullet. He laughed as he watched the men in black cloaks run away. According to the man, they were headed for Maize. Tvate pondered the need to use his sniper skills to eliminate targets as quickly as possible. He realized he wanted to kill everyone there. Besides, he felt he had to stop them all before they reported in. Now there were only 2 of them left. Tvate tried to catch up with them. He used his bullet ability and took aim at them at the same time. "I won't let up," the man in the black cloak shouted. Thwaite was already catching up to him when he turned his head. Then one of the men informed Thwaite that he was sure he would be present. "She wasn't far away either," he asked the man. At that moment, Thwaite looked coldly at the man in the black cloak. After that, he raised his knife. Without hesitating, he hurled it at the tree, causing it to strike. At the same time, a powerful explosion rang out. "Damn," the black-cloaked men said. "There are other traps." Tvate believed that Alicia, Glenn, and Ms. could have heard that explosion at that moment. Besides, did he think he should kill everyone before they arrived and found out what it was? And according to one of the men in the black cloak, the smoke obscured everything. However, the other told him to relax. He claimed that the traces of his magical abilities would indicate his location. He added that the smoke would be dispelled by the wind. The man sitting by the tree asked, "How so?" Tvate simultaneously chops off the man's head. His head starts to fall straight to the floor. Tvate simultaneously kicks that head towards the second man in the black cloak. However, this man dodges the head that is flying at him. But that's when Tvate pulls out his blade, and he immediately throws it into the bushes. What happens there is beyond the cloaked man's comprehension. Then the knife falls into a trap. It turns on and starts releasing ropes that encircle Thwaite's legs. Thwaite is hanging upside down and suspended by his own legs at the same time. He screams, but doesn't know what happened to him. What happened? He claimed that he couldn't feel any magical power. Tvate then informed him that it wasn't a surprise. "It's just a thread," he said, pointing a finger at it. When he saw it, the man said, "What? Shit," he shouted. Then F8 killed the man in the black cloak. Eventually, the man walked down a path through the woods. As he walked, he thought of Maize. Chris invited him to go with the second princess of the Kingdom of Arcadia, as long as no one finds out about this mission. Now he has to watch over her himself, day and night. But the stakes are extremely high. Then the man saw Glenn, Alicia, and Ms. rushing towards him. They shout his name, Twite, and call out to him. However, the man expressed his regret to the other guys for his tardiness. Glenn then informs him that they need to leave the area quickly. There had just been an explosion there, he said. If Twite hadn't heard, Glenn asked, it would have been difficult for them to finish the mission. He said, "What is this?" Twite thought at that moment, "Is it true?" The man inquired about the progress of the assignment with his friends. Alicia, however, told him they couldn't get anything and apologized. Later, they asked him to finish that assignment. "What a coincidence," Twite said. "I have a present for you," he said. The guy pulled out a small bag and showed it to the other guys at the same time. He described them as rabbit claws with claws. In addition, he claimed to have caught 3. Was that enough? Did Twite ask the guys. They were thrilled to see it, however. Naturally, Glenn told the man about it. They expressed their gratitude to the man. After that, Twite thought about what it meant to be good that he had already caught them along the way. He reasoned that they would have finished the job by now if not for that explosion. And the best outcome would have been this. Ms. turned to face him at that very moment. "Thanks to that attack, Twite," she said. He realized he wouldn't be able to stop the attacks on his own. The men had already returned to the guild and took a seat in the tavern. Maize exclaimed, "Guys, we're drinking in honor of our first accomplished task," and everyone took their drinking mugs. The other guys all raised their glasses in agreement with her. Glenn simultaneously rushed to the food. He expressed his joy that everything had gone smoothly. According to Alicia, that was undeniable. She added that she was stunned when an explosion suddenly occurred nearby. What that explosion was stirred the girls' curiosity. At the same time, Thwaite informed the men that he would be going for more food. "Oh," said Glenn, waving his hand, "and have him order chicken and greens." Meanwhile, the man had left the guild hall. He asked her if she could hear him as he turned to face Chris on his device. Yes, the girl said. What's wrong? She asked T-Vate. The man had asked her to attach more people to the mission. It was difficult for him to keep Mage safe alone, he told her. He also said that if possible, have her send someone with a lot of firepower. In response, Chris said she agreed with him. This is a pretty serious case, she said. After thinking for a moment, the girl explained that Oni had already sent help to him. At that moment, a figure appeared from behind Thwaite's back. He asked the man to guess who it was by closing his eyes. However, the man immediately recognized the voice. T-Vate turned around to see who it was as soon as the man took his hands away from his eyes. However, the girl immediately started celebrating and informed the man that he hadn't guessed. My name is Oz now, she said. She immediately stood up and waved to the man. The girl called him T-Vate and expressed her joy at seeing him. The man went on to say that he was asking for a replacement. However, upon hearing this, the girl asked him, what? He wasn't kidding, was he? She asked. At this point, T-Vate turned to Chris, and he asked her why he had been sent a problem child in particular. Chris then informed him that he had requested additional firepower, right? She claimed that she could handle many difficult circumstances with O2. F-Wait told her that was true. However, he didn't think she was suited for a defense mission. Chris informed the man that they were short-staffed. However, after apologizing to the man, the girl informed him that she would disconnect because she was very busy right now, so she said goodbye to the man. He then turned to face the girl who smirked and glared at him. As a result, T-Vate and Oz were already walking down the street. It's no use, the man said. To keep her safe, he asked the girl to identify herself. Oz then stated that he was looking forward to introducing them. She stated that she did not expect it to happen so quickly. However, T-Vate informed her that, frankly, he wouldn't like it. But there was nothing more he could do. As they approached the entrance to the tavern, the man advised them to get to know each other better to avoid problems in the future. The girl agreed with him, stating that it was great. She was quite gracious. Unlike 28, she thought she could handle it with ease. T-Vate assured her that he would look into it. He then asked the girl to call him Thwaite, turning to face her. Upon entering the tavern, Oz and T-Vate made their way to their table. When Mage saw the man, she greeted him and said, "Welcome back." She was already very happy. "He's been gone so long," Glenn said as he looked at the man. He wondered where he was. "What is it?" the man asked Alicia, turning to face her. The girl countered that the alcohol was brought in because the order was wrong. It was just that. Maya continued to claim that she was an idol. Missy Hoven's idol. With instant joy, Glenn exclaimed, "Ms. Idol. Looks like they've been hit over the head, especially Maya's." T-Vate thought. Oz then turned to T-Vate. "What?" she asked. "They didn't get here in time." Glenn then turned to the girl and asked whose child it was. T-Vate also asked permission to introduce her. He stated that it was Oz's former coworker. Glenn asked him what this former coworker had said about cleaning. The girl then asked if she could join their team if that was okay with them. Maya's Alicia and Glenn threw the girl a startled look. According to T-Vate, Ozdavno had moved into a dormitory and was now living alone. It would cost her a lot of money. He stated that was why he thought it would be good for them to run errands together, but he would not force them. "I can assure you that Oz is very strong," he said. Glenn replied, "Why not? Dwight was a good person," he said, based on her stories. She also had no hard feelings, Alicia said. They could finish more assignments if there were more people. According to Maze, she didn't mind either. Was she still drunk when Dwight asked? The girl replied, however, that she wasn't drunk. She likes meeting new people. It's helpful to feel the true spirit of an explorer. Maze expressed her joy at meeting Oz, and she felt the same way about the girl. She has to get her adventurer's card first, Glenn explained. Of course, Oz said. "I have very strong magic," once again reminded the young girl without hiding her joy. Glenn was stunned the next day and asked Oz what. How good is she? In addition, Oz said that she had passed the combat exam and magic power test to get the rank. According to Alicia, she didn't think the two classes were right for her. Glenn also urged her to stop joking around. T-Vate at this moment only kept silent and held his head, thinking that such a noisy and unstable assistant could bring him a lot of trouble. The protagonist's previous colleague from Oz joined their group. After she got her license, they immediately decided to take another assignment. This time, they were given an assignment to explore a maze. It was like they wanted to check if there were any major changes after the earthquake last month. When the guys thought of adventurers, mazes immediately appeared in their minds. The girls were a little nervous, but looking forward to it. Glenn assumed that Mize was very excited. By the way, Missy's results on the license exams were amazing. Magical strength and magical endurance were at a rank A. That's 2 ranks comparable to 2 classes of knight commanders. Now the girl was already a D rank adventurer. Normally, anyone would start as an F rank adventurer, but because of this, they were able to obtain the permission of the E rank to use this dungeon. Mai said with a smile to Oz that she was just amazing. The girl agreed with her and asked her to praise her more. She felt good now and thought about the fact that the people outside were quite kind. When she was in the organization, no one praised her at all, so it made her much happier. The guys looked at the girl with surprise when they heard about the organization. Oz realized that she had accidentally blurted it out, and the hero thought she was letting her guard down too much. Oz was a member of the kingdom's special task force, just like him. With the end of the Great War of Heroes and Demons, she is now an agent of his parent organization, the kingdom's counterintelligence bureau. T8 had already left the organization, but his former boss Chris gave him an assignment. His friend was the second princess from a neighboring kingdom, and this was her true identity. Therefore, he had to secretly accompany Mize. However, since he was working alone, he was limited by the difference in numbers. T8 asked for more manpower, and the person who was sent to him was the #1 problem child in the organization. As expected, he wished he had picked someone else. Oz didn't like his stupid jokes. Glenn looked out the carriage window and assumed they had already arrived. Their carriage stopped and the boys got out. They finally arrived at the labyrinth of the tomb of the King of the Deep. Alicia was the first to walk up to the dark entrance of the labyrinth and look down. Oz also leaned toward the entrance and assumed they were already familiar with the place. The hero decided to see if there were any of them who had already gone to explore the tomb of the King of the Deep. Oz and Glenn raised their hands at the same time. Glenn told how he had a chance to visit the place during the war. As for Oz, she would just go in there to pass her time. Glenn was horrified, for the labyrinth was clearly not an easy place to go to pass the time. T8 covered her face with her hands and thought that she could have just lied and said she was coming here to test her skills. A truer story was needed, but he himself regretted not discussing it with her beforehand. Alicia showed the hero the card she had bought, but since they had experienced people here, it could be thrown away. The guys apologized and admitted that they didn't remember the road at all, so she shouldn't have rushed and threw away her map. The girl was shocked that they had such unreliable experts with them. Later on, their group descended into the labyrinth, and a couple more strangers in black robes followed after them. It was much brighter here than the Glen had expected. Since this place was not far from the royal capital, it was explored by many adventurers. The tomb of the King of the Deep was rich in resources that could be found inside, so this labyrinth was allowed to survive. This light appeared here thanks to the charity of previous adventurers. Alicia leaned over and noticed the medicinal herbs they used in their magic apothecary class. The labyrinth was indeed full of resources. The main purpose of labyrinths was to serve as a den for monsters, and most of the existing monsters fed on humans. T8 replied to the group that the labyrinths were designed to lure people inside to feed the monsters. But Mize did not understand what this was for and questioned T8. Glenn was sorry to have to interrupt their conversation, but the goblins were already here. Besides, the guy noticed that they were not simple goblins. There was also a hobgoblin among them. T8 cautiously peeked out of the corner and thought that facing such strong enemies in the first level was, roughly speaking, a case of bad luck. Mize and Glenn must be difficult to deal with a hobgoblin. Besides, it would be reckless for them to just rush in. But returning to the surface wasn't a good option either. It was quite likely that the bandits who were chasing the Messi were chasing them right now. In order to destroy the bandits, he would want to lure them deeper into the maze. With those thoughts, he called out to Oz. T8 hoped she could handle it, but Oz didn't see it as a problem. But given the escort mission, she would have to change her fighting style. The girl smiled and said that they couldn't let Misa know who they really were. Oz didn't realize what she had to do or how much effort she had to put into this case. T8 suggested that she use a parallel activation, but also she wasn't supposed to use fusion or flash. Oz smiled and replied that she understood. The girl resolutely stepped forward and blocked the team's path. She pressed her hand against her own and asked for it to be granted to her. Mize didn't think Oz could do it alone, but the girl laughed and asked her not to worry, because it would all be over soon. Oz walked out to the group of goblins and put her hands out in front of her. She unleashed her flash and blinded her enemies with it. The girl turned to her group and announced with a smile amidst a massive explosion that it was all over. Alicia assumed that right now Oz was using rank TS techniques, wind cannon and water cannon. She couldn't believe that these skills could be used at the same time. Meanwhile, Mize told the hero that she had read about parallel activation in a book from the library. It was a technique that required either magical speed or magical stamina. As far as she remembered, the magical stamina of Oz was a rank A. She was quite right. Oz needed some time to fully build up her magic. but her instantaneous firepower was very high. Right now, she only put out half her strength, but no one knew about it. Glenn didn't even know if she was a defender or a damager. The guys walked to the 4th level of the Tomb of the King of the Depths. Glenn cautiously looked down and tried to find the bottom, but he couldn't see it. Mize followed his example and admitted she was afraid. Fwait noticed that Alicia was forever looking at the map and asked what was wrong. The girl replied that there was a big hole that wasn't on the map. Even with amplification, she didn't think they could have made such a jump. She speculated that the bridge might have collapsed during the earthquake, and that wasn't good. The stairs to the 5th level were that way. Alicia thought that in that case they would have to make a detour, and there was nothing they could do about it. The guy realized this and decided it was time to take a short break. He walked ahead of the group and motioned for them to stop. Glenn saw a snake-like creature, but Tvate said it wasn't a snake. After the snake's head, a large beast that was called a chimera peeked out from around the corner. The group quickly hid around the corner. It would be bad if it spewed flames in such a small space, but the stairs to the 5th level were at its side. The floor at the other end had also collapsed, so they wouldn't be able to get through there. The snake hissed when it saw the heroes and Tvate ordered everyone to run away. In a panic, Mize asked what they should do. Glenn also realized that they wouldn't be able to handle the thing. Alicia called out to Tvate and asked him to look ahead. There was a whole pack of goblins ahead of them, but the hero already knew that. He ran up to their leader and blocked his blow with his hand. Directly in front of them was a hobgoblin. Tvate realized that they were now cornered and kind of in a predicament. With Oz's firepower they could destroy them, but it would take her some time to activate it. It was unlikely she would make it in time. They had no choice and Tvate thought they should have jumped down. While he was thinking about it, the group was accosted by Mize. She pointed the boys down from the bridge and said that there appeared to be a bottom down there. Glenn wanted to see if this was true, and the girl asked to follow her. Alicia didn't see anything, but Mize had already managed to jump off the bridge. The boys looked among themselves and decided to follow Mize. Oz looked at Tvate as if waiting for his decision. In the end, the girl was right. If not for that, they would surely be dead. They descended to the 5th layer, which was directly below them. Alicia was curious to know how Mize had figured it out. Besides, it wasn't listed on the map. The girl looked at Alicia and admitted that she thought this place looked familiar to her. She felt like she had been here before, but she was sure that she had never been here before. Somehow she just realized it and was confident in her decision. Tvate noticed that she had said something like this before. Back when they were taking the basic combat skills test at the guild, she said that she could anticipate the golem's movement. The hero speculated that she might have been experiencing deja vu or something like that. Mize assumed that was it, but it had been happening quite often lately. Alicia remembered that the girl often borrowed books from the library. Perhaps there was some information about the apothecary and golems in them and she just remembered it. What Alicia meant was that the sudden memory of something she had read about was nothing new. Tvate was silent about it, but doubted that it could have happened by accident many times in a row. But he needed to focus on how to fight the bandits right now. Since they had done something completely unexpected, he was definitely panicking right now. The guy decided that the best time to attack was now. Oz assumed that the hero wanted to make his move. Tvate replied to her that if there were too many of them, he wouldn't be able to handle them and would tell Oz about it. So until then, Oz needed to be sure to protect the guys. Tvate apologized to the boys and warned that he had to step away to go to the bathroom. He offered to go ahead and everyone obeyed Tvate without suspecting his strange behavior. Meanwhile, the men in robes pursued their group but lost sight of them. The bandits did not know where they had gone and assumed they had descended to the 5th level. All the candles in the corridor suddenly went out and the bandits began to get nervous. Looking around, they tried to figure out what was wrong. One of the bandits shouted that 2 guys behind them had fallen, and it was surely the footsteps of the escort. The mysterious man used a flash of his blade in the pitch darkness. The bandits were confused and didn't understand how he could have found them. The attacker realized that they were obviously not used to stealth and asked to be allowed to give them some good advice. They should not have hidden then when they heard the footsteps of their enemy. After killing the bandits, the hero thought that these guys were scouts. This meant that reinforcements were on their way. There were quite a few enemies here, so Tvate asked for a helping hand from Oz. Oz smiled and answered him through a magical device. The hero asked Oz to prepare to intercept. Fwait was going to take the enemies to a large room in the center of level 5. While he was talking to Oz, he was spotted by the rest of the bandit group. But suddenly the figure in front of them seemed to vaporize. The men stopped, trying to figure out where he had gone. The bandits did not expect to see a child in front of them, who appeared as suddenly as their enemy had disappeared. The girl smiled and said it was nice to meet them. She pointed her magic pistols at the enemies and said goodbye to them. A lot of magic bullets pierced the bandits, but they had never seen such magic before. Oz felt as if she was mad and laughed. She thought it was funny. She warned her enemies that if they didn't do something about it, they would die. It turned out she was using multiple parallel activations, simultaneous activation of multiple layers of magic in order to greatly increase its effectiveness. This skill was known as synthesis, but Oz didn't have the necessary magical control to use it. She could do it thanks to a magical flash. Just by using any type of magic that came to mind, one had to form a gigantic mess of magical power by combining them all. By directing the resulting flashes in the same direction, when fired, they become a perfect bullet. This was made possible by a special pair of magic guns called Dragon Tyrants. It was also known that the Dragon Tyrant was a cruel dragon. There was no one who could match Oz in a solo-on-group situation. On the battlefield, Oz was like a tyrant herself. After the maze hike, the girl thanked for today's hard work and decided to go first. Mize thanked Oz for her help and gave her a glance. It seemed to the hero that Misa enjoyed exploring the maze. The girl smiled and exclaimed that she had a lot of fun. Glenn was next in line to say goodbye to the boys. When everyone had dispersed, T-Bait headed further down the crowded streets. He contacted Oz via a magical device, but the girl had already realized everything. She noticed it too, and the hero asked to call her position. Oz suggested checking the main street in front of the women's dormitory. As expected, when it came to fighting, there was no one better than number 28 in town. The girl looked at the man lying there and realized that T-Bait hadn't killed him. The hero beat him up a little and asked the girl how much information they had gotten from the bureau about the mission. The only thing she could think of was that their purpose was to escort Mize. As for the enemy, after the torture, they seemed like an ordinary group of criminals. That was exactly what the hero thought. Oz addressed him as number 28 and asked T-Bait what he planned to do. T-Bait was going to interrogate the man, and while he was doing that, Mize's escort would be on Oz. The girl didn't understand what he needed it for. She believed that their issue was the Messi escort, but T-Bait doubted the accuracy of the information provided by the bureau. Oz assumed that 28 was denying the bureau, but she misunderstood him. He was simply saying that he thought the bureau might have made some erroneous assumptions. The enemy, oddly enough, was well skilled for just a group of common criminals. Perhaps he had some major patron. Even if that was the case, Oz didn't understand why he didn't seek help from the bureau himself. The guy realized she was right and apologized for his lie. The hero replied that he was now accompanying Messi, but he was also her friend now. And if the bureau planned to endanger Mize, he would not let that happen. If they were just a group of criminals seeking to ransom her, then it was incomprehensible to him why they were so obsessed only with Mize. He wondered why the bureau and Chris had given him the bare minimum of information. Lately, what Mize had been experiencing was mysterious deja vu. And perhaps it wasn't all. There was something that Mize didn't even know. Oz couldn't be entirely sure of his speech, but if he really wanted to interrogate this guy, he could have gotten permission to do so first. Oz's eyes told her that it wasn't a suggestion, but a concession. T-Bait replied to the girl that she was right. Oz started to give in and said that it was pretty obvious. Using a magical device, the guy contacted Chris. He said he had one goal and requested permission to interrogate her, but to his surprise, he was denied access. On the other side, the voice of Chris asked for assurance that they would kill the man. Barely hearing this, Oz snapped the enemy's neck. T-Bait frowned and said that was rather nice of her. The girl didn't understand what the matter was. After all, it was normal and they were only following their orders. She frowned and noticed that the 28th had changed. The hero didn't realize whether she meant it in a good way or in a bad way. At least if she saw him on the battlefield as he was now, she could shoot him with her cannon. The hero reminded her that the Great War was over and asked her when they would let go of the values of the past. At this point, he almost grabbed the blow, but managed to dodge. Still, Oz managed to leave a light scratch on his cheek. The girl was glad that his head may have dulled, but his reflexes certainly hadn't changed. She smiled and replied that if he got too cowardly, she would be sure to give him a good whipping. Oz said goodbye to number 28 and reminded him that he shouldn't have thought too much about unnecessary things. T-Bait realized that she was right about something. No matter how much he tried to explain it to Oz, he was sure she wouldn't have understood him. It was exactly the same as before. He had managed to lose himself, but he didn't even realize it. Later, Oz contacted Chris and asked her to listen. She suggested that the 28th be removed from the mission to escort the princess. Chris didn't understand anything and demanded an explanation. Oz reminded her of their strategy and said that they could prepare a replacement escort in case of anything. Chris agreed that it was not difficult, but the 28th was special in a way, and no one could take his place. As for her, they could always replace Oz with another person. These words were too caught up with Oz. They obviously wanted to tell her that a replacement had already been prepared for her. Thinking about it, the girl gritted her teeth in anger. Chris said that she was absolutely right and this person was already expected. Oz wanted to recognize this person and Chris replied that it was number 30. The girl asked her to tell number 30 that if he replaced her, she would come and kill him. Chris replied that she didn't feel like doing that. Oz frowned and thought of 28. When the boys met again, Mage greeted Oz. She smiled at the girl and said that she would hope for her again today. Oz thought it was surprising that only Mage and T8 were there today. But as it turned out, everyone was busy today. In fact, to be honest, the hero would have wanted Mage to have a quiet time in the capital. Their assignment for today was to gather as many medicinal herbs as possible. T8 suggested that they deal with this task as quickly as possible and Oz readily agreed. Taking the task, the protagonists headed into the labyrinth of the jailer's tomb. There, on the first floor, they were able to find all the herbs they needed. While they were gathering herbs, the hero asked Oz about the quest, but apparently she was empty-handed. She asked T8 about the same thing, but the hero also had nothing. This time they had no luck tracking them down, and Oz suggested looking around just in case. She warned Missy loudly that she was going to go to the restroom for a while. The girl felt embarrassed and asked her not to raise her voice so much, but T8 didn't think Oz would listen to her. It looked like this girl was okay again. The hero was worried, for she was very upset because of his actions. She contacted the hero pretty quickly, who asked about the progress of her case. Oz replied that their enemies hadn't gotten too far. Oz promised to contact him, but wasn't sure if she should have reported something. The hero asked her to tell her stories, and she immediately agreed. The girl told about the people in white school uniforms. She had a feeling that these people were in trouble. Apparently, they were students of the heroic faculty. Oz thought they looked weak. If left to their own devices, they would be attacked by the nearest monster and they would all die. It seemed to her that they had nothing to do with the mission and T8 understood her. Mage snuck up behind the hero and asked him about the communication device in his hand. The girl was delighted, for it was a rare magical tool that allowed him to keep in touch with people over a great distance. T8 thought about telling her. He explained that he had just received a message from 03. She had reported to him about some heroic students who were in trouble. Apparently, there was a dangerous monster hanging around. Of course, it wasn't related to their guild's mission, but the hero suggested that Mage come to their aid. The girl thought that they would be sorry if they didn't help the guys and agreed to assist them. The hero understood and asked Oz to keep an eye on the surroundings. Meanwhile, he and Mage headed forward down the corridor. They reached a cliff and the guy tilted his head, saying that they were at the bottom. It looked like all these people had only recently joined the guild. Among them, the girl noticed a Zik. Mage assumed that they had fallen down there. T8 noticed that some of them were injured and couldn't move. He asked the Mage if they had enough medicinal herbs. The girl replied that there should have been enough medicinal herbs for 4 people. T8 activated the rage and suggested that in that case, they should go downstairs. At the same time, the group leader was thinking about how to carry his injured comrades. He jumped up on the spot when suddenly 2 men came down to them in the cliff. The hero explained to the frightened boy that they had come here to their aid. One of the men didn't understand what they were saying and got to his feet. But it was as if T8 didn't hear him and asked for a hand up for those who were injured. They were willing to share herbs with them. The bewildered young man looked back at his companions, who raised their hands in silence. The hero wanted to know if any of them knew how to make a potion, but one of the boys replied that they had never taught such a thing at the faculty. The guy understood and warned that it would take some time. Mage meanwhile suggested that her acquaintance, Zik, was injured. Zik replied that it was just a scratch, but the others couldn't move. He thought about going for help, but there were dangerous monsters roaming nearby, and he wouldn't be able to overpower them alone. T8 didn't understand which monsters he was talking about. The boy replied with horror that there were orcs here and there were 3 of them. Suddenly they heard the sound of footsteps upstairs and they all raised their heads. While everyone was terrified and ducked down in fear, Thwaite got to his feet and noticed that it was quite close. The boys figured he must be joking. Though the orcs were a bit silly, they were several times larger and stronger than the hobgoblins. But in such narrow corridors, they would only be weaker. The guy calmly told the others that he would deal with these monsters. A student from the group asked him not to laugh, because some D rank who couldn't even use magic couldn't handle orcs. Zeke wanted to offer his help, but T8 thought he could handle it alone. Zeke understood and bowed to the guy and asked him to save them. One of the students got angry at Zeke and asked him not to say such stupid things. He thought that even if their group couldn't handle them, he definitely couldn't do it. Zeke interrupted him half-heartedly and rudely asked him to shut up. He believed that they would figure it out for themselves after seeing this. Zeke wanted to make sure of the twit and the hero smiled back. Before leaving, the hero asked Maize to stay here. She lowered her gaze sadly but still agreed with him. No sooner had the guy gone upstairs than one of the huge orcs noticed the guy and came down to them. At tremendous speed, Thwaite used fixation magic and climbed up onto the orc's head. He grabbed a knife and instantly stabbed it into his opponent's eye. The orc was eventually left eyeless and fell dead to the ground. The guy noticed that there was only one orc left. The huge beast approached the frightened guys, but the brave Missy covered them with her body, distracting the orc. At this point, the hero noticed how scared she was and tears welled up in her eyes. Nevertheless, she held her ground firmly and did not take a step back. Maize noticed the blow in front of her and reflexively covered her eyes. But when she came to her senses, the girl noticed that the hero had cut his opponent in half and moved her to the side. For some more time, the frightened Maize stood near Tvate. Later, the boys made their way out of the dungeon and took a carriage to the city. Maize looked at the lad in all seriousness and asked permission to ask him directly. It seemed to her that the hero was already working as someone's bodyguard. Tvate wanted to know the purpose of the question before answering it. The girl replied that she had previously met people who did this kind of work. The thing was that his current movements and skills were exactly the same as those people. She especially noticed the moment when he held her behind him. Maize was almost certain that the hero was hiding something from her and wanted to find out about it. Later, Maize quickly bid farewell to the group until tomorrow and threw a suspicious glance at Tvate. As the girl moved around the crowded street, she thought that Tvate was a real meanie. She didn't believe it could have been that simple, but she supposed that Tvate might have been protecting himself. She became suspicious the moment he was late for lunch. Then Tvate said he was in the library, but she noticed some rocks and dirt on his shoes and pants. It was quite obvious that he was leaving campus. The girl tried to find out about it and eventually learned that he was not in the library that day. Then an incident happened to them in the maze. Eventually, the hero replied that he was not familiar with the profession and also did not hide anything from her. But it was already clear to Missa that he was hiding something after all. Perhaps she was wrong to suspect Tvate of something just based on these instances, but it still seemed to her that he was guarding her. She had no trouble guessing whose orders he was following. Besides, if the hero was her bodyguard, he had to be following her. She took out her small pocket mirror and looked inside. She noticed a dark figure behind her, so she decided to hide somewhere in the city. Maize looked back, deciding to pretend to run away, but she saw no one behind her and was upset. She definitely thought someone was following her, but it looked like she was imagining it. Maize was glad that she could still be friends with Tvate and thought that he wasn't hiding anything from her at all. Memories of the past surfaced in her mind and the girl clutched her head. Maize only wanted to be free. Strange memories and thoughts loomed in her mind, but she didn't realize where she was getting this deja vu from. She had something in her mind now, definitely not from books. While she was thinking about it, unknown individuals swooped down on the girl from behind and covered her mouth with their hand. They were glad that they had finally caught her, and apparently they were lucky today. Maize broke free for a moment and demanded to be let go, but they covered her mouth again and ordered her to shut up. The pursuers wanted to leave before her bodyguard arrived, but a voice was heard behind them telling them that they were too late. Earlier, Maize apologized to everyone and said she should have left early. The whole group didn't realize where she was going, but the girl said goodbye to them until tomorrow. Just for a second, the hero noticed that she looked at him and was probably trying to find out something. Yesterday, to save Zik in the maze, he had to show his strength in front of Missy. He should have been more careful, especially in front of her. He didn't know if he should have called her. Besides, he supposed something might have happened. The hero thought it was strange that Oz did not answer him and perhaps something unforeseen could have happened. So Tvate decided that he should have watched the Maize more closely. As she darted forward, he thought she was being tailed, but apparently she wasn't. She must have sensed someone following her and ran around the corner. Tvate immediately realized what she was trying to accomplish. She expected to see her pursuer in this way, but Tvate hid around the corner and saw her being grabbed. The hero decided to hide before she sensed him, but he could not retreat right away. The frightened Missy saw a mysterious dark figure in a cloak. One of the outlaws exclaimed that it was him again and pounced on Tvate. Tvate decided to start liquidation, just like in those days. His main concern now was his daily life. With these thoughts, he plowed the enemy to the ground, but the enemy asked him to stay back. The man who was holding the Missy put a knife to her throat. At all costs, T-Bait needed to maintain the secrecy of the mission and not let information leak out. The criminal warned that he would kill her if the hero came near him. The guy was tired of being a slave to chance and only wanted to protect what he had to protect. He picked up a magic bullet and threw it directly at the enemy's head. When Mage was freed, she decided to make sure that T-Bait was in front of her. The hero took off his hood and revealed his identity. He was sure the girl had a bunch of questions for him, but first they needed to get out of here. When they were alone, Mage asked to find out from him who he was. The hero couldn't answer that question, and in that case, the girl decided to try to guess. She had no doubt that he was a member of the special unit of the Kingdom of Terraria. Mage didn't know all the details, but there was a secret organization in that country too. She didn't know all the reasons, but the Kingdom of Terraria has this secret organization, and all its members were sent to the last war of heroes. Upon thinking about it, she saw that his abilities were too specialized for combat. What stood out in particular was his bullet ability. It was an incredibly strong ability that was perfect for killing. It was not a skill that could be learned in just one night and would require a huge amount of training. The hero admitted that it was a pretty good guess for a student, but Mage asked him not to pretend. Besides, she was sure that the guy already knew her real identity. With her words, the hero got down on one knee in front of her and bowed. He formally greeted the second princess of the Kingdom of Arcadia, Princess Miss He. He apologized for causing her so much inconvenience. Miss He became embarrassed and asked that it stop, for he could address her as he had before. The guy understood and got to his feet and apologized once again. Mage replied that he had saved her and the hero was about to answer her previous question. She was already making good guesses, so she didn't really need his answers. She could interpret it however she wanted. In that case, Mage was ready to ask the next question. She wanted to ask the hero about his customer, but that was something he certainly couldn't tell her. Mage assumed that he did not know it himself, although she had already guessed it. She was absolutely certain it was her father. When he learned that someone was following her, he immediately assigned her a bodyguard. And surely all the daughters who ran away from home already have someone guarding them. The guy decided to clarify this and wanted to make sure that they really had run away from home. Mage puffed up her cheeks and said that they did. She hated that life when she was the daughter of the royal family, so she ran away from home. Earlier, it seemed to the hero that running away was just a cover to hide the real reason. He could recognize that Misa was good at hiding. The girl threatened that she would reveal the royal injustice to everyone, and she was allowed to run away from home. When her father was young, he hired assassins to take the throne. The queen, to whom the god never granted a boy, adopted the child and made him a prince. T-Bait asked her to wait a while and think again about whether it was wise to reveal such things to him. But the girl was not worried about that, for she trusted him completely. She also wanted to ask for his forgiveness. To be honest, she was going to blame T-Bait because he hid his identity from her. But then she realized that it was all her own fault. She herself had been hiding her identity and T-Bait had to protect her all the time. Mage apologized for what had happened so far. Because of her, he was constantly in danger. She was very ashamed that she had not noticed it before, but the hero admitted that he was fighting to protect his daily life. Mage smiled, guessing that the hero would say that. But despite that, she still trusted him. She didn't know what she should do and sincerely asked T-Bait to treat her as she had been treated before. She really liked her normal life with all of them. But of course, that was what T-Bait intended to do. Mage smiled and memorized his words. Somewhere inside her, a voice kept telling her that she wanted to be free. She wanted to be free from this cold prison and this stone tower. She felt like a bird in a cage, and she wanted to be free from it. Earlier, the hero bowed to Mage and greeted the second princess of the Holy Kingdom of Arcadia. But the girl trusted the guy completely and asked him to treat her the same way as before. She liked spending all the time together, but she didn't need to say something like that. T-Bait thought it was wrong. The hero thought that he personally should have asked for something like that and it would have been great. The girl thought it was funny and she chuckled. Mage had always thought the guy was a weirdo. Usually no one treated her with such simplicity, even if she asked for it. She was a member of the royal family after all. Most people would immediately start worrying about their social status and hang around her, trying to please. T-Bait realized that she probably didn't have any close friends in Arcadia. The girl smiled sadly and replied that she had always been alone. But if that was the case, the hero assumed that no one knew her true side. Mage looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding what he meant. It was to him that Mage was the odd girl out, aside from the fact that she was a princess. The girl didn't understand why she was weird. The hero had already noticed that she often appeared as if out of nowhere. Perhaps she didn't notice it herself. The girl waved her hands and asked him to forget about it. Just as he thought, as long as Mage was around, there was never a dull moment with her. It was probably because she often surprised him with little things. When it came to mazes, she would become very curious, like the time she tried to set a trap for T-Vate. The girl was curious about his opinion of her. T-Vate thoughtfully decided that she was a foolish prankster. For some reason, Missy was only interested in the fact that he called her a prankster, but he admitted that this was the reason he could call her his friend. Besides, the hero was sure that Glenn and Alicia felt the same way. This reminded her that T-Vate was her escort as well as Oz. The hero decided not to hide Oz's identity from her anymore, since she already knew about everything anyway. Thanks to that, escorting would now be easier. After all, usually escorting someone there was no need to hide, and he wouldn't want to do something like this. It reminded him of when he followed Mage. Back then, he didn't understand why Oz didn't answer his questions even though they were still on duty. Mage wanted to ask him something else about him. She was horrified that Oz could also see her as a reckless tomboy, but T-Vate doubted that very much. It was important for the hero to find out how Missy knew what was going on among the royal family. But the girl admitted that she only wanted to leave the royal palace as soon as possible and grinned. At some point, her laughter turned to shock, for she didn't understand how she could know about this. T-Vate thought it was strange that she didn't find out on her own. But the girl was always alone, so she couldn't just hear this information from someone else. Mage grabbed her head and crouched down, which startled T-Vate. He wanted to know what was wrong and Mage apologized. Her head was splitting and T-Vate noticed that she was sweating profusely. Her breathing was becoming heavy and labored. He immediately assumed that those bandits might have poisoned her. But Mage was talking about some kind of prison. T-Vate didn't understand anything. But now the Missy reminded him of the one he had seen in his dreams. The girl was crying from feeling like she was trapped in some kind of cage. It became clear to the hero that it was not poison, and most likely she was foreseeing something. She only felt like she wanted to free herself and reached for the sky. Mage kept saying that she needed to free herself, but then she fell sharply and lost consciousness. The next day the boys met with Mage and wanted to make sure she was okay. Mage replied with a smile that everything was fine and her headache was completely gone. She also thanked Oz for her help, but the girl didn't understand what she was thanking her for. It had been over half a day since she had passed out. Oz and T-Vate took shifts to watch over her. Oz smiled and replied that she had done almost nothing. Since they had time for lunch, Maya suggested that her friends go back to school. But T-Vate suggested that they rest today. Even if she went back now, she would only have time for 2 classes. Maya jumped up from her chair and said that in that case, they should all the more go for them. The hero realized that apparently he had no choice. He told Oz that they should go too since they were the chaperones. But the girl surprised everyone and replied that there was no need for it. T-Vate looked at her with a cold look and asked what she was talking about. Oz turned to Misa and asked her to go first, because she had some things to discuss with T-Vate. She didn't mind, of course, but she was worried that no one would accompany her. In response, Oz laughed and asked her not to worry about it. She felt that she had nothing to worry about. The girl understood everything, after which she headed towards the exit. When she left, the hero repeatedly asked Oz about what she meant. But Oz meant exactly what she said. She had just received a request from Chris. The girl said that escorts were no longer required. It was a rather sudden order. The guy assumed that in that case, their enemy organization was officially defeated. Oz thought that was the case. The hero didn't really believe her words and asked why she hadn't responded to his requests earlier. The girl laughed lightly and assumed that she had received another call at that moment. But she told the 28th that it didn't matter anymore and it was time for them to go to the castle. T-Vate didn't realize which castle she was referring to. Oz replied that Chris had talked about it earlier. It had been a long time since their arrival, and the hero wanted to know how long the wait would be. Oz didn't know that, but Chris asked them to just wait where they were. The hero realized that Oz was capable, but still young. There was a chance that she wasn't in charge of this operation. T-Vate had a few questions, but it seemed better to ask Chris about it directly. Come to think of it, Oz had already reported to them that Mage had exposed them. For whatever reason, the hero was the only one who was unaware of what was going on and threw a suspicious look at Oz. The hero had a bad feeling about this. Oz told the 28th that he was on a mission and she had a question. She was curious to know how the guy felt as their comrades were dying. T-Vate thought it was a rather sudden question, but the girl was just waiting for an answer. At that moment, he thought there was nothing he could do about it. Oz lowered her gaze and agreed with his words. There was nothing that could be done about it. After all, that was their job. The guy was about to reply to Oz when they were interrupted by Chris. The girl opened the door and said that she had kept them waiting. T-Vate sullenly replied to her that she was late, but Chris apologized and said she was busy. She decided to try to bring them up to speed as quickly as possible. In this case, their client was the main reigning person in Arcadia, His Royal Majesty the King of Right in Arcadia. The hero had no doubt that the client turned out to be Mai's father, and the main point of this order was that there was some strange magic spreading among the royal family. The magic of the Sage's Path was particularly involved in this matter. According to His Majesty's words, this magic had been spreading for generations. It was usually inherited by the daughters of the royal family. If the bearer of the power had a daughter, it passed to her. If not, the bearer died without a daughter, and the power passed to a woman of the same blood. This was the type of this magic, and now Her Royal Majesty Missy was the bearer of the power of the Sage's Path. T8 wanted to know the effect of such a power. Chris thoughtfully replied that it was the inheritance of memories. The magic of the Sage's Path allowed the wielder to have all the memories of past bearers. Now things were starting to fall into place for the hero. She had endless deja vu when Mai suddenly recognized the golem, even though it was a rather ancient relic, and when she knew the layout of the labyrinth from somewhere. That explained how she knew about the royal family's problems. It was all in Mai's head, and all of it was other people's memories. The ability to inherit other people's memories was a pretty powerful magic, and surely the heroes understood that. T8 agreed with Chris and thought that their situation was much more complicated than he had realized. If memories really could be passed on, they could pass the knowledge of life and technology through a generation with no life cycle limit. Ostensibly, the royal family had already used this gift to increase their influence and power. But such power is a tale of a blade sharp on both sides. By this point, there had already been 2 civil wars in Arcadia, and they were aimed at changing the power on the throne. And each time, the one whose side had the way of the sage won. And now the kingdom of Arcadia is on the verge of a 3rd civil war. The faction of the second prince has been trying to get rid of the first, who is now the main contender for the throne, and to achieve this, they have been trying to attract Her Highness Mai's, the ruling king. His Royal Majesty, King Rydek, envisioned this development. That is why he supported the princess escape, and then he announced that the princess had gone missing just to prevent the hunt for the Path of the Sage. If the second princess had gone missing, there would have been unrest among the people. When it was confirmed that the power had been passed on to the princess, His Royal Majesty hid Her Highness from prying eyes. It seems to have worked, as there was no unrest among the people. The hero remembered Mai's telling him that she was alone all the time, but it didn't take long to find out that Her Highness was in the kingdom of Terraria, and was studying at the Buildar's Academy. The second prince's faction immediately sent assassins, and among other things, His Royal Majesty decided to protect her by handing her over to them. They were the Royal Counterintelligence Bureau to escort her. As a summation, those bandits they defeated time after time were actually mercenaries who were secretly sent by the second prince's faction. It all became clear to T8. However, even though the group of mercenaries had been destroyed, it didn't mean that the second prince's faction would give up so easily. T8 realized that they had already been exposed for plotting against the kingdom, and so it was still too early to leave Mai's unaccompanied. Chris disagreed with him, and perhaps Oz was telling him that it was no longer necessary. The hero suddenly realized everything and asked Chris about where Mai's was now. Chris instantly changed her look and warned 28 that he would be placed in custody. He said, "Alright, destroying a group of mercenaries is not enough to stop the second prince's faction. Besides, this is a very troubled time, and not much time has passed since the last war. The kingdom of Arcadia is facing destruction similar to the destruction that led to that war between heroes and demons. In addition, the civil war has greatly weakened the kingdom, which is not hidden from the eyes of the neighboring kingdoms. And since that was the case, the hero assumed that they were going to kill the Messi in order to prevent the conflict. And that's probably what the father sent the assassins for. He wanted his own daughter's head, but Chris asked to share their priorities and emotions properly. After all, that was how nobles and royalty dealt with matters. Chris reminded him that he had encountered this before. She was talking about the history of Elysian. T8 wasn't going to listen to it anymore and jumped out the window. One of the soldiers ran up to the broken window and exclaimed that he had escaped. Chris still didn't understand the reason why the 28th was protecting Mai's. Meanwhile, the hero was moving swiftly across the rooftops and trying to find Mai's. He noticed a figure that looked like her that turned the corner. He got there just in time and asked the girl to get down. Mai's turned around and saw the already dismembered body of her enemy in front of her. The hero hoped that Mai's wasn't hurt. The princess froze in place from surprise and looked at T8. Mai's explained that someone had called himself his comrade and told her that T8 would be waiting for her here. The hero didn't have time to explain everything to her and also apologize. He wanted to tell her something about the way of the wise man. Mage had already guessed that she had a similar power and it was the cause of her déjà vu. The guy confirmed it and said that her memories were confused due to inheritance. She lowered her head and thought of herself and her father. She only hoped that T-Vate was on her side. But of course he was, and the hero would want her to believe him. Mage barely smiled at him and told him she believed him. She trusted him, so she begged him to get her out of here faster. These were the words that all the bearers before had dreamed of saying. After a while, a mercenary came to Chris and apologized for missing the guy. Chris asked to take half of the men and search the whole area. It was likely that the 28th was still hiding somewhere nearby. We had to keep in constant communication with each other and be careful. The mercenaries took the order and disappeared. Oz had been sitting in thoughtfulness the whole time. Finally, she decided to tell Chris about the 28th escaping. Chris smirked, for the girl spoke as if it didn't apply to her. Oz remembered the conversation with the hero and decided there was nothing she could do about it. She didn't think that the 28th would do that and she didn't even realize it. Oz didn't think the hero would be able to disobey orders so easily, and he wasn't the least bit like the man she knew. Oz was determined to be held accountable, and she would definitely make him regret it. After a while, the protagonists arrived at a port city in the south of the kingdom of Terraria. The boy cautiously peeked out from around the corner and noticed that there were guards all around. It had already been a few days since he decided to rescue Mage. They had somehow managed to escape from the Chris agents and the surveillance of the Royal Counterintelligence Bureau. They had left the royal capital of Terraria, and the reason why everything had gone so smoothly so far was probably because he had worked side by side with Chris for so many years. The hero asked permission to check in with Mage one last time. He wanted to make sure she was sure not to return to the kingdom of Arcadia. Mage sadly lowered her gaze and thought of her father, King Arcadia. He only saw her as a tool for the royal family to prosper. Besides, her mother was the person who sold her to her father for money. She had absolutely no affection for them at all. The girl felt that there was no place for her in the kingdom. Mage possessed an unusual power called the Way of the Sage. The royal family used this power to increase their influence. The path of the sage was passed down to the daughters of the royal family from generation to generation. It allowed them to observe the memories of all previous bearers. But all Mage desired was freedom. The real king of Arcadia, Lord Reten, once already allowed Mai's short-term freedom by recognizing her escape. But because she could be the spark to start a civil war and a struggle for the throne, he hired assassins over her head. All of this was with the help of the kingdom of Terraria. If there was one thing Mai's regretted, it was not being able to say goodbye to Alicia and Glenn. The guy asked not to worry about it. Before he left, he sent them letters explaining everything. Mai's smiled and thought that if that was the case, she had nothing more to regret. When T-Vate returned to the shelter, he handed the girl a newspaper from 2 days ago. It looked like they suspected that some criminals had escaped. Apparently, that's why the security at the harbor is stronger than usual. This article about the fugitives was most likely a lie to keep them from escaping to another kingdom. According to the plan, since they arrived at the port, they should have boarded a ship across the sea. They were not in the best situation. Now that they had no way to board the ship, they needed to find other options. The girl was upset and didn't know what to say to that. After not thinking long, T-Vate replied that they would go to the Republic. There are only 3 countries near the kingdom of Terraria, but the 2 kingdoms in the northeast are too far away. Therefore, they will need to go to the west of Arcadia, and from there they will already go to the Canaban Republic. In other words, he was trying to say that they would have to cross the border of the kingdom of Arcadia. The girl thought that it was risky and they could be exposed, but they weren't prepared for the long journey, and as long as they were being pursued, they wouldn't be able to replenish their supplies for a long time. Once they got out, the race against time itself would begin. With Chris and the Bureau on their tail, they won't be able to stay in one place for long. So even if Chris and her men reveal where they are, there is absolutely nothing they can do since they will be in another country. The girl understood everything and in that case supported the plan to go to the Republic. At this point, the hero noticed that they were surrounded and asked Missy to hide. At this point, T-Vate realized that he no longer wanted to hide anything from her. He warned the girl that they would be here for a while, so she should have been patient. The guy asked the pursuers to come out to them, and immediately found themselves surrounded by a crowd. One of the mercenaries addressed T-Vate as the 28th. He explained that their only target was the girl behind him, and if he gave her away, they would not harm him. But of course, he would be punished anyway upon his return to the kingdom. Even if he went that far, the Bureau still wanted to use him. The hero asked them to go back and tell them that his only goal would be the safety of the Messian place. But the man replied that they couldn't let that happen. Fwait threatened them that in that case their mission would end here. The guy used an instant bullet that killed the mercenary immediately. The other opponents asked to be careful because their enemy was the former ace of the organization. But instead of worrying about others, T-Vate advised him to think of himself first. One of the men asked to keep their distance, and as soon as they got out of here it was necessary to reform. But no sooner had he finished than the hero killed him with a swift bullet. One of the opponents was about to take T-Vate by surprise and crept up with a knife from the back. But the hero dodged the blow and used a fixation. The guy decided he needed to leave one alive. That person was to send a message to the bureau that there was nothing more for them to do here. If more people were suddenly sent after them, they would be in trouble, so T-Vate wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. T-Vate noticed Mai's puzzled face and asked what was wrong. Only now she realized what was going on when he took the matter seriously. T-Vate apologized that she had seen the whole thing. He didn't think that all of this shouldn't have been seen by outsiders, but Mai shook her head negatively. She replied that on the way to her own freedom she had sacrificed these people, and she was the one responsible for it. At this moment, Chris was in the royal palace of the Kingdom of Terraria. The man asked the captain about how she was going to be responsible for all of this. It seems that Her Royal Majesty Mai's had escaped, which is considered an absolute failure. This could have triggered a conflict on the international stage. The man thought it was their fault for raising the 28th and getting away with everything. He ended up standing up to them, which led to this misunderstanding. He was simply an uncontrollable dog and the man asked to be disposed of as quickly as possible. With all due respect, Chris thought it was highly unwise to kill 28. His ability was a true gift to the kingdom, and they might never see a talent like his again. The man lost his temper and yelled that this particular talent was turning against them. He ordered Chris to go and do something about it immediately. Like she said, after watching the 28th for a long time, she warned that they should have sent stronger soldiers. But the captain didn't listen to her. A man came into her office and relayed that one of the soldiers had returned from the harbor with a message from the 28th. The hero was conveying that he would not surrender as long as the pursuit of Her Highness continued. In response, Chris requested that all soldiers be equipped with military weapons. It was necessary to double the number of soldiers for this task, from which the mercenary could not hide his indignation. He didn't understand why he had to go that far. Chris explained that even doubling up might not have been enough to handle T-Vate. Finally, she reminded him who their enemy was. It was the man who had cut down the Demon King. Later, there was a real massacre in the forest. The man looked at the guy in the robe in fear and said he was a real monster. After the battle, the hero went back to the Misa. The girl was frightened at the sight of blood and thought he was hurt, but Thwaite explained that it was just blood. When the guy looked at their supplies, he realized that they had very little food left. They needed to replenish their supplies somewhere as soon as possible. They left for the Republic a couple days after the fight at the port, and still they had to fight their pursuers. Along the way, the heroes managed to capture a small carriage, and now they are using it to travel overland. The hero spotted a small village ahead and said they would stop there. There was food and medicine there, but it was scarce and supplies would not be available until noon tomorrow. For now, the hero asked them to sell at least what was available. Nissa felt like she should have learned at least the basics of supportive healing magic. The hero agreed with her, thinking it would be good for him too. They could find some food in the woods, but they would need medical supplies. T-Vate suggested they leave tomorrow at noon. The girl smiled at the thought that they would be spending more time here than she thought. At check-in, the old man asked the boys how many rooms they needed. The hero pulled out a small bag of money and said one room would be fine for them. He asked Maya's opinion, but the girl already realized that they didn't have much money. T-Vate thought she was flirting with him, but the girl blushed and exclaimed that it was not so at all. They were basically lucky that there happened to be a spare room here at such a time, and it was a great fortune. Today, Missa would like to rest both body and soul. In the middle of the night, the guy glanced at the opposite bed of Mai's and noticed that she was awake. The girl raised herself from the bed and replied that she was dreaming. Until now, the memories of all the past holders of the Sage Path were right inside her head. This power had only gotten stronger during the Second Demon War. Her purpose was to accompany the hero in the war, but it was not used during the Fourth War. It was decided that instead of supporting the hero, the Sage's Path should be for the good of the kingdom. But since then, the royal family of Arcadia has completely seized this power. The bearers of the Sage's Path were locked in a dungeon and never let out again. These memories surfaced in her mind every day. Mai's could see all the regrets and sufferings of the previous bearers in her mind. Even now, when she closed her eyes, she could hear their voices asking for freedom. Mai's lay down on her bed and raised her hands to the ceiling. She recounted that the voices said over and over again that they wanted freedom. Now that she knew the true purpose of this power, she had only one thing on her mind without end. She was no longer sure that the desire to be free belonged to her. Mage speculated that perhaps the reason she wanted to be an adventuress was just something she had learned from the memories of others. But the hero had heard that Mage's path could not have influenced her personality in any way. Besides, he knew Mage and knew how hard she had worked to become an adventurer. T8 reminded her how they had taken the order for the monsters and how they had traveled to the labyrinth. Mage always looked like she was really having fun, at least it seemed that way to him. And he was sure that all her feelings belonged only to her and no one else. T8's words hurt Mage and tears came to her eyes. She wasn't sure, for one of the past bearers might have wished to be an adventuress as well. And because of that, how could she act like that from their long emotions? The girl was worried that this cockiness might not have been hers at all. But T8 replied that it was impossible without due effort. As they explored the labyrinth, there were many instances where she was in danger. Other carriers might have given up and stopped traveling, but Mage did not give up. She chose to continue her journey and stay true to her will. And the hero had no doubt that this was her personal choice. Mage wiped her tears and smiled. She thought she would get a good night's sleep tonight. She sat down on the edge of the bed and asked T8 if there was something that was bothering him. This journey had started rather abruptly, but the hero didn't see it as a big deal. It was far from the first time he had been on such a thing. Mage was surprised to hear this and asked to be told about it. Mage wanted to know what the hero's life had been like up to that point. The boy replied that he was actually an abandoned child. He was handed over to an orphanage and then someone from the Terraria army took him away. He was 5 years old at the time, and he joined the army at that age. But he got to the actual battlefield much later. The first battle he participated in was extremely brutal. He was chased for a long time, so he almost died many times. Mage realized that T8 had also gone through all of this. In fact, he felt that he just had to desperately fight for life. Because he was desperate, his days became monotonous and his emotions dulled. Watching life and death, he didn't even raise an eyebrow. Mage assumed he had no comrades. The boy thought that there were still some, but now more than half of them were dead. Mage remained silent and quietly sat down on T8's bed next to him. The girl gently hugged him from the back and said that apparently they could heal each other's wounds. Perhaps the hero was in agreement with her. T8 lay back down in bed. Mage lay down beside him, and hugging T8 said goodnight to the boy. Later, the girl woke up to the fact that she kept being called and asked to get up. It was the hero who told the Messi in place that they had already come for them. The traps he left behind had already been defused. There was still time, but the possibility was present that several enemies were very close. It was urgent to get out of here and the girl jumped up from the bed. She remembered their crew, but they didn't have time and needed to leave without him. As Mage was hurrying after T8, she suddenly tripped over a snack. T8 backed her up and made sure she was okay. The princess felt embarrassed and apologized. They were supposed to rest during the night, but in reality, the fatigue went nowhere. The hero said she would have to be patient for a while before they could rest. Right now they had to get as far away from here as they could. Mage assumed that if they made it to the Republic, they would be safe. But she hoped that once she reached the Republic and decided to continue on her way, T8 would go with her. T8 gave her an affirmative answer. No matter where she went, he would still stay by her side. Mage inadvertently thought that he would stay with her until the day he died. But the guy thought she was overreacting a bit. But he could tell that if this journey lasted until death, then he would die with her. Once again, when the protagonist dealt with their opponent, the Messi was only worried about him not being injured. The hero replied that it was the last attacker and suggested they move on. The princess thought they had traveled quite a distance and asked where they were. She was shocked when T8 said they had already crossed the border. They were now in the kingdom of Arcadia. Mage didn't even notice how they had managed to reach her. It seemed to the guy that the guards at the border were much weaker than he expected, and he had the feeling that they were just being led around by their noses. About 10 days ago, they fled the capital. The heroes learned of a plot to assassinate Mage organized by the Royal Counterintelligence Bureau of Terraria, and that the one who ordered it turned out to be the girl's own father. Constantly fighting off followers, they made their way to the Kanaban Republic. Mage looked quite tired because they had been walking all night. They had to leave their carriage in the village. The hero decided that they should get some rest, but Mage interrupted him and pointed her finger forward. She thought she could see a village there. They had only gotten 4 hours of sleep and needed to build up the gap before they were caught up again. He worried about Mage's condition, but the girl replied that she could walk. As for running, she wouldn't be long enough. As he thought, leaving the crew behind wasn't the best idea, but they had no choice now. The hero offered to continue on their way. But then Tveit noticed something interesting as they traveled a little further. In front of them was a stable, and the hero warned Missy that he would steal a horse. Fortunately, there was apparently only one caretaker here, and if he knocked him out, they could take the horse and cart. He didn't want to injure the ordinary civilians, but this was an extreme case, so they had no choice. Mage didn't agree with him and asked him to leave him alone. Last night, Tveit had told her that himself. No matter where she went, he would follow her. And if their journey had no end, it was not an extreme case. Mage now called it the new everyday. The boy decided that she was right. If they committed countless crimes and involved people who had nothing to do with it, then they were nothing more than simple thieves. However, if they were going to find some crew, then they would need money. As they were pondering, Mage and Tveit heard shouting in their direction. Several men walked past them, talking about the battle with demons. A man suggested to his comrade to take a new order. Mage already suspected who it was and asked Tveit about it. The hero confirmed her hunch and explained that they were adventurers. Mage waited for the hero outside the building. Surprisingly, Tveit came out rather quickly. She didn't understand how he was able to get his adventurer's license so quickly. The hero put on a small disguise and registered under a different name. As a rare exception, he was now a rank TS adventurer, so they were allowed to move on. The girl was shocked at his rank. Plus, Tveit had managed to get an order to get rid of 3 ogres. The order was quite difficult, but the reward was decent. With that kind of money, they could have gotten a crew, but Mage asked him to stop. She clarified that when they both got their licenses, they were given the same F rank. The girl asked about his results, with which he got that rank right away. The guy held out a piece of paper to her. The princess was shocked when she saw his data. His magic power was at D level, magic speed at A, magic stamina TS, and magic control was also a rank A. Kind of a rank A was comparable to a knight commander, and he got as many as 2. The hero admitted that he was just a bit more serious this time. His strength and stamina were, by the way, not very good. The ogres were south of the village, right at the entrance to the labyrinth where the heroes headed. Tveit apologized and reminded them that they didn't have time to explore the labyrinth, but Mage exclaimed that she understood that herself. Besides, come to think of it, she could have used ancient magic. She knew that the memories were only part of the sage's path, and they spoke of using ancient magic. The girl agreed with Tveit, but unfortunately, she couldn't. That power was too great, and it was beyond her now. But Missy could use alchemy instead. With those words, she made a small bird in her hand. The hero recognized that she had quite a high skill, but Mage doubted it. The girl recalled the moment when she first used this power, the power of the sage's path. It was not only adopting their memories, but it seems she could also adopt the experience. In other words, it must have felt both the feelings and thoughts of all the generations over many, many years when it used magic. Every time Mage did something like that, she felt as if her body didn't belong to her at all. It wasn't a very pleasant feeling, but she didn't have time to be selective. Therefore, the girl didn't realize what she should do while the hero was being beaten. But Tveit felt that she didn't need to do anything. As she assumed, she was too weak to help him. But that wasn't what Tveit meant at all. Come to think of it, Mage was completely unaware of his real fighting style. The guy's hand started to form some kind of object and Mage froze in surprise. The guy revealed his real weapon to her, which turned out to be a large sniper rifle. He could see the ogre hut even from here. When he said she wouldn't have to do anything, he didn't mean she'd be in the way. He meant that he just wouldn't need any help. With those words, he took aim and instantly shot the ogre right in the head. In an instant, their order was completed, leaving Mage in shock. They needed to gather something as proof. On the way, the girl thought that he could even kill a dragon. But the hero admitted that he liked humanoid enemies like demons better. The girl smiled and thought that was rather strange. It appeared that instead of demonic creatures, he preferred to fight the demons themselves, who were stronger. The guy replied that the humanoid monsters could only be killed by a blow to the head or heart. It was pretty easy to do that, especially if he used a scope. It was the perfect magic for such a target. The girl wanted to answer him, but the hero already realized that she wanted to try it. Mage hesitated to answer but agreed. The guy was sure she would be able to use the scope to its maximum. The thing was that the sight required magic control. Magic control was different from magic power and speed because it was a skill that could be improved with experience. In other words, it was no exaggeration to say that knowledge and experience was the key to this ability. And Mage had an unusually huge amount of knowledge and experience, which was more than anyone else. The girl thought it was all from the way of the sage, but judging from the way she used alchemy, her magic control was quite high. She should already be quite capable of using the sight. Mage didn't quite understand and asked what she was supposed to use. The guy decided to lend her his scope. After she put the bracelet on her arm, she needed to channel some magic power through it. No sooner had she done that than the weapon was in her hand. The guy said that this rifle called 28 Black Feather. Mai's looked at the weapon with admiration and once again slowly said its name. The princess thought it was interesting that he called the weapon by its own name, but Tveit had not given it a name. He asked the girl to start with a normal stance to begin with. She was to spread both arms slightly apart and keep her shoulders level. He conceded that she might have had difficulty breathing, but Mai's replied that it was alright. This stance was used when her priority was stabilizing the line of fire. He asked to look at the target through the crystal on top of the weapon. The girl tried it, but didn't see much. If she channeled some power into it again, it should focus, and it did work. Now she had to try holding the center with her other hand. The process was pretty much self-contained, and the weapon would draw out her power on its own. It was rather slow, but Mai's could feel him channeling her power. Guy knew that a person without a predisposition would be unlikely to feel it, and it seemed that Mai's had the ability to aim. In the next step, she should have prepared ammunition. She was doing a good job of that, and Tveit continued. He asked her to try aiming at a certain tree. He asked her to keep her eyes open when she aimed, and Nisi opened her other eye. To begin, one had to take a deep breath and visualize that breath spreading throughout the body. One must continue to keep his finger on the trigger, and when she was ready to exhale, she was to let out only half of the air, after which she was to hold her breath. All this between heartbeats at the moment when her body was in its most relaxed state. At the same moment, the hero ordered the trigger to be pulled and Mai's fired. She wanted his opinion, but needed to go over and check for herself. Glancing through the scope again, Mai's realized she hadn't hit her target and became upset. Tveit replied that it was the first time it happened to everyone. Now she would just have to practice. After a while, it seemed to the hero that she had reached a level where she was already hitting targets. Mai's looked up at a bird that flew up from a branch. Even though the target was stationary, she could only hit it on the 3rd attempt, and she was already not missing at all on the 5th attempt. At this point, Mai's was quite capable of shooting at stationary targets. The hero suggested that the girl move on to actual practice, but she didn't quite understand him. The hero said that this time she would shoot an ogre. The assignment said to kill 3 ogres, and if you think about it that way, they need 1 more. They should get the ogre's horn, which is proof of defeating the ogre. They should have tracked down the 4th one who is hiding in the neighborhood, and he would want Mai's to be the one to defeat him. Looking into Tveit's serious face, the girl promised that she would try her best. While Mai's took aim, the hero used his rage to improve his visibility in the distance. When he noticed that the ogre had stopped, he ordered Mai's to shoot right away. The princess did everything the trait taught her. She held her breath and on the exhale took the shot. She was shocked when her bullet went right through the monster's head. She looked at the guy and exclaimed that she was able to do it. The hero asked to make sure he was really dead just in case. If she doubted it, she was to shoot again at the head. The girl thought it was alright, for she had hit him exactly in the head. Tveit agreed with her and admitted that she had done even better than he had expected. In the future, perhaps he could rely on her and her support. These words inspired Mai's and she exclaimed that she would do her best. The hero realized what was apparently bothering her. Up until now, she had not been able to help him in any way in the battle. It must have seemed that he could even see her tail happily darting left and right. If it was possible, the hero wanted to prepare another sight and the girl replied that he was right. She wanted to thank him for his help, but Tveit abruptly asked her to be quiet. He asked to prepare a scope and aim for 3 hours. The girl saw the enemy who was apparently pursuing them. Tveit was afraid they might have been spotted, but the girl reassured him and said there was no sign. She was quite prepared to shoot the man and asked Tveit about it, but the boy told Misa that this role would be borne by him. The girl did not want Tveit to carry that load alone. The hero covered her sight with his hand in time and told her that one day the time would come when she would pull the trigger in such a situation. But that was not the case now. Mai's understood everything and sadly lowered her gaze. To be honest, the hero was the only one who could handle it, but he was unaware of what awaited them next. He was quite sure that Mai's would shoot, for he heard a clear determination in her words. It was definitely not an idle sound. The hero suggested that they try to get away from him as quietly as possible. The enemy was in the opposite direction, so Mai's thought they could go back to the village. But they couldn't go back there, and the girl had no idea where they should go. They didn't have much choice, so the guy replied that they were heading for the labyrinth. To hide from their pursuers, they decided to go to a maze nearby. It was a maze called the Roots of the Divine Tree. There were many plants here that were not outside. The hero suggested that they start by gathering whatever they could use. He hoped that Maize was alright and asked her a question. It looked like the previous host had some sort of memories of this place. The hero realized that she was talking about the memories of the Sage's Path. They were memories of the internal structure. The enemy would most likely follow them here too, and if it was possible, T-Vate would like them to go farther inland. Maize was glad to be of use to him and asked him to leave it to her. She bent down to the plants and said there were some medical herbs here. T-Vate assumed that was a feature of the place. He asked Maize for a favor. She needed to gather some red medicinal herbs, some green moss, and purple flowers. The girl assumed that he was going to use them for certain purposes. So far, the hero wasn't sure about that, but just wanted to gather them just in case. As they traveled deeper inside, the hero noticed a huge number of demonic monsters. The further they went inside, the more monsters there were. The hero speculated that they might have taken a detour to avoid them, but he decided that they wouldn't take a detour. If that was the case, there was no reason for them to fight the monsters in a stupid frontal manner directly. The girl suggested that T-Vate had a plan. The hero replied that there are several methods to get through the maze. This time, he will try to use one strategy he learned on the job. It looks like the medical herbs they gathered will come in handy very soon. Maize cautiously peeked out from around the corner and said that there were a lot more of them than they thought. Behind them, Maize noticed smoke and asked T-Vate about it. This smoke was coming from the herbs they had gathered earlier, and it was a soporific gas. The guy asked Missy to create gas masks using alchemy. The girl didn't expect such a drastic turn of events and nervously started creating gas masks. When everything was ready and the smoke worked, the hero said that it was time for them to go. Maize didn't realize he had such a method. Labyrinths were always underground, and there is always an enclosed space bigger and smaller. This made gas an extremely successful weapon. The girl noticed that they couldn't go any further as the monsters were blocking their way. The hero was going to deal with the monsters that were in their way. He cut up the carcass, and Maize thought that was pretty cruel. Guy wanted to know if the princess had any memories of the Sage's Path about the place ahead. Maize sadly hung her head and said that there were almost no memories of that place. The memories she spoke of were quite ancient. Many things had changed over time, and it often happened that there was no use for that knowledge. More than an hour had passed since they started exploring this labyrinth. If they expected the enemy to search for them here, it was worth staying here for another hour or more. In that case, the hero decided that they would go even deeper. As they walked farther, they noticed a stone monument in front of them. The fact that there was such a monument here said that this labyrinth was created by an ancient civilization that existed before the Second Demonic War. The girl wondered if T-Vate had seen such monuments before. The lad replied that when one descended into such mazes, one or two monuments sometimes came across them. Only an expert could tell what was written on it, but they usually warned of danger. Someone who knew it would usually turn around and walk away. Maize stared at the monument and said she could read it. In that case, he would want to know what it said. The girl frowned and read that there was a hidden treasure in front. But that was somehow too short, and it scared even T-Vate. It was unlikely that their pursuers had encountered such monuments. Since he didn't warn of the danger, the hero thought they might have gone ahead. As they traveled a little further, Maize noticed that something was wrong with T-Vate. The hero had some sort of strange premonition. Maize thought it might have been a demonic monster, but the hero felt neither monster nor human. A little farther away, T-Vate noticed that there was a sleeping golem right in front of them. As he got closer to it, the hero noticed that it was similar to the one used for adventurers in the exam. This golem seemed to hover above the ground. Suddenly, the golem opened its eyes and rose to its feet. T-Vate shielded Maize with his hand and asked her to step back. The golem swiftly whirled around like a whirlwind and tried to attack the heroes. T-Vate shielded Maize while parallel fending off the golem with his hand. The hero bounced to the side and noticed that his line of sight was much wider than a human's. Perhaps the golem didn't want them to go any further, and it was likely that it was protecting something. The girl wanted to see if the thwaite could stop its movement, but the hero didn't understand what she was going to do. She wanted to try something, but that wasn't the answer for T-Vate. The golem threw itself at the guy to attack, and T-Vate activated the fury magic on his legs. With the magic power, he soared into the air, right above the golem's head. He swiftly descended down and gave it a leg kick right to the head. It was exactly what Maize wanted, and the guy called out to her. The girl realized everything and approached him from behind using some kind of light magic. As a result, the golem's eyes went out and it passed out. Just as she thought, this golem worked the same way. The hero didn't understand what she did and asked her a question. The golems had a built-in switch for emergencies, and Maize had gotten caught reaching it with magic power. Guy assumed that was also part of the Sage's Path. The princess confirmed it, but that wasn't all. The person who created the Path of the Sage was the same person who created this golem. In other words, the Way of the Sage is a magic that was created before the Second Demonic War. It turns out that there is unique knowledge from 200 years ago stored in the head of the Mizzy. Generally, there was a basic combat ability test in the guild, and she also found a switch. Now that she recalled it, she felt as if it was out of the rules. But the hero replied that it wasn't a power she was getting by making a deal. So no matter how she used it, no one had the right to complain. Mage thought they could move on, and the hero went ahead. The girl was delighted when she saw a whole field of divine exagrass. Divine exagrass was a medicinal herb that was simply indispensable in the process of making divine potion. Divine honey elixir, it was a high-end potion that had a high level of effectiveness, which made it unique. However, in recent years, there had been a shortage of the main ingredient, namely divine exagrass. Therefore, this kind of potion had only been created a couple times. It was an extremely valuable medicinal herb, and for the guys, this discovery was quite unexpected. T-Vate realized what that golem was protecting in such a case. Mage leaned over to the plants with a smile and said that it was very beautiful. The girl offered to take some of the herb with her, but the guy replied that they had to follow a certain procedure to preserve it. Now they didn't have the right tools for that, so they couldn't take it out of here. Mage was upset, but T-Vate suggested that they could use it. Ixo is a very difficult herb to collect, so if they sold even the smallest amount, they could make a huge amount of money. Even if they didn't have a way to take it out of here, just the information about a place like this was already of great value. Mage was shocked when T-Vate suggested her to stay here. The guy said that by the time the night was over, their pursuers would probably be gone by now. Mage was thrilled and admitted that she couldn't think of sleeping among the divine exa, and it made her feel special. So, that day they decided to camp there, in the most mesmerizing place in the world. The next day, the guys went back to the village. It was like their pursuers didn't stop here, but they still needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The heroes also managed to find a wagon at a fairly low price. T-Vate offered to buy everything they needed and then leave here. He noticed that Mage had stopped where she was and wanted to know what was wrong. Her eyes glittered when she saw a certain object, but she brushed it away from T-Vate and paid no attention to it. The hero realized that all the times he asked her such questions, she always dismissed it. He went to the market stall and asked Missy what exactly she wanted. There were various pieces of jewelry here, but the girl said she didn't need anything. The hero reminded her that this time their reward was quite high, and she was also contributing. They could well afford to buy something like this. Earlier, Mage described everything that was happening as their new daily routine. So if they don't relax at least once in a while, their spirits won't last long. She pointed to a certain bracelet and said she would take it. T-Vate wanted to make sure that was what she wanted, because something more flashy or patterned would have suited her. But the girl put the bracelet on her arm and said she liked this one. In the end, this bracelet was like his. She raised her hand with the bracelet and smiled. T-Vate was surprised by this, but as long as Mage was satisfied, then everything was fine. He paid for the purchase from the seller and said that they were taking this bracelet. The salesman gave the hero his change and clarified that the guys were travelers. He warned that they should have been more careful if they were heading to the Western Forgotten Lands. Some guys said they saw something strange in the sky in those parts yesterday. The salesman was told that there was some strange pattern in the sky and then it began to glow. The next moment there was heard a very loud roaring sound, to the point of hurting the ears. The guy who told him about it had seen everything from a distance, so he wasn't sure exactly what happened. T-Vate thanked the salesman for the information and he and Mage moved on. When they had loaded their wagon, the girl asked T-Vate where they would go next. The distance was still too great to go directly to the Kanaban Republic. However, he decided that they would go through the rocks in the middle. Mage assumed he was talking about the rocks marked in gray. According to him, there were many places to take shelter there. Therefore, even if unfortunately they were to be pursued again, they could easily get away from them. Suddenly, the girl laughed, and the hero wondered what was the matter. Mage smiled and said that they were staying in unfamiliar villages, earning orders from the guild, and now, after exploring the labyrinth, they were going to new lands. To her, this was the ultimate adventure, and the hero agreed with her. Exactly what he would call it. Exploring an entire labyrinth, he would attribute as a separate adventure, and the girl found that rather ironic. She only got what she had always yearned for when her normal life was no longer possible. But the boys hadn't even seen what awaited them next at the cliffside yet. The wagon with the main characters was traveling somewhere in the sacred kingdom of Arcadia. Mage thought it was a bit strange and took another look at the map. The thing was, they should have seen the cliffs by now, but there was a wasteland ahead. About 2 hours had passed since they left the village. Currently, the heroes were trying to escape from the clutches of Mai's father, the king of Arcadia. They were also running away from the organization that T-Vate worked for, which was trying to kill Mai's. They were aiming to reach the Republic, which is west of the kingdom. Their goal was to seek refuge in the Republic. Earlier, the girl thought that they would be able to hide behind the rocks, but they could not be seen. She assumed that it could be a mistake on the map. But the map that the hero got from the guild was the latest version. It surely couldn't be wrong. Suddenly, the hero stopped his horse when he noticed something strange up ahead. The carriage managed to stop in time, for a huge crater appeared ahead of them. T-Vate felt as if the hole had been dug on purpose. It was made in just one night and was able to change the terrain. Mai's couldn't believe her eyes. The hero asked not to tell him that it was a skill of extremism. The salesman warned that some guys saw something strange in the sky. They said they saw some strange pattern in the sky. The guy realized that it was probably Chris, even though she was only fighting against 2 people, but she was still using the weapons of their kingdom. The princess suspected everything, but the hero asked her to be a little calmer. This was done through a powerful magic known as extremism. The girl couldn't believe that magic could do such a thing. But this magic had enough power to change the terrain. This magic also had its own weakness. It couldn't kill a person directly. The use of extremism was probably meant to deprive them of favorable terrain. Since the operation to kill Mai's was a joint project, the Kingdom of Terraria must have received permission from the Kingdom of Arcadia to carry out the operation. While the hero was saying this, Mai's noticed movement ahead and called out to T-Vate. T-Vate summoned his rifle and looked through the scope. As he saw the wagon approaching them, he realized that this was a critical moment. Apparently, extremism had done its work. In the wagon, the girl asked Chris why she was traveling with them, because she was supposed to be working with the papers. She assumed that the girl was personally concerned about the 28th. Oz thought that Chris might have been starring, but Chris wasn't worried about that. She was just cautious. Unlike Oz, this kid had a head on his shoulders, so it would be safer to have Chris around them since she knew him well. Oz puffed up her cheeks and sarcastically confirmed Chris' words. To her, she was nothing but an uncomprehending fool. The man who was sitting opposite asked them not to swear. If they continued to fight, they could derail their surgery, but Chris asked them not to worry about that. Hormone releases were an everyday occurrence for Oz. The man asked to forgive his impoliteness, and now he understood. It was surely such a way to raise the morale of Terraria. As a knight from the Kingdom of Arcadia, he recognized it. Oz frowned at the old man knight and wasn't sure if he could help them in any way. The man didn't understand what she meant by that. Earlier, they had said that their opponent was the strongest agent in the Counterintelligence Bureau, and to defeat him and get Her Highness back, they asked for some support. The knight laughed and asked her not to think about it. After all, he was one of the 3 strongest people in Arcadia Kingdom. And in this case, she also wanted to know the intentions of the Kingdom of Terraria. The only one they sent to fight was the old man knight and 0 Second. Knight already doubted that this person was the strongest agent if the leadership sent only him and Oz. In response, Oz frowned unhappily. The girl recognized that he might be strong, but he was not omnipotent. The 28th's real value was shown in assassinations and ambushes. Oz, on the other hand, specialized in head-to-head combat. Each member of their organization specialized in a different area. Their agents specialized in espionage, theft, escorting, torture, and assault. Oz's specialty as an agent was in assaults, so she might be up to the task under the circumstances. Chris called out 02 and gave her a stern look. She clearly shouldn't have revealed everything to him. Knight admitted that he didn't see a strong threat in the murder and assault. After all, killing and attacking are just measures for the weak. He said that he had once fought on the fronts of the Great Demon War and could tell that no one had defeated the enemy by such methods. Oz would recommend that he keep his head out of the carriage, though it was none of her business. The knight looked at the girl questioningly, not sure what she was talking about. She warned that he might have been shot, but barely had she said it when the dead knight with his head shot through fell right in front of her. Oz quickly picked her feet up off the floor and said it was disgusting. Chris ordered Oz to get closer to the 28th before he shot again. The girl realized everything and flashed out of the carriage. Chris stopped the carriage and stepped outside. She realized that the first shot would have been hard to avoid. However, thanks to a knight from the Kingdom of Arcadia, they were able to survive. He sacrificed his life for the other 2. Chris assumed that if Oz managed to get there, he would no longer be able to use his sniper rifle. And with abilities 02, she would be able to approach the 28th in an instant. Everything happened exactly as Chris thought it would. The girl reached the guy in a flash and asked with a casual smile about what he was doing here. T8 replied that thanks to them he was able to go on a nice trip. Oz nodded her head smugly and said that it would be good for him. In a moment she became serious again and asked about where he had put the mice. The boy replied that she was in the wagon behind him, and the girl immediately decided to check it out. She used a magic shot and the wagon exploded. Surprisingly, T8 didn't even blink an eye. Oz realized that he had lied, but the hero did not deny it. The girl assumed that the princess had to be somewhere nearby. Oz reminded the guy that she wasn't one to hold back and activated her bracelet on her arm. She pointed the weapon at the hero and asked him not to blame her for his own death. But the guy was of the same opinion and asked Oz for the same. He fired a bullet at her, but the girl dodged in a flash and warned that he could not kill her with such weak shots. In that case, the hero offered to test his weak bomb. As soon as she landed on the ground, there was an explosion and she had to make the jump again. Looking at the explosion, she said it was pretty dangerous, but like she said, it wouldn't work. Meanwhile, Trait realized that in the air she wouldn't be able to dodge and launched several bullets at her at once. Oz laughed and fired her guns. Just as Trait thought, 02 had a huge advantage in close combat. But he also knew that she had her weaknesses. 02's strength was so immense that if she fired a shot at the ground next to the caster, she would suffer the impact herself. This meant that once he was close to 02, she wouldn't be able to shoot him. The girl frowned and said that she had certainly already taken action, then shot straight into the ground. She smiled and told the 28th that even if he dodged, it would be useless. But to her surprise, only a smirk appeared on the guy's face. He swung his magic blade at Oz, but the girl managed to dodge to the side. Barely had she time to land, the 28th hit her with all his might and said she was rather slow. 02 gritted her teeth in anger and stepped back, keeping her distance. She admitted that it was pretty slick and the guy replied that that was exactly how he acted. Oz stepped back and noticed the ground beneath her light up. Not a second later, there was a massive explosion. But surprisingly, Oz remained unharmed. The hero realized that she had increased her rage output for a moment in order to protect her body. Oz had already realized that the hero had set traps in their path and pointed guns at him. But at some point, she raised her arms and aimed her meteor cannon shots into the sky. T8 looked up and noticed the emissions of condensed magical energy. It was clear that Oz was trying to stall for time. The guy gritted his teeth in pain as the Oz managed to hurt him a little. 02 wondered if she was able to destroy all the traps with it. With a smirk, Oz looked at the guy and told 28 that he was weakened. The hero asked her not to think about the fact that she had already won. The girl admitted that she didn't mean to hurt him, so she asked to go back to the bureau. Guy calmly stated 02 that he could have gotten weaker, but he had a new experience, and with it the problems he was dealing with. Beyond that, he has yet to reveal all the aces up his sleeve. The girl noticed the glowing stone that T8 held in his hand. The boy realized that it was an ordinary stone and threw it into the lake. But as soon as it got close to the girl, it immediately exploded and threw her backwards. Oz fell to the ground, not realizing what had just happened. The hero said that it was a bomb, a trap, and she was also well aware of this magic. But he had thought of another way to use it. The girl screamed that it was impossible. She assumed that as soon as he threw the stone, he activated the bomb trap. She called it sheer stupidity, for if he had been wrong for even a moment, he would have blown himself up. T8 was in complete agreement with her and threw another pebble in her direction. The bomb trap was originally a magic set on a specific point that exploded when it received external damage. Usually the impact from the throw was enough to make it explode. The hero would place this magic on a rock and throw it. He had to aim at the exact moment he would throw it before completing the magic without a single deflection. The disheveled Oz began shooting at the rocks and causing explosions. The girl realized that such a trick could only be done with a high level of magic control. The hero used an instant bomb as well as a modification of the trap bomb magic. Oz lost her temper and asked her not to think that he could defeat her in such a way. T8 was counting on just that and approached Oz. While he continued to refine his methods of attack, 02 continued to refine her methods of counterattack. Each of her shots was capable of turning this situation around, and it was difficult to parry her shots at the last second. Therefore, T8 had no choice but to finish her off in one move. While the girl was fending off the attacks, he launched a quick bullet at her. This bullet went straight into her leg and shot her through and through. 02 immediately realized that her leg was broken and made a sharp lunge forward. She insisted the fly of the gun to T8's head and said it was a great fight. Perhaps she was going to take back what she said about his skills being dulled. She didn't know how to interrogate, but she still decided to ask once where Mage was. But the hero wasn't going to tell her that, for she would soon find out everything herself. Oz looked questioningly at T-Vate, not understanding what he was talking about. 02 noticed the bracelet on 28's arm and asked about it. It was probably a fake, but Oz couldn't believe her own guesses. Earlier, Mize and Thwaite had come up with their plan. As soon as the hero fired his weapon, he would wear the bracelet they bought at the stall. He gave his bracelet to Mize. The girl assumed that if they were going to make an exchange, it would be better to use copy magic. But the hero refused, for it required the real thing to trick someone. After the exchange, she had to be ready to fire at any moment, and Mize understood. Afterward, T-Vate told her the full extent of their plan. He pointed her to the cliff where she was to aim. She was to make sure she aimed 02 on the line of fire. When using the scope, she was to open both eyes and take a deep breath. When she exhaled about half of the oxygen, she was to hold her breath. All of this had to be done in between the beats of her heart. At that moment, when her body was in a calm state, she should have prepared herself. Mize was confident that she would succeed and took one shot. In an instant, the bullet flew into the girl's side and pierced her body through and through. Mize was still at the ready and wanted to make sure their opponent was disarmed. But she saw Oz fall to the ground. Oz didn't even notice the speeding bullet piercing through her body. Mize kept her eyes on her and watched as the wounded girl fell to her knees, coughing up blood. The boy rose to his feet as if nothing had happened and approached 02. He didn't think she would be alive. Mize realized that everything was fine and walked out to meet T-Vate. Oz didn't understand anything and out of the last of her strength asked the hero what he was doing this for. She didn't understand why it ended this way. The hero didn't know the answer to her question, but still, he didn't feel any guilt for it. He took out his magic device to contact Chris. Chris wondered how long they were still planning all this. Hero probably didn't realize that they were cornered. Plus, they had lost their means of transportation and their escape would surely be even more difficult than before. Of course, she didn't deny that they could manage on their own. She had something to say about her royal majesty. Even if they managed to escape to the Republic, they shouldn't have thought that there were only peaceful days ahead of them. The Road of Wisdom was a very powerful magic. In addition, there was no country in this world where Her Majesty was addressed as an ordinary person. But the hero had already known this for a long time. The princess approached T-Vate and called out to him. She was clearly worried about this girl, but it seemed to T-Vate that her companions were waiting somewhere nearby, so they would help her. Chris was right about them being cornered. After the battle with Oz, both he and Mize were very close to exhaustion. The wagon was destroyed and all the supplies they had were lost. But despite all that had happened, they could not afford to stand still, and the hero suggested that she move on. Mize nodded decisively and followed T-Vate. Toward nightfall, they took a rest by the campfire. The lad held out a stick of meat and asked Mize to eat. Mize thanked the hero and took a wild roasted animal. It had been quite some time since the Battle of the Lake. They were advancing through the wastelands that went far beyond the horizon. Along the way, the hero noticed the skeleton of an animal. Bending down in front of the corpse, the hero noticed that this meat had been lying there for a very long time and was not fit to eat. But there were maggots here. But before eating them, they should have been well roasted. After all, T-Vate still had some strength left, so it was the Missy that he needed to feed. As soon as he thought of that, he saw the princess in front of him. She held out to him the meat he had given her earlier. Mize stated that she didn't want to be the one who always had it easy. The hero took the stick with the remains of the meat and quickly finished it. Mize fell to her knees in front of T-Vate and lowered her gaze sadly. T-Vate didn't know how much longer they would live like this. This escape was unwise, and he knew it from the beginning. However, he had no regrets whatsoever. After all, if they hadn't left the kingdom then, she would have been finished by now. But there was nothing else for them to do but run onward. And even though not a ray of light could be seen in the darkness around them, the only way out was to keep running. He wanted to get to his feet, but he saw how hard it was for Mize. The girl fell to her knees, but the hero supported her. She touched his face with her hands and suggested to run away from here as far as possible. She wanted to run as far away from here as possible, to a place where they could feel freedom and serenity. She looked at the surprised Thwaite. Mize reached for his face and suggested that they run away together, and she didn't care where. He saw a happy smile on her tired and sick face. She fell into his arms, losing consciousness. All their strength was almost running out. Later, the dark figure of the hero appeared at the royal walls. He approached the soldiers, who were apparently the troops of the kingdom of Arcadia. The soldiers obviously didn't know the guy by sight and didn't understand what he wanted. Only after a while did they realize that the man in front of them was the one for whom the bounty had been announced. T-Vate held his hands up and said he was surrendering. He had hoped they would bring him to the king and was imprisoned. The hero was chained and ordered to spill out all information. In response to his silence, he was beaten each time with a hard lash, but the guy wasn't going to report anything and ordered to call for their king. The soldiers were angry at the prisoner for not putting them at ease and threatened that he would rot in the dungeon until he died. Fwade asked the man behind bars about their future plans. Despite his pain and torture, T-Bait grinned at his highness. The soldier was angry to see the old man here and asked what brought him here. But the lord reminded him that it was none of his business, for he personally wanted to take a look at the one who had brought trouble to their doorstep. This evidently required no explanation for him. The hero wanted to make sure that Lord Riten, who was the father of the Messiah in place, was standing before him. Riten was not going to call it his daughter. The hero didn't understand how he dared to call his own daughter that. But unfortunately, he never treated it as his daughter, ever since there had been hope that she might have grown up to be a good tool for the prosperity of these lands. But now to him it was just a pinch of gunpowder that would erupt into another war at any moment. So in the name of preserving the peace of these lands, he demanded that her head be brought. The hero gritted his teeth in anger and demanded negotiations, but the lord laughed loudly. He insulted the guy and said that he apparently didn't understand the whole situation. They were cooperating with Terra Intelligence. They had seen him abandon her after the battle only to get here, and there was probably only her cold corpse left behind. He asked T-Bait about the creature's intentions, only to spare them from searching for the remains in the future. But negotiation was out of the question. The hero understood everything and only sighed deeply. He spat out a stone towards the shackle that was in his mouth. Meanwhile, rumors reached Chris that the 28th was being held captive. It was reported to her that the guy was now behind bars, but they couldn't find Her Royal Highness Princess Mise. Chris seemed to understand and said that she had to see the 28th soon. She was informed that His Royal Highness was also here and he was in the dungeon having an audience with the 28th. Chris was completely not expecting this. After all, they couldn't give Her Royal Majesty into the custody of the Second Prince's faction. To keep the situation under control, His Royal Majesty personally took over the matter. Chris could not allow the king to personally talk to the 28th, but the guy asked her not to worry since he was restrained by his hands and feet. Besides, the king's soldiers were there too. An agitated Chris shouted that it was not enough at all. Before she could explain what was wrong, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The guy didn't understand what was wrong and Chris asked to get to the dungeon as quickly as possible. Her handmaiden escorted Chris out, but no sooner had they descended than another man came out to meet them. Fwade took His Majesty hostage and held a knife to his throat. Chris stared at the guy in surprise and T-Bait replied to her that she was a little late. He decided to repeat himself and told Lord Riten that he demanded negotiations as he had come for Mizzie's freedom. Earlier he had left the girl in a place where she had passed out. Her strength was already at its limit. He was now convinced that they would have no freedom after escaping. When he had rescued Alicia, it seemed to him that ordinary life was a place to which one was bound to return. And this situation ended up being completely different. They ended up abandoning their friends and killing a comrade. Neither he nor Mise had ever dreamed of such a life. Freedom was meaningless to them if they got it this way. When Mise came to her senses, she noticed that the hero was leaving. But T-Bait asked her to wait here and promised to return soon. The Lord wailed that they would have no negotiation with him. Lord reminded of the hero's wish. Thwaite wanted Mise to live, but if she did, with the passage of time, she would die herself. They thought T-Bait was on the losing end, but the hero warned Chris to stay away from them. Although he was no longer her loyal dog, the organization would be somewhat embarrassed if he killed the king. Chris finally realized what one expression meant. It looked like the dog was biting the hand from which it was fed. T-Bait clarified that he was a former dog. The hero told Lord Riten that he had something interesting to offer in exchange for the safety of Mise. He was going to tell them where the Isekai'd Divine Herb Plantation was located. For a moment, everyone froze with shock, not believing their ears. Isekai'd was the main ingredient of the divine healing elixir, and this information could be dispersed for a huge amount of money. With this money, they could recover from all the wounds the last great war had inflicted on them. The king wailed that this was simply absurd and asked not to expect him to go along with it. Thwaite pressed his throat with the blade of his knife and thought that the Lord had not fully grasped the situation. With all due respect, Chris asked for permission to say what she thought. In this negotiation, the price of his life outweighed the price of his kingdom. The king did not understand what she meant. The girl mentioned the plantations of the divine herbs of Isekai'd. She believed that if the hero didn't have such a trump card up his sleeve, he wouldn't have escaped from the beginning. In other words, while on the run, the 28th had found this plantation. but they didn't have to accept his terms to find it. If they looked at the path he had taken, they could locate the plantation. The Lord still didn't understand what she meant by that. Even if this negotiation failed, they could still obtain the cherished divine herbs and Her Highness's corpse in addition. The Lord ordered the filthy woman not to speak to him in that tone of voice. She was clearly implying that he should have died. Chris believed that His Majesty should not have put his life above the life of the nation. The hero suspected that in this way Chris wanted to avoid responsibility by putting the Lord's head on the line. The hero replied to them that it was all in vain, for he had placed bombs around the entire plantation. Since negotiations had gone awry after killing the man, he would set off all the bombs. Chris grudgingly cursed and admitted that he was not badly prepared. Now Lord Righton had his just cause. The Isekai'd Divine Herbs plantation could be a huge plus for the kingdom. After all, it had suffered greatly during the Great War of Hero and Demon. Therefore, he had no choice but to push through the negotiations. Now that he had this excuse, he could choose his life. The Lord said he should have negotiated everything, since he couldn't make the decision on his own. T8 may not have told him, but he was going to finish the negotiations in 5 minutes, and he only had a minute to spare. Lord mumbled to himself that he understood. T8 made him speak louder so that everyone could hear it. Lord shouted that he understood and their negotiations were over. The guy then smirked and pushed the king towards the soldiers. He asked Chris to draw up a contract as a witness and also to escort him out of this building. In parting, T8 thanked the soldiers for their hospitality, and then followed Chris. Chris still couldn't believe that he really did it. It didn't occur to her that he really threatened the king and his recklessness had no limits. The hero clicked to Chris and asked to borrow her shoulder just for a minute. As he expected, he was putting too much pressure on himself. Chris wished she could get rid of him right now, but the guy knew she wouldn't. In the end, the negotiating terms were perfect for the organization, and Chris was impressed that T8 noticed that. Thanks to this negotiation, Mage would continue to live quietly in Terra. Without any doubt, the hero could say that the kingdom of Terra had gained the way of wisdom. Chris said that if he would allow Her Royal Majesty to be used in a political game, they could officially provide her with an escort. But the hero replied that they would do without, for he was the only one who could protect Mage. Chris smiled and asked the guy where he was going. T8 replied that he needed to make sure of something. When the Lord made his way to his office, he sat down and banged his fist loudly on the desk. The counselor thought that the plantation of divine Isekai'd herbs was simply a myth. The king replied that it was impossible. If they discovered it using the Road of Wisdom, it was far from a coincidence. This power was something they would never be able to understand. At least that was how it seemed to the king. The king thought that they would not be able to let them just leave. After they defused the bombs around the plantation, he would like to kill the 28th. If they could improve their strength with divine herbs, nothing would stop them from killing this man. Still, they needed to figure out how to get an answer from the Road of Wisdom. With the money they would raise from the divine herbs, they could improve their combat power, allowing them to enter Terra. With all due respect, the counselor asked for his opinion. This guy had thwarted all the assassination attempts on him, resulting in the deaths of many of their soldiers. Even the mercenary group that was hired by the prince's second faction was wiped out. But no sooner had he said this than the king ordered him not to be afraid. For this man stood before him, pretending to surrender, and took them by surprise. As long as they were vigilant, Fate would be able to do nothing to them. As soon as he said this, a T8 bullet flew right in front of his face. It went through his throne and pierced the wall. The counselor wanted to make sure the frightened king was alright. Later, the hero returned to where Mage was and made sure she was alive. It looked like she was trying to follow him. Although she used to be a princess, she was now brave enough to sleep soundly in the middle of the vast wasteland. The girl opened her eyes and saw T8 in front of her. The hero smiled and suggested that they go home. A few days later, the protagonists returned to the Buildar's Academy of the Kingdom of Terra. Mage looked at the training facility with a smile and thought that it had been quite some time since they were last here. But their problem had not been completely solved yet. Mage understood that, for after all, the Road of Wisdom had not yet disappeared. But the girl smiled and replied that if everything led to this, they would be able to make a child. For a while longer, T8 tried to understand what she meant. Mage said that if a girl was born, she would likely inherit the way of wisdom, but they couldn't make one now. She suggested he run away altogether as a family when the time came. Stone-faced, T8 asked about why it had to be him. As they ran away, Mage asked him not to pass the burden on to someone else, for that was somewhat irresponsible of him. It seemed to the hero that she was implying that he was responsible. Mage stopped at the entrance, but T8 didn't understand why she didn't go inside. Mage was afraid they had been too long away from the school and wasn't sure if anyone else needed them. Perhaps they did, but T-Vate told her not to worry and pushed forward. Mage jumped in her seat when she heard the disgruntled shouts of their friends behind her. It was Alicia and Glenn-san. Alicia grabbed the girls' hands and asked about where they were. Glenn exclaimed that they had just vanished and Mage apologized to them. T-Vate reminded them that he had left a letter, but in it, he simply wrote to the boys that they had gone on vacation. Alicia was furious when she learned of his letter. She was not at all satisfied with such a reply. The hero replied that they had fun and handed Alicia her souvenir. Alicia was delighted and pushed the boys forward. Before leaving, the hero wrote them letters. If it was possible, he would like to keep the place where they had been before. Now a bird that has flown out of its cage is unlikely to go back in, even if it is covered in mud. Survival was becoming meaningless, and T-Vate saw it spreading its wings in freedom, and he found that appealing. T-Vate suggested that Mage talk about their souvenirs, and the girl happily encouraged their conversation. With those wings, Mage could fly anywhere. Looking at the daily drudgery of the people, Glenn could not understand what horrors were going on here. The man standing next to him replied that they had no hope that everything would be fine in this country, and one day they would be swallowed up by either Terra or Lucia. He asked the lad his opinion of where it would be better. He thought about his question and thought it would be better in Terra. The reason was because they helped them recover quickly from the Great Demon War. Like the Empire, they have ulterior motives, but Terra put more effort into hiding those very motives. Glenn still thought it would be better with them and crossed his fingers on his hands. The king seemed to understand him and concluded that the boy would go to the Terra Kingdom. But Glenn didn't understand what he was talking about. In the near future, their country will disappear from the face of the earth due to the fault of the same Terra and Lucia, so they should take a sensible look at the real affairs in the state. Thalabar would like Glenn to take on that burden. Glenn was not going to say it, but he thought himself a fool not capable of it. Only the man laughed in response. He wasn't going to ask the guy to do anything he wasn't capable of doing at all. Glenn was counting on the man to live happily ever after the next time they met. In that case, he would stop believing in the future of their country and the future of the Valebar Kingdom. Then Glenn was going to cross over to Terra's side. The lad was surprised when the man agreed with him and said it would be as Glenn said. The next day, a teacher named Sylphia happily announced to the boys that the Festival of Magical Games was underway. The hero had never heard of the Festival of Magical Games. Alicia was surprised that Thwaite didn't know about them. She told him that the Festival of Magical Games was their school festival, and it was held twice a year. The main purpose of the festival was to give students a chance to compete in the mastery of magical techniques. The competition was among the students. The girl was interested to see it. Also, nobles, famous knights, and even adventurers would be able to join them. If they could attract attention at this event, a good career would be assured for them. The festival would start next month and would be held for 3 days. A total of 9 games would be held. All students of the academy were invited to participate. The boys were still freshmen, so they would be divided into 2 teams. The teacher also wanted to clarify that the winning team would receive a cash prize. The hero was curious to know how much the cash prize would be. Alicia replied that, judging by past years, it was around 100,000 gold. But there was also an unspoken rule. All the money went to the needs of the school. T-Vate understood, and he decided that the prize money was not something to be tagged on. From what he heard, the main motivation of the people involved was to prove themselves. The students of the heroic faculty definitely went there for that. For Mage, who aspired to become an adventurer, this would be the first step to achieve her goal. The teacher told the kids that last year's Festival of Magical Games was cancelled because of the Great Demon War. That's why this year it should show people that the war is definitely over. In addition, the second day of the festival coincides with the start of the conference, which surprised Glenn and T-Vate very much. T-Vate looked at the young guy who hung his head after hearing those words. The girl continued and said that the conference would be held by the top leaders of the Terra Kingdom and the Kingdom of Valebar. The political matters would be discussed in the city of Luzect in the territory of Terra. After the conference, the heads of state will join their festival, so this year's festival will attract more attention from the public. Sylphia smiled and said that the team lineups should be announced during the lunch break, and since they would be meeting their teammates after school, they had to follow the instructions of their instructors. After a while, that very lunch break came. Alicia smiled and told T-Vate and the rest of the guys that they were pretty well separated. T-Vate and Mage were on the same team called Hawk, and Alicia and Glenn were on the Lion team. Mage was horrified to think that the 2 of them were now their enemies, and she was already scared. Alicia didn't even know it and she was happy. She smiled at the boys and said that she would look forward to it. This was the kind of response that a teammate would expect from a swordsman like her. Alicia was confused and replied that she just liked to fight more than the others. The hero was curious to know why their teams were called Hawk and Lion. Alicia jumped in her seat and thought he was getting away from their topic like that. Glenn had heard somewhere that ancient kings used to get themselves a hawk and a lion. In this way, the kings showed that they ruled both heaven and earth. Alicia was surprised that Glenn was so clever. The lad replied that before he entered the academy, he had studied in Terra. Alicia was impressed and admitted that it was the first time the guy was so great. Glenn didn't understand what she meant and looked at Mize, who also had a strange expression on her face. Teammate took a bite of the bun and assumed that Glenn came from another country. Apparently, he didn't know about it either. Classes were about to start soon, so they needed to hurry back. Alicia told Teammate that she had never fought with him since the hero faculty exam. The hero hadn't decided what game he was going to participate in yet, and there was a chance that he and her wouldn't fight at all. Alicia thought that was boring, so she decided to find out what game Teammate was going to participate in. But the hero wasn't going to answer her on that. The girl was displeased and thought that this way he was running away from her, but the hero didn't fall for her cheap provocations. Hearing this answer, Alicia puffed up her cheeks unhappily. The boy reminded her that she had already gotten revenge on her father and didn't have to be so attached to him. Alicia was partly in agreement with Teammate. She stopped and told the lad that the Knights of the Orthodox Order had invited her to join them. They wanted her to join them after graduation. To be invited to such a prestigious order as a student was an extremely rare occurrence, especially since there would be a freshman in those circles. The hero wanted to make sure it was a good idea for the Elysian. The girl was quite more than happy to accept the offer, but now it seemed to her that it was only because of her father. After all, she was the daughter of the Supreme Commander. For all that, she lacked the self-confidence to accept it. Alicia wasn't sure she was worthy of it. Thwaite approached the girl and admitted that he wasn't entirely sure what was making her think that way. But here Alicia had made a name for herself through her abilities, and she had to go with her head held high. But the girl thought that after the incident with Robert, she had left everything to the hero. The boy looked away from her, pretending not to understand what she was talking about. Alicia was angry, for she knew that Teammate understood everything perfectly well. She turned sharply and walked forward. She had a hunch that defeating Teammate would boost her confidence, but Teammate felt that it would be a nuisance. In that case, Alicia wished to make a promise to him as well. They would not tell each other what games they would participate in. Still, if they came face to face, Teammate would not dare to resist her. She stares angrily at the boy, expecting him to respond. The hero saw that the Elysian was quite serious, so he promised to try to do it. The girl was further infuriated by his cold-bloodedness. He had to answer in the affirmative even if he lied. After school, people gradually began to gather in the courtyard. A girl with short hair named Mary Opstein introduced herself to the students as the freshman mentor of the Hawk team. The plan for the day was to give them a little pep talk and pick their own games to participate in. The hero looked at the girl indifferently and thought that she was a freshman just like them. Mize thought exactly the same thing. Mira offered to choose who would participate. On the sheets that were handed out to the heroes, they listed their scores. They would use these scores to evaluate their tendencies to play games. To test everyone, they had 3 days, including today, and then they would decide who would participate. Of course, if someone wished to participate in a different game, they could discuss it with her a little later. However, it was advisable that they all participate in the game they would be determined to participate in initially. The hero noticed a fellow sim nearby who was also part of the Hawk. Mize asked the hero what game he would like to participate in. It could be an endurance test or it could be participating in a race. The boy thought that the endurance test was something like a foot race, but he was more interested in finding out where Mize wanted to go. Mize wanted to go to Shooting Star and Exodus, but Teammate had never heard of either of those games. The girl admitted she hadn't heard of them either, but that was why her eyes were shining and she was excited. Mira wanted to make sure no one had any questions, but one of the students raised his hand. He heard that there were 2 student council members at the head of the Hawk. Mira apologized and said that for some reason the second handler could not attend the games yet. One of the students raised his hand for the second question. One of the boys thought that the faculty of heroes differed in many ways from the general faculty in ability. He suggested that they could not practice together. In the first place, the hero faculty and the general faculty differed in the direction of their movement. Naturally, the difference between the faculties was palpable. Also, the Festival of Magical Games is a traditional event within these walls. Thus, instead of the general faculty, created only this year, the heroes faculty would be preferred. Mira was confident and said that it would be up to her personally to decide this matter. At the festival, one didn't have to be capable of everything to participate in the games. Of course, there were some differences in abilities between the hero's faculty and the general faculty, but in her opinion, the general faculty was not inferior in individual abilities. Guy was worried that the general students might have slowed them down. In such a case, Peace could have suggested quietly consulting with her, but she thought that teamwork was an important aspect to win the festival. Remarks could only break the morale in the team. Such an answer made the guy grit his teeth in anger. The girl asked him to be more careful not to become a burden to the others. In that case, if no one has any questions left, the world would like to move on to their training. The games that would be held on the first day of the festival were an endurance test called Sledgehammer and Shooting Star. The first game was an endurance test, which Teammate was very capable of. It was like a normal foot race, and it was also a relay race. But to compete with the other participants was to use melee magic. The second game was called Sledgehammer. It was a game of team bonding. Each team must hit a tool with magic. The damage must be quantitative and comparable to the opposing team. This game emphasized only one magical ability, and that was strength. The young students that participated in this game couldn't understand what was wrong with this huge hammer. They wanted to find someone who could use it. The hero thought that if this hammer could be used, it could give them more damage. In the third game called Shooting Star, the team that destroys the big targets in 3 minutes wins. Only ranged magic could be used. Ever since the hero had lent Maize his weapon during their escape, she had been able to excel at long-range magic. Since their return, she had been working hard on herself. Nearby, Teammate heard yelling about someone not practicing. Peeking around the corner, the hero saw Meyer yelling at Valen Sana through a magical device. She repeatedly said that they would be getting together after class today, but he overslept. The girl yelled that such an excuse would not work. She ordered him not to hang up, but Valen wasn't going to listen to her. Mira shook with anger, but as soon as she tucked the device into her pocket and noticed Teammate, she almost fell through the ground. She bowed and apologized for the misunderstanding, but the hero didn't see anything wrong with it, because apparently the student council was having a hard time right now. At that moment, Maize ran up to them and noticed Teammate. She wanted to know if he had seen their game, but the guy apologized for being distracted for just a second. Maize frowned, thinking that he used to be able to run faster in the endurance test than he could now. But for now, it still wasn't a real test. Teammate decided that in the race itself, he would run like a normal student. Hearing this, Maize silently kicked Teammate's leg and ran away. The next day, Alicia wanted to know how the hawk was progressing. The guy replied that their mentor from the student council was very capable, so things were going pretty smoothly. He asked a counter question to his friends and the Glen replied that they were doing the same. Now they were just following the directions of the student council, so everything was normal. Alicia didn't know how long all this would last, but there were many signs of nobility in this academy. She hoped that an outbreak of discontent wouldn't follow. In the Peace Hawk team, Sen issued a warning to the hero's faculty. Thanks to the efforts of the student council, no incidents were expected. Maize thought that it really raised the morale of the general faculty. The same thing was done in the Lion team. They also had this guy who made such comments. It turned out to be exactly as Elysian thought. The hero might have agreed with her, but Missy didn't understand what they meant. The boy replied that the skirmishes with the hero's faculty were coming back, and it was just a part of the whole show. Hearing this, Glenn and Maize were horrified. Alicia meant that there are many aristocracy in the hero course. They will surely express resentment even when facing the student council. That is why they take it upon themselves to warn the hero faculty. Alicia told the boys that the student council was very cunning. The second training day came. The games on the second day of the festival were Race, Exodus, and Gladius. The fourth game was a race. It was a speed game in which you have to use a magical tool, a flying board. Teammate thought he had a chance at winning this game too. Before the competition, Maize wanted to know what the hero thought about this flying board. The guy found it quite interesting. To the general public it wasn't that well known yet. The hero thought it would be a very valuable experience. Maize assumed he would be in the race, but was proved wrong. The hero thought he would go better for the endurance test. This flying board turned out to be a very interesting contraption, but the hero wasn't very good at it. He was afraid of falling off it, and that obviously upset the Messie in place. Maize assumed that the hero was just afraid. He thought that some of the judges at the festival would see his real identity. but T8 was sure that someone would find out about it. For this reason, he didn't really want to make a splash at the festival. After their conversation, the world suggested that the boys try an exodus. In order to create a maze for them, several practice areas were connected at once. Mize was shocked to see such a large maze. For the outcome game, they will be divided into two teams. They are the capture team and the escape team. The capture team had to set traps all over the maze and the escape team had to break through it. Each team consisted of 5 people. The winner was chosen by the number of people who escaped from the maze. The hero asked Mize which team she would like to be on. The girl wanted to be on the escape team. She thought that their experience in exploring mazes would be very helpful. But the problem was that she didn't know how to disarm traps, and T8 agreed with her. They had to be careful at turn centers, corners, and changing terrain. Mize doubted her decision, and T8 suggested that she participate in the outcome. Mize assumed that she was really fit for it. She thought it would be good training for her to become an adventurer in the future. The hero understood her perfectly and asked her to do her best. Mize was inspired by his encouragement and, smiling, promised to try her best. The festival attracted a huge number of people, so the hero decided not to draw much attention to himself. But if things continue to go so slowly, nothing will change. As a student, or rather as a person who wanted to live an ordinary life, he only thought of one thing. T8 raised his head to the sky and decided that he would like to try his hand at something new. Training for the Exodus and Gladius soon came to an end. After them, Mize suggested the boy go home, but T8 noticed something strange. It seemed to him that someone was following them. He shocked the girl with the unusual suggestion and said he would walk her to her dormitory. Mize blushed, not understanding his sudden decision, but she soon became upset when T8 indifferently replied that he just wanted to do it. Judging from the movements of the mysterious figure, the hero assumed it was not a student. Mize's troubles had just ended and it was a little early for them to flare up again. But the hero had a strange premonition. Whatever was happening, this time it had nothing to do with him. The Royal Academy's school event called Bildaris has finally arrived. It's the festival of magical games. Students divided into 2 teams to participate in 9 games that test the level of magical skills. Outstanding guests from all over the world were to pay a visit, as this event was being held for the first time since the end of the Great Demon Hero War. It was to mark a new era of peace. Therefore, everyone was expecting a grand and exciting event. The final day of selecting the members of the Hawk team came to an end. T8 will compete in endurance, and Mize will participate in the outcome. Mira was the leader of the Freshman Student Council. She reminded that almost everyone competes in what they have aptitude for. She asked for a show of hands for those who would like to participate in another game. One of the guys who wished to participate raised his hand and introduced himself as Zig Falchion. If memory serves the hero correctly, this guy was one of the candidates for the Rain of Arrows, although he looked pretty disappointed there. Mize also revealed that she had recently had a change of heart about Zig. Since he stopped poisoning them, the general faculty students, something had changed. Instead of softening up, he had become more principled. Mira wanted to clarify where he would like to participate in such a case. Zig surprised everyone when he volunteered to participate in the War Games. The War Games were held in a 5-on-5 format. They are also held in the school building as well as in the yard. Since there was no limit on the use of magic, it all came down to a competition of skills among the students. Therefore, only those born to this game participated in it. As the grand finals of the Festival of Magical Games, this game was the deciding game. Mira recalled that given his good ability in destructive ranged magic, he had excellent ability in raining arrows. Mira wondered what reason the guy had for wanting to participate in war games. But Zig thought differently, unlike people who judge by ability. He surprised everyone with his answer and said that he judged himself by his usefulness in the team. Most of the students started thinking that the guy was overestimating himself. He didn't have the ability to do that, so the guys asked to leave this task on them and also not to worry about it. Zeke silently approached his comrade and suggested to have a friendly fight in that case. He wanted to go up against 2 people, and if he won, he would take part in the war games. Eventually, the boys agreed and got ready for the fight. Considering that Zik-san was from the heroic faculty, Missy doubted that he could defeat the 2 of them. One of the guys was angry that Zik had summoned the 2 of them. Now he really made sure that Zik was looking down on them and was going to put an end to it. With those words, a fire lit up on the tip of his finger. The guy quickly raised his hand and applied a bullet of flame to the Zik, but the disciple was quickly able to dodge it. The opponent reminded Zik that he wasn't alone here. While he was attacking the Zik, his partner attacked the opponent with an earth spear. While he was dodging, the guys were telling him that he wouldn't win by dodging alone. But Zik understood this perfectly well. T-Vate noticed that Zig clearly had something on his mind. The enemy used the flame bullet again, but Zig deflected it with his wind cannon. His attack was strong enough to push the opponent back. His partner became nervous and didn't expect Zig to use the lightning spear. Maize was shocked, for she didn't know about this kind of power of Zig. It was a TS rank magic like the Earth Spear. In addition, its size was much larger. The hero realized that Zig was using parallel activation. Then during their duel with Zig, he used the weapon magic of a military-grade Isekai'd to achieve the activation. But now Zig was doing it through his own efforts. The disturbed world ordered them to stop. In addition, Zig's second opponent fell to the ground. The guys were scared of Zig's attack and covered their heads, but Zig stopped his attack. Without doubting the answer, the world allowed the lad to play war games. Everyone around him was impressed. This was clearly not a skill that could be learned from under the stick. And before the hero realized it, Zig had gotten stronger. Their training came to an end for today, and the girl thanked the guys for their hard work over the past 3 days. Starting tomorrow, they would each take part in a game of their choice. Maize wanted to check with Mira about the other student council member and asked where he would be competing. But the girl replied that they had not seen him for 3 days. Mira apologized and said that if he participated, it would probably be in the war games. At this moment, everyone started discussing the second head of the student council named Valen-san. Everyone was sure that if he came, he would stir up trouble again. If possible, none of the students wanted to see him. In the dining hall, Alicia clarified with the guys who they were talking about. The hero assumed that Alicia knew Valen. The girl replied that she had started at the Bildara's academy while still in middle school, and even then he was already known. Valen was to be involved in the Great Demon Hero War. Maize put her hand to her lips. She didn't realize it was true. After all, they were in a hero training academy, and when they needed help, they sometimes relied on them. As far as Alicia knew, the head of the student council and Valen-senpai were among them. The hero was curious about Valen's abilities, but Alicia had a hard time answering his question. But no doubt he was quite strong. Valen was known as a student with bad behavior. Even before his participation in the Great War, he was causing trouble for everyone. And after the Great War, things got much worse. Glenn was horrified to ask about the problems that Alicia was talking about. The girl replied that he caused a lot of fights. In a nutshell, he would happily resort to violence. If someone spoiled his mood, he could beat a person to a pulp. Everyone believed that the strongest student at the academy was either the head of the student council or Valen. Alicia noticed how T-Vate was thinking about this matter. She smiled and decided to make her point. Alicia thought that the strongest student in the academy was someone else. Maize pulled herself closer to the hero as Alicia and agreed with her. Glenn suddenly felt their atmosphere change drastically. The hero noticed that they all addressed this man as senpai, but if he was in their group, they were still peers. Alicia said that Valen had stayed on as a second year after beating up some nobleman. Glenn was horrified at such a statement. He was forced to join the student council in order to keep him quiet. But it was more important for Alicia to find out what games the heroes wanted to participate in. T-Vate reminded her of their pact, but the girl only clarified about their participation. The boy grimly replied that they had chosen their games and asked about their lion team. Glenn replied that they were almost decided. By the way, they didn't waste their time. Those people who had already picked their games were practicing hard. Maize smiled and said that she was obliged to put in all her effort and give herself to practicing magic. Alicia's eyes gleamed slyly. She realized that Maize would be participating in a game that required excellent knowledge of magic. Alicia guessed that it would be either a rain of arrows or a parade. But knowing Maize's character, she would surely participate in the outcome. The frightened Maize tried to pretend she didn't understand anything. The hero was not surprised that the Messie was revealed rather quickly. Alicia took the confused Mai's hands with a smile and supported her. She was also going to put all her strength into it. Meanwhile, T-Vate looked at his hand and thought that he was also a mere apprentice. His desire to try something new didn't go anywhere. When he thought about it, it was quite uncomfortable to live as a student until now. In order not to stand out and hide his past as an agent from a secret royal organization, he had always held back in battles and used the minimum of strength. But he realized something when he was on the run with Maize. Tolerating freedom was worse than not having it. The guy clenched his fist and decided that in order to achieve true freedom, he had to put in all his efforts. As he thought, it was worth challenging the current self. Later, Chris contacted T-Vate to discuss some business. She wanted to notify that he was the reason why 02 was crying all the time, after what happened in the kingdom of Arcadia. Suddenly, he decided to ask Chris if he was really bad at magic. Chris didn't understand the reason why he decided that. Sure, he could learn a new spell, But looking at the eagerness with which the other students studied magic, he was too slow. Until now, he had been practicing all the time, and even so, he still couldn't use the D-rank fireball they were taught at the academy. It became clear to Chris. She never told him this, but from all the training of the organization, his body had become eccentric. As he already knew, to increase the effectiveness of one's magic, one could use various techniques such as compression, multi-activation, and parallel activation. For one's body to become eccentric, one must be born to one of these techniques. The character assumed that he was one of them, but this was the first time he had heard of it. Chris replied that his eccentricity was acquired. People like him were capable of turning magic into something more. For example, his favorite bullet focused on speed and penetration, but since he was eccentric to compression, he was able to turn a bullet of a low E rank spell into a deadly weapon. Also, like 02 was eccentric to parallel activation, but the hero didn't even feel it. Before he realized it, his body had changed in such a way. However, all this had disadvantages. He had to give up something in return for the eccentricity to some technique. Because of this, it would make it harder for him to master other types of magic. Even among the countless techniques, compression remained one of the hardest to master. So if he specialized in this technique, it would be harder for him to learn typical magic. When he registered with the Adventurers Guild, his magic control was rated at rank B. Normally, it would be impossible for someone who couldn't use rank to magic to get a grade B in magic control. But if a person was eccentric, this rule didn't work for him. The hero assumed that was why the heroic faculty students and the guild master suspected something wrong with him. He was curious to see if eccentricity could be undone, but Chris was adamant that it shouldn't be done because this power was extremely valuable. After all, it was the power that had saved his life so many times. T-Vate thought about it and decided that she was right. Chris asked him not to be upset, because there are many people who would like to acquire such a power. It is usually only innate. People who have this power became the best of the best. In that case, the hero suggested that it was impossible for him to learn ordinary magic. Chris replied that he was too pessimistic and didn't understand why he was so worried. The boy wanted to learn ordinary magic in order to participate in the festival. Chris understood and said that in that case she would bring him to a trusted person with whom he would continue their conversation. T-Vate seemed as if she was excited about something. The hero did not know who she was talking about, and Chris replied that this person was working from the front. And unfortunately for him, he was at the same academy as T-Vate. After their conversation, the hero headed to Sylphia Makina's office. As he approached her door, he knocked and entered with her permission. Later in the classroom, the protagonist was approached by Glenn. He looked concerned and asked to talk to T-Vate about something for literally just a second. T-Vate was fine with this and they walked out of the classroom. When they got outside, Glenn apologized for distracting him. Foyt did not understand what the Glenn wanted to talk to him about and at one point even became confused. Suddenly the Glenn bowed his head and asked the hero to be his teacher. The guy didn't know what to answer him, so the Glenn asked him again. Foyt replied that he heard him for the first time, but he did not understand the reason for the request. The thing was that Glenn wanted to participate in the war games on the last day, but in the Lion team, all the seats for them were already taken by the students of the heroic faculty. Glenn clenched his fist and said that he had to become stronger in order to take away that spot. Glenn bowed his head to T-Vate once more and asked to become his disciple. The hero didn't understand why he chose him. Glenn replied that he wanted to participate in the last day of the Festival of Magical Games. In order to achieve that, he needed to take away a spot from a heroic faculty disciple, and then he would be able to participate in the war games. T-Vate knew that Glenn was a kind guy, even knowing that he had rubs with the heroic faculty disciples. Wanting to take away a seat while he was on the same team, at least during the festival, was unexpected. T-Vate wanted to know the reason for this decision, and Glenn thought that the hero must surely know about the Lusectus conference. Teacher Sylvia talked about it a couple days ago, just on the second day of the festival. The heads of the Kingdom of Terraria and Valabar will meet in the city of Lusectus and hold a conference. There they will discuss the annexation of the Kingdom of Valabar. T-Vate guessed that the Glenn was from Valabar and was right. The lad hung his nose and replied that it was his homeland. Valabar was the first kingdom to burn in the flames of the Fourth War. It was now too depleted to rebuild itself, so one of its neighbors, either Terraria or Lucia, would annex Valabar to itself. The neighboring countries already knew about this. The hero assumed it had something to do with why he was now in Terraria. His Majesty the King of Valabar had entrusted him with an investigation about the Kingdom of Terraria. The hero didn't realize that Glenn had something to do with the king. Something happened during the war that led him to him. Glenn called it an investigation, but in fact he didn't have to do anything. As T-Vate already knew, Glenn wasn't exactly bright. His Majesty knew that, so he didn't give Glenn anything difficult to do. The king told the boy that he could just relax and do whatever he wanted. But T-Vate didn't understand what he was calling an investigation here. Glenn knew T-Vate would say that and smiled. But His Majesty said that when they meet again in the near future, and he seems happy, he will decide to join the Kingdom of Terraria. If that didn't happen, he would decide to join the Empire of Lucia, and that was quite a bold decision. Also, it was a very responsible thing to do, so the king didn't care about Glenn at all, although Glenn realized that it was not suitable for him, but it was his king's will. The hero had heard once before that Glenn was in the war. When he was a soldier in the Great War, he almost died, but His Majesty saved him. The hero realized that Glenn wanted to participate in the war games on the last day of the festival when the King of Valabar would come to meet him. Glenn smiled and replied that after all, the war games was an event that only special students of their academy participated in. That made him special too, so if he participated and even succeeded, His Majesty could trust the Terraria Kingdom. T-Vate wanted to know the Glenn's opinion, whether he was okay with Valabar joining Terraria. The boy hesitated a bit with his answer, but thought he would be fine with it. To be honest, he didn't trust the Kingdom of Lucia, but mostly he wanted to prove that His Majesty's decision to send him here wasn't in vain. He also thought it was a great place to live in Terraria. He joked with T-Vate and admitted that it was much safer to pick up girls. Glenn wanted to have a rematch with his friend, but T-Vate decided to refrain. T-Vate wondered about the safety of this country. If someone like Glenn thinks the country is safe, he will definitely succeed this time. He even felt a note of pride as someone behind the scenes. This was what the hero fought for. Glenn must have already noticed that T-Vate's style was quite unusual. But if he didn't have a problem with it, then T-Vate didn't mind teaching him. Overjoyed, Glenn wanted to suggest something, but he was interrupted by Twate. He extended his hand and asked the Glenn to wait a bit. First, the hero would like to see the Glenn's abilities. The guy didn't understand what he meant, but the Twate had to know what he had to work with. Glenn was excited for their friendly fight. Guy raised his fist and asked for no hard feelings if he won. Meanwhile, T-Vate coolly adopted his fighting stance and said they'd look at it again. Glenn used his rage skill to speed up and was about to hit the guy with his fist, but the hero easily dodged. Not letting his guard down, Thwaite also ducked from his next leg swing. The hero decided to give his opponent an underhook, which the Glenn barely dodged. T-Vate had fully expected the power of the Glenn's attacks to be on point, but still he was not the same as hero. Glenn smilingly started throwing super fast punches and said that was all he was good at. The blows were quite intense and the hero knew that at this rate the Glenn would penetrate his defenses. He glanced back as if he saw someone. Glenn was puzzled by this, so for a moment he was also distracted from the fight. T-Vate smirked, saying that it was rather stupid and gave him a punch to the stomach. From the force of the blow, his friend fell to the ground. The hero concluded that the Glenn was still just as bad at strategy. The guy lying on the grass laughed and admitted that the Twate was pretty strong. The hero replied that his priority in the battle was to win with a single attack. An attack that would undoubtedly defeat the opponent, and Glenn needed to acquire one. It sounded pretty easy in words, but Glenn didn't know what exactly he needed to do. The hero suggested that his friend create his own victory template. By following it, he should always win. He should think of more such templates, and Glenn understood. T-Vate asked Glenn if he could have used the fixation. Of course Glenn could have used it, but he didn't use it much. Glenn wasn't sure, but the fixation sort of created magical weapons. He was an enforcer for the most part, so he thought he should have used the real thing. He was right about some things, however not everything. The hero replied that various enhancements applied to the weapons created by the fixation. He demonstrated this with his own example. Instead of normal melee, the Glenn could use fixation and create his own weapons. The boy listened attentively to his teacher and agreed with him on everything. After their training, by evening, Glenn was cursing T-Vate time and time again. He had exhausted him so much that the boy could not move from his seat. His whole body was terribly broken. As he thought, T-Vate was an unusual fellow. The hero had told him that he worked as a janitor, but Glenn had no doubt that he had been on the battlefield. Glenn thought that maybe he could have gotten just as strong if he hadn't run away last time. The kingdom of Valabar wasn't too big. Then they took him in and the guy introduced himself as Glenn Iblis. After the flames of war consumed the kingdom, the shortage of soldiers became a big problem. As a man with a strong body, he usually did all the hard work in his home village, so Glenn would have gotten into the army anyway. Although the lad was not forced, he volunteered to be a volunteer for the recruitment of soldiers. He loved his country and had to do so. At least he thought so. He was thanked for coming here and told where he would go. Glenn didn't expect to be sent to help the northern front. Besides, it was the most dangerous place to be at the moment. The commander coldly replied that the lad was right and asked him to hurry up. Glenn was capable of using rage, but he had no experience and had been warned about it earlier. The guy thought he would probably be carrying supplies or helping the medics. Due to the lack of provisions, he had only been given a military uniform. Back in the village, he had envisioned the battlefield differently, but he had to face reality and despair. Seeing those terrifying monsters, Glenn froze in fear, but the soldiers asked the newcomer not to stand pillar to post. While Glenn was recovering from the shock, he was attacked by one of the goblins. At that moment, the guy couldn't even make out who was his own and who was the enemy. He didn't understand why there were so many of them, and his partner replied that they were all from the Lucia Empire. The fact was that they wanted to take all the glory for themselves, so they directed these creatures at them. From that moment, Glenn started cursing the Lucia kingdom and fiercely fighting the monsters. His partner supported Glenn and said that when the war was over, he would kill every asshole from Lucia. No sooner had he said this than his head was devoured by one of the monsters in front of the terrified Glenn. A terrible nausea came to the guy's throat and he fell to his knees. At that moment, he didn't understand why their people were dying and so quickly. The boy sobbed and clutched his head, realizing that he was not prepared for this. No man could understand the horror of war until they experienced it themselves. Everyone thought that the peace around them would last forever, or at least their whole lives, but this place was a living hell. While Glenn was in his thoughts, a huge clawed paw reached toward him. The monster hurt Glenn's shoulder, and the guy realized he was going to die here if it continued like this. Glenn returned to the military tent thinking that he was going to die here. The commander didn't understand why Glenn had come here. Holding onto his wounded shoulder, Glenn asked to be given a potion, but was only rudely ordered to cover his mouth. The fight wasn't over yet, and he could only rest afterward. Glenn silently left the tent and went off in his own direction. Of course, he was willing to sacrifice his life, but he wasn't going to lose it because of insane orders. Glenn wanted to vent all his anger inside, so he went to the battlefield. Everyone was shouting that they needed to kill the monsters and protect their home. Rallying shouts rang out in the battle, as if trying to keep their sanity. Later, a man reported to them that a demon orc had shown up on the border of the kingdom. The higher ranks set out to subdue him, but they were all dead, and the Glen needed to spill their blood for them. Glenn wondered about this order of things, about the flood that had engulfed the entire battlefield, and it was clearly inexplicable. When the guy realized this, all his anger vanished somewhere, as did the remnants of his former resolve. A fierce battle was raging near the northern border of the kingdom of Valibar. As Glenn sat in the trench with his comrade, the latter suggested that Glenn was still a novice. He felt genuinely sorry for him. Then the man told the fellow that there was no difference in their numbers, for they would not defeat it anyway, and it was all useless. The demon himself was fighting against them. On the northern front, the man had seen many things, but this was a completely different level. The man named Eiyuu introduced himself and asked about the guy's name. At that moment, he smiled at Glenn and suggested that they die together. After saying that, he seemed to become mad and ran out into the battlefield with wild screams. Glenn wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The demon that stood in front of their entire army stretched his arm forward and used a beam of light that caused an explosion. After the explosion, the guy didn't remember anything, but then he heard a voice calling him repeatedly. It turned out to be Eiyuu, who was trying to wake him up. Glenn was horrified and remembered the demon, but he was told that he was dead, or rather was subdued. It was said that the hero came from the kingdom of Terraria, though Eiyuu was not sure of this. Glenn didn't understand what he meant by that. While Glenn was out, the man heard something from the captain. The hero was supposed to have a holy sword, and it should also be glowing. But this time, the orc demon corpse only had a small hole on its forehead. Glenn was completely confused. Eiyuu could only envy them, because alone, not everyone was able to destroy a demon. Those who could walk had to chase after the captain, since the hero had opened a path for them, and they had a chance. Glenn rose to his feet and motioned for Eiyuu to go with them, but he was horrified when he saw that his comrade had lost his leg. Eiyuu saw nothing wrong with it and said that at least he was still alive. He suggested that his friend just go ahead, and the Glen hesitantly listened to him. With the victory over the demon orc, it became possible to attack the base of his soldiers. As Glenn ran after his comrades, he heard shouts that ordered him to kill them all. Apparently, not all the demons were so strong, and the soldiers were going to massacre them immediately. Glenn froze in horror, not knowing how to describe this sight. Not far away from him, he heard someone grunting and ran over to the wounded man to help him. The boy was shocked to see the demon in front of him. With tears in his eyes, the demon asked him for help because he didn't want to die. At that moment, Glenn didn't even know that demons could talk. In shock, Glenn covered his mouth with his hands and fell to the ground. He could not accept the fact that demons could speak and begged not to kill them. The guy couldn't take it and decided he didn't want to fight anymore. With thoughts of being a complete selfish and horrible person, Glenn fled the battlefield. Their commander-in-chief noticed this and asked Glenn where he was going. As the Glenn was desperately running, his legs gave out and he fell. The man who came up behind him wanted to make sure the Glenn was alright, but the Glenn didn't think he looked like that, and the man apologized for his stupid question. Their whole battlefield looked like hell on earth. Glenn thought it was even hotter inside, and in response the man suggested he rest. The mysterious stranger told the lad that the burden of their kingdom would eventually fall, but the Glenn didn't understand what he was talking about. The king said that the kingdom of Terraria and the empire of Lucia would give them all the support they could. Knowing what would happen after the war, it was not the best decision. But their country was already on the brink. To save as many people as possible, the king accepted their offer. The king handed the boy a small bottle of potion and apologized. He believed that it was all his fault. If possible, the king would like to ask the Glenn not to betray this country. From that day on, Glenn got to know this man. He helped the king of Valabar to rebuild the kingdom. Again and again they talked to each other. Glenn realized that he had escaped from the battlefield and his guilt was eating him from the inside out. Perhaps his majesty saw through the guy, so he gave him a task. He asked to see the kingdom of Terraria with his own eyes. Glenn was determined that this time he wouldn't run away. This time it was decided and it was a battle he chose for himself. Meanwhile, T-Bait was looking for a new way to harness his power. As the hero leaned on a thin layer of glass, he and Sylphia found that it could only hold for 5 seconds. But before, it used to break in literally 1 second, so its strength had increased. For today, Sylphia suggested they finish, and the hero thanked her for her help. A couple days ago, he found out the reason why he couldn't learn new magic. It was rooted in his past secret organization during the war. Then during his training, he had gained an ability called eccentricity. To get it, one had to concentrate on one technique, sacrificing mastery in others, but that rarely happens. In order to participate in the festival as a normal student, he decided to learn another magic. He asked his teacher Sylvia for help and revealed that he was actually eccentric. She realized that in that case, even D-rank magic would be difficult for him to master. But that also explained his academic success. Before starting, she wanted to clarify something. She wanted to know if his ability was innate, and the guy immediately agreed with her. Earlier, Chris had asked him to lie and not talk about the fact that he had gotten it during training. Sylvia gave the guy a concerned look and suggested that she revisit his problem. She wanted to make sure that T-Bait accepted the fact that he was eccentric but still wanted to learn another magic. The hero also explained that he was eccentric to compression. The girl knew that this was a technique that turned magic into a deadly weapon. Sylvia thought it was a terrifying ability and was slightly embarrassed when T-Bait heard that. She tried to explain that she didn't mean anything wrong. Sylvia tried to say that she was even terrifyingly cool. But given that, the girl thought she could teach him 2 methods. The first method involved using a barrier. The guy knew it was a long-range support magic of rank E. Sylvia thought it suited his eccentricity and offered to try making it. T-Bait thought that he didn't use support magic often, but nevertheless decided to try and summon a barrier. In the end, it was successful. Compression was a technique that changed the shape of magic, so it wouldn't suit unstable magic like Fireball. On the other hand, the barrier would be stable and had a rank E. Sylvia knew that T-Bait wouldn't have any problems with it. Now the hero realized what the issue was. If that was the case, then any elemental magic was no good for him. Unfortunately, he was right. Magic became unstable when an element was assigned to it. The girl wanted to make sure that the guy was doing it unknowingly, but the hero didn't understand what she was talking about. Based on his reaction, Sylvia realized it was true. The normal barrier covered the wearer's entire body, but T-Bait unknowingly compressed it about halfway and used it as a shield. Speaking of it, one could tell what the barrier was capable of. It was a magic that protected against magic attacks, but it was kind of weak against physical ones. But with his level of eccentricity, it was different. He could compress it to the point where it would protect against them as well. The girl smiled and told the hero that if he could do that, this technique would prove to be very useful to him. Previously, T-Bait had thought that it was a magic that simply created a barrier and protected against other magic. But if he could develop it, then this technique would become a powerful weapon. Sylvia didn't know for what reason, but it reminded her of Sean Kun. Just as the hero thought, she was one of the hero Seanville's mentors. He distracted her by the fact that she was about to tell him about another method. The girl quickly switched to their conversation, but before she explained it to him, she asked for permission to ask one more question. She asked him what would happen if all the compression in magic was released at one moment. The festival was less than 3 weeks away. In his spare time, T8 tutored Glenn and watched him practice. The guy was always trying to work up a sweat and using fixation magic. The lad was glad he was able to do it. He was able to make a huge hammer and recalled playing with a sledgehammer on the first day. The moment he saw it, something clicked in his head. Glenn put his arms around the huge hammer and said that it would be his weapon in close quarters battles. He wanted to try to swing it, but Yutoga the hammer itself swung Glenn around. Glenn was thrilled and told T8 that if he swung it with all his might, he could definitely smash anything. The guy agreed and said he could certainly break through normal defenses. Glenn smirked and thought that he now had 2 victory patterns, but he still had to think of ways to use them. Glenn puffed up his cheeks and told the guy that he had already gone over quite a few ways. Glenn had already noticed that T8 was apparently practicing something as well. T8 thoughtfully agreed with the guy and asked permission to practice on him for a while. Before the fight started, Glenn used the rage activation and T8 motioned for them to begin. At some point, Glenn realized that he was moving rather slowly and T8 punched him in the stomach with his fist. As Glenn fell to the ground, the guy apologized for what was clearly an overreaction. Glenn didn't have a scratch on him, but he realized that T8 hadn't put much force into that punch. His recoil was still pretty damn strong, so it puzzled the Glenn. The hero looked at his hand and said it was a trade secret. Glenn asked him not to be so harmful, but then their conversation was interrupted. The people that approached them noticed that they had been practicing quite a lot. The guy turned around and saw the student council in front of him. Thwait shook hands with a guy named Hassan, for this was their first time meeting. Hassan was the first-year leader of the Lion team. With them was Mira, the first-year leader of the Hawk team. Glenn felt awkward at the sight of Mira. It seemed to him that they had met her before. The blonde-haired girl smiled and introduced herself as Shiria. She was the vice president of the student council and it was nice for her to meet the guys. The hero reciprocated and the Glenn blushed. T8 never thought that the vice president would turn out to be a high school student. The friendly Shiria assumed they had come at a bad time and apologized for interfering with their practice. But the hero replied that it was okay. Because of her polite aura, it was hard to keep a distance with her. The thing was that the festival was just around the corner, so people were practicing at full strength. But they needed to be reminded of something. Fights between students were against the rules. If they seriously hurt their opponent, the festival would be closed to them and the girl asked them to be more careful. Hassan turned to the Glenn and said that if he wanted to be in the war games, he had to sign up for friendly battles as soon as possible. This had to be done even if he didn't want to change the roster right before the festival. Glenn understood and promised to do it. Thwait didn't understand why the Glenn was so polite. After all, Hassan was their yearling. But from the outside, Hassan seemed imposing to him, so he himself did not notice how polite he was to him. The hero looked doubtfully at his friend, who laughed with their situation. The departing Shiria smiled and thought about the fact that these two were quite strong. She clarified with Mira that they were both students of the ordinary faculty, as she thought the opinion that the heroic faculty was stronger was only a prejudice. The ordinary faculty had only recently been established, so it wasn't strange that opinions about it varied greatly. It seemed to Mira that they would be joined soon and Shiria assumed she was right. But she was also worried that the other students might suffer because of this prejudice. Shiria knew that Frau San would definitely not want that. Hearing that, the world lowered her head thoughtfully. Shiria thought they were done with the reminders, but the houseman reminded her that they still needed to check the security measures. They had recently received complaints about strangers rubbing themselves outside the academy, but Shiria doubted it. Fortunately or unfortunately, there was a lot of attention on them, and such a large school clearly had its own problems. After training along the way, the hero thought that his body was eccentric to compression, so he specialized in that technique. He wanted to thank teacher Sylvia again and approached her office. At that moment, the guy noticed that he was being watched. It reminded him of the moment when he saw a suspicious figure when he was leaving the school with Mize. The guy silently dialed Chris and alerted her that the academy had been invaded and the girl understood everything. He got the feeling as if Chris was already prepared for this and he turned out to be right. He wanted to hear an explanation but Chris refused. The reason was not because it was secret. For now he was a student so she didn't want to alarm him. T8 reminded her that if his loved ones were in danger, he would do anything to keep them safe. The moment he defeated the Demon King, he felt nothing. But when he fought for the desire of Alicia and Mize, there was a spark in him. and just for the sake of that spark, he was willing to fight again and again. Chris realized that he had something to protect and in that case decided to talk about everything. She explained that their enemy was the Lucia Empire. Their goal was to stop the Isekai'd Conference. Guy suggested that Lucia wanted to take possession of the kingdom of Valabar. Chris had no doubt that the hero would grasp everything on the fly. For the sake of their goal, they would attend the Baldara's Festival of Magical Games. A whole crowd of foreign and other guests would gather there, and if they had any problem, the conference would most likely be cancelled. It was easier than cancelling the meeting directly. Treason was in agreement with Chris and asked about the security measures that would be there. The girl replied that the royal army and a couple of knights of the order would be there. That was quite a lot of people loitering around here anyway. The student council was also related to the security behind the campus, but the hero thought that they were a simple group of students. But the Baldara's student council was trusted as much as the others and it became clear to Treason. He replied that he would only be a student this time. Chris wanted to make sure of his confidence. The guy replied that if a student of this academy noticed an intruder, he would have to deal with him. Chris understood everything and wished him good luck with a smile. Among the suspicious group of people, Treason found a possible leader of them and attacked them. Before attacking, the leader wanted to make sure his men were done with the deed. Their group was soon to arrive. No sooner had the leader given the order than they were attacked. The group didn't expect to be attacked by any of the students. Treason stunned one of the opponents, but the attacker from the back ordered them not to underestimate them. The hero had already seen him, so he calmly pushed him away with his foot. One of the guys under the cloak realized that Treason was strong. Treason noticed his opponent running away and chased after him. Apparently, the unknown man was heading towards the warehouse. As soon as the hero ran closer, an attack wing appeared behind him. At this rate, the hero realized that he would miss the enemy. He had no choice but to use it now. The guy applied the barrier skill. The barrier was originally weak to physical attacks, but since he was eccentric to compression, he could shrink it to its limit and increase its strength. In this way, the guy was able to use the sky step skill and move through the air. The criminal was confused and didn't expect such a thing. The guy quickly caught up to him and kicked him, after which the enemy fell to the ground. Wade ordered his question to be answered and asked about the number of enemies. The beaten guy began to doubt that Treason was an apprentice at all. The hero swung his fist and replied that he was a very ordinary apprentice. When Treason had disposed of his pursuers, he shook off his hands and wondered who would clean up the mess. He noticed that meanwhile the remnants of the enemies were trying to escape. A deafening explosion was heard behind him and the hero looked back. After the explosion, Treason saw a puzzled young boy in front of him. He furrowed his eyebrows and asked the hero who he was. The hero did not at all expect a powerful explosion to form behind him and turned back sharply. In front of him stood a puzzled young man who wanted to know the identity of Treason. Judging from his form, the guy assumed that the hero was from the ordinary course. He didn't understand what a first year from the heroic course could be doing here. Treason realized that he would be in trouble if he suspected something, so he decided not to lie to him. He calmly replied that he had personally massacred these people. Of course, this guy didn't believe him, because such a weakling from the ordinary course couldn't defeat their group of enemies. The hero wanted to answer him, but he had to dodge two huge flaming balls. The guy laughed loudly and decided that Treason hadn't lied to him after all. Treason now realized what this man was willing to do. He attacked him just to test it. The hero landed on his feet and decided that it was pretty powerful for a surge of elements. One could doubt the student in front of him and the guy smirked. The stranger replied that since the hero easily dodged his attacks, he was an unusual disciple. Though Treason claimed to him that he was of the ordinary course, the hero knew that elemental surges like wind surge or flame surge were considered magic of rank TS. Although they were powerful, but their activation was easily noticeable. But the thing was that this guy was activating magic stealthily and he clearly had experience. The enemy that was under the guy's foot hissed and grabbed his shoe. He tried to attack the guy, but the apprentice shrouded him in flames and ordered him to sleep. The hero assumed he had killed him, and the guy replied that with any luck he would live. Their enemies clearly underestimated the students of their academy. The student didn't understand the reason why the hero was looking at him so obliquely and asked him to unhook himself. Treason was curious to know what he wanted to do with them, but the kid didn't understand why he needed to know. The hero reminded him that he had dealt with them, but the guy waved him off and said it was too early for him to do such a thing. The guy claimed it was their territory and introduced himself as a Valen Stylen. Valen was a member of the student council. After their meeting, the hero told Chris about everything. Treason just walked away from him as he didn't want to make a fuss. The others were also from the student council, so he left it up to them. After all, it was their responsibility. Chris replied that in that case she would order her men sent to clean up to retreat. Before passing out, the hero wanted to ask Chris something. He asked if a student from the student council would really have the strength to put down operatives from other countries, as he thought, despite all their potential, they are not capable of doing such a thing. The thing was, that guy named Valen looked experienced in combat. Chris clarified about the Valen and said that he had also participated in the Great War, though he was an apprentice. He remembered that Alicia had mentioned that before. Since he was a war veteran, he definitely had experience. She had once heard that all the apprentices of the Bildara's Academy who participated in the Great War had been successful in it. Alicia said that there were 3 students who participated in the war. It was the current president of the Valen Council whom he met and someone he doesn't know about. Chris said that unfortunately one of them died in the war. She wanted to give the name of the dead student, but the hero refused. He felt that he didn't need to know the details and didn't need them. That was the end of his mission, and from then on the hero was on his own. Chris suspected that something was wrong and T8 was obviously worried about something. The hero wanted to know what the spies were doing at their academy. It became clear to Chris and she asked him to be more careful. The purpose of the enemy's visit was to disrupt the Lusectus conference where the kingdom of Terraria and Valabar would discuss the annexation of Valabar. For the sake of this, they tried to cancel the Festival of Magical Games. During the opening of the festival, they will do something that will cause alarm in the kingdom. After that, the conference should have been cancelled. If that was the case, they didn't have much reason to break in here right now. Their opponents were in the warehouse and were unlikely to just gather information here. In that case, T8 assumed that they had done something with the festival equipment. He decided to check it out personally and made sure of it. Noticing the bombs on the equipment, the hero assumed that things were going to be more complicated than he thought. The security measures at the academy were good, and ordinary spies couldn't just slip past. Most likely, they could be assisted by someone from within, from the Order of Knights or the Royal Army. It could also be the student council. The man who was filling out the paperwork in his office asked Sherry about complaints about suspicious people. The girl replied that they had a couple of complaints. The guy wanted to know where the Valen was in the girl's side heavily. She called him but he didn't answer her call, so she didn't know what they should do. Sherry looked puzzled at the president, who smirked enigmatically. He put his pen on the table and said that Valen was in truth a difficult personality. The next day, Mai's wished she could talk to T8. Her face did not express joy and she admitted that she was worried about something. The protagonists walked out of the auditorium and T8 asked about her problem. The girl told how during yesterday's training for the Exodus she had found something. On the wall she saw a small magical device. Mai's thought it was from the enemy team, but something told her it wasn't. The hero didn't understand why she was sure it was an unusual trap. The girl sadly lowered her gaze and admitted that her Sage Path magic had pointed it out to her. The magic imprisoned in the device was not from these parts. It was ancient knowledge, but it seemed to her to be from the north. It was surely magic from the Lucia Empire. T8 had retrieved some bombs from the building last night, but never realized where they came from. It turned out that the magic of the Messiah in place of the Sage's Path was far more useful than he thought. The hero reminded her that she was a princess of the Holy Kingdom of Arcadia, so she could already understand. That kingdom was now under attack by the Lucia Empire. Mai's already knew that their target was the Lusectus conference. She was madly happy when T8 told her that she had quickly realized everything. Mai's had already seen the miniature spy bomb. Empire was trying to disrupt the festival, which would directly affect their conference. But in order not to sow panic, it had to be kept secret. The girl asked what they would do with the bombs in that case. If they found more, they were definitely to be retrieved. As they were talking, Glenn and Alicia approached them and promised their friends to help with the case. Mize didn't expect to see Alicia and Glenn here. Glenn asked his friends how much they had heard and the girl said they understood about half of it. She smiled and reminded them that the rage skill could sharpen their hearing as well. Instead of boosting her physical strength, channeling it into a single sense was difficult, and T8 understood that. He tried to warn his friends that it would be dangerous, but the girl tapped his shoulder and said that even if it was dangerous, as a knight on guard, she couldn't just put it down, especially when it involved her friends. Glenn was completely with her, agreed and decided to get involved. T8 wanted to ask Glenn a question, but the guy asked not to ask about his motives. From now on, the hero was an ordinary student, not a former agent, so he agreed with his comrades. He had no reason to refuse his friends, who rejoiced at his approving decision. Besides, he realized that he could use the help in this case. He was grateful to his comrades for their help, who happily looked among themselves. Later, Alicia realized what the problem was. The protagonist had dismantled the bomb in the building, but nevertheless they still had plenty of work to do. This process would take longer than he thought, and Glenn asked him to listen. He felt that they should have reported the case to the student council, but it wasn't worth it for now. His friends did not understand why Teammate refused to talk about such a thing. Teammate could not speak of it, but he still had no proof. First they were to split up and look for bombs. He and Mize would inspect the Hawk team's gear, and Alicia and Glenn would check the Lion team's gear. Mize and Glenn happily agreed to his suggestion. Alicia also smiled at the boys and said that they would finally do it. Their whole team would be beaming with joy. But the hero didn't understand what they were talking about. As it turned out, the guys were excited that they would finally be able to fight together. The guy thought about it and remembered that up to this point he had tried not to involve them. When the Great War ended, he cut off all his ties to the underground. And compared to him from those times, he was a completely different person now. The boy was counting on his comrades, and the Glen said they would not let him down. Later after lessons, Mize met Teammate in the academy courtyard and thought that he was also resting after training. He assumed that Mize had found something and was right. As it turned out, the sledgehammer device had a bomb on it. In order to disrupt the conference, they wanted to cause maximum destruction. Mize assumed that they would dismantle the bomb right away, but the hero replied that they would dismantle it at night. If they made a mistake and the bomb exploded, the students would be hurt. The hero noticed that Mize was puzzled about something and asked what was wrong. It seemed to Mize that if she used her sage way, she could quickly dismantle the bomb, and it was as if it hit the guy. He looked at the girl in surprise and thought that she really was capable of a lot of things. They decided not to procrastinate and headed towards the bomb. When the girl was done with her work, Teammate admitted that it was amazing. It will be able to speed up their work a lot, and Mize smiled. Since he said so, she wasn't doing it for nothing. The guy also noticed that she started to use her power without hesitation, and she had clearly become bolder. Mize lowered her head and said that their journey was not for nothing. But she also had his bracelet that they had bought. Mize treasured it and treasured the memories of that time. The hero knew that Mize had gone through many hardships, but despite this, she thought that they were good memories. After all, she had spent all that time together with Teammate. The princess smiled and said that she would never forget that time. If Mize said that, then the hero was glad he bought that bracelet back then. As they passed by the academy, they heard some noise and approached a cluster of people. Mize didn't understand what was happening here. There were two figures standing in the center of attention. It turned out to be Valen and Mira that were talking amongst themselves. The girl was glad that he decided to participate according to his abilities and said that he would participate in the main competition, either Gladius or War Games. Valen replied that that was the reason he had come here. He was going to deal with all the problems they had caused and said he was going to go to the sledgehammer. Mira didn't understand why he decided that, but it seemed obvious to the Valen because it was the shortest game. As a member of the student council, Valen had to take the festival seriously. Mira was shocked at his behavior, but Valen was going to remind her how to talk to her elders. The girl frowned and reminded him that they were on the same level as him. The place clearly smelled fried, but Mize hoped it would be fine. The Festival of Magical Games was the most important event for the kingdom, and it was not strictly for entertainment. Also, according to Mira, a huge number of students were not just testing their skills, but fighting to protect their future. It was as if Valen didn't hear her and asked her to speak faster. The girl only wanted to ask him to take it more seriously. When she asked for that request, Valen frowned and gritted his teeth in displeasure. In that case, the Valen chose the War Games, for the Gladius was rather boring, for he always won. He wanted to make sure there were seats left. Mira had already told the participants that Gladius and War Games could be replaced by Valen, and the guy smirked. In that case, he decided that their group would decide everything on the spot. Valen asked the War Games participants to come closer to him, and the guys were wary. No one wanted to come near him, but Valen was going to have a battle with them. Since he was asked to be taken seriously, he decided that he would personally replace the weakest on their team. The guy repeated himself and asked the participants of the War Games to come over to him. He wanted to see that everyone was present and have a battle with them. Valen was going to personally replace the weakest player. Mira asked him to try to take it seriously, but perhaps Valen didn't understand her. The guy tisked unhappily and thought that this girl was a real pain. One of the students frowned and suggested that they could team up, but the Valen replied that he didn't care. But if that was his first thought, it was safe to assume that they didn't stand a chance. Valen instantly doused his fellow student with fire, causing everyone to be horrified. No one understood how he had time to do that. But the hero already knew that his activation of magic was imperceptible. Valen was getting more and more mad and asked not to stand in a pillar and attack him. T8 realized that since the students were attacking together, they decided they didn't stand a chance. A couple of disgruntled students decided to instantly attack the guy, but the Valen didn't budge, repelling 2 blows at once. One of the female students wanted to use a wind cannon, but the Valen had just one jump to dodge. He had no idea that they could fight seriously, so he decided to show the guys how it was done. One of the students noticed that he was gathering his magic in his fist and would attack. Valen smirked and motioned for them to begin. Using the rage skill, the girls were terrified at the thought of him approaching. Before they could move, Valen attacked them and quickly knocked them down. The guy who was still standing on his feet also used the rage skill for speed. But the Valen was right at his frightened face and said that he was moving too slowly. After that, he released a bullet of flame from his palm, which dumbfounded the other disciples. The only one who looked at all of this coldly was T8. Valen laughed and told the first years that this was what a real fight looked like. Mize wanted to tell T8 that Valen was using cover magic. It was the same skill as hero compression or multi-activation of Oz. It's one of the techniques to enhance magic. After creating magic, he would stop it and fight on. It could be said that he was holding his magic during the battle. This technique was too complicated for an ordinary student, and it was an advanced technique. When the hero met him, he realized that this guy was unusual. That was the reason for it. No sooner had Valen insulted his fellow students than Zig decided to attack him with his lightning spear. Using his rage, Valen swiftly approached Zig, preventing him from using this technique. He was a bit impressed that this guy could use multi-activation, and wanted to know his name. Zig Falchion frowned and grudgingly said his name. Valen smiled in response and said that he was clearly a capable student, and at least some of them were hopeful. The Valen concluded by saying that he would replace the first student who dropped out. When their showdown was over, Mize told the hero that Valen was awfully strong and Thwaite agreed with her, although he didn't even fight at half strength at the time, which impressed Mize even more. The magical covering gave him free reign. This meant that the number of possible attacks while covered was an important metric for its user. He could use top-rank magic or even several at the same time. As they were talking, Alicia and Glenn approached them. The girl assumed they were already waiting for them, and the hero asked if they were able to find the bombs. A satisfied Elysian gave an affirmative answer. Glenn said they found a couple of bombs on their property. The students were getting fewer and fewer. Guy apologized that they were tired from practicing for the festival, but now they had to clear the bombs. While everyone was working on the bombs, Alicia noticed that it was getting pretty dark outside. Glenn thought it looked rather suspicious considering the way they were hiding. He suggested that everyone finish their work for the day. He was right, but it was best to get their work done now. Mize wanted to say something to T8, but he understood her without words. Their whole operation is cancelled because someone was coming this way. It turned out to be Mira, who apologized for the intrusion. She wanted to make sure that the guys were practicing at such a late hour. The friends looked at the girl with surprise and greeted her. As far as she could remember, the Lion team members were here. Alicia was surprised that she remembered them, but Myra replied that she knew every student in their year. T8 clapped his hands and motioned for them to finish with their day's business. Alicia pushed Mize forward and looked at a puzzled Mira with a smile. She told her friend that it was time for them to go. In parting, Mira wished the boys good luck and escorted them out with a look. The next morning, the management called all the guys into the office. Alicia didn't understand why it was necessary to summon all of them at once. No one knew the answer, but if they were the ones called in, it was probably because of last night. Glenn doubted that they shouldn't have told the student council about the bombs, but T8 was calm as usual and asked them to keep it a secret. Even so, the hero understood that the boys had not been in the interrogations and their lies would be easy to recognize. Glenn was already realizing that he wouldn't be able to keep his mouth shut. Still, if the student council suspected anything, they would have to tell them the truth. The heroes reached the student council office and went inside. There they were met by the student council headed by the principal, who welcomed the students. He smiled in a friendly way and said that they were already waiting for them. Mira asked everyone to take a seat on the couch and her friends silently complied with her request. The young man introduced himself as Eiyuu. He was the president of the student council. Since this man was very polite, the hero did not sense any hostility in him, but he could tell that this man was exactly equal in strength to the Valen. The headmaster immediately turned his attention to T8, and their gazes met. X explained that he had invited them here to ask them some questions, but the heroes didn't understand what he wanted to ask them. The fact was that they had received complaints about suspicious people near the academy. Their council assumed that they had been practicing quite late, so X wanted to know if they had seen anything strange. It was obvious from the faces of Missy and Glenn that they breathed a sigh of relief. The hero already knew his answer, so he decided to tell them the truth. T8 replied that he hadn't seen anything, but he had fought those people a couple nights ago. Judging from the principal's reaction, this was the first time he heard this. But Valen, the student council member, must have known the details and probably didn't tell them anything. X covered his face with his hands and asked the other board members if they had heard the story from him. Everyone waved their heads in the negative, and the principal asked Hassan to call Valen through the announcement. Valen became furious when he was called out in this manner. It annoyed him insanely, but otherwise he definitely wouldn't have come here. Valen noticed T8 and greeted him rudely, keeping a smug smirk on his face. The director explained that they had called him out of this complaint. He had fought someone at the academy a couple nights ago. Valen scratched the back of his head and admitted like nothing happened that he had fought someone. The principal didn't understand why he was hearing about it for the first time. Valen replied that he would report it by coming here, that is now. He didn't understand what the problem was, since he rarely hung out at their place as it was. But here was a completely different situation. The principal wanted to know what he did with them, and Valen admitted that he just threw them away. X sighed sadly and hung his head gloomily. Nero was sick of it all and asked the director to not put up with it anymore and kick him off the board. Besides, she was sick of his attitude towards absolutely everything. X recalled that they had guests and Mira apologized for her yelling. If she wanted to win him over, Valen was fine with it, because he didn't care at all. But the headmaster smiled softly and said that unfortunately for him, it was not part of his plans. In response, the Valen only tisked unhappily. The principal replied in a friendly manner that those people he threw out were actually spies from a foreign country. Therefore, X would like to apprehend them. Based on all this, the hero realized that Valen knew nothing about those people. Valen did not feel guilty, for he did not know anything about it. But Mira snapped back and said that he would have known if he had ever answered their calls. Since she brought it up, Valen decided to talk about the students that weren't even in the student council. Basically, this guy was from the regular course, but also fought with them without knowing the details. Valen looked at the hero questioningly and T8 confirmed it. If they couldn't solve this problem, they should have told the management. And it was the dumbest possible to deal with everything in secret. In that case, the world frowned and replied that their festival would be cancelled. But Valen clearly didn't care about him. Mira didn't understand how this guy could say such a thing. This academy's Magic Games Festival was an important event both economically and politically. People finally had to feel safe. Now that the long war was over and people were ready to face a time of peace, the festival needed to be safe. It was their duty as members of the council. Valen didn't understand what they were talking about, because the heads of the countries had decided it themselves. He also asked the director why he was silent and quiet as he always was. Valen looked at Ix contemptuously and decided that the guy was back to his usual self. He would probably keep everything important a secret and say he was doing it for the common good. He insulted the principal by saying that he was a worthless guy who couldn't even keep his sister's death a secret. At this point, the Shiria ordered the Valen to shut up. While Shiria angrily glared at Valen, Elysian decided to intervene. Although she didn't know much about it, but if they were the council chair himself, then they should act like it. The principal apologized to them with a smile and let the guys go. Valen left the office with anger and thought about holding the festival and creating a regular course. This was all a simple compulsion to rest. As Alicia left the office, she realized that the student council had their own frolics as well. Glenn was glad they hadn't said a word about the bombs. Mage was also afraid that they would be questioned. Still, apparently they were not under the suspicion of the student council, but they certainly attracted attention. The guy stopped his friends and decided to tell them something. He had previously asked them to keep quiet about bombs when meeting with the student council because there might be a traitor in this country. Hearing this, all the boys became wary. The security of the academy was high and it would be difficult for spies to bypass it. Having an informant on the inside explained everything. Alicia realized that this traitor could be someone from the student council. The hero would want the guys to keep quiet about it, and everyone agreed with him. Their training was about to end. Alicia told the guys that she would like to buy weapons for the festival, and suggested someone to go along with her. The hero didn't know that she would like to get weapons for her game, and the girl smiled. T8 decided that he would go along with her since he needed a weapon too. From now on he was only a student, not an agent, and it was about time he found a partner. Meanwhile, Valen was furious at the thought of holding a festival and creating a regular course. All this was but a mere compulsion to rest. No one understood what Valen meant. It seemed to T-Vate as if he did not want tranquility. Suddenly T-Vate was called out by someone and the hero turned sharply. Alicia was surprised that the hero was so thoughtful. She had rarely seen him in such a state. The girls suggested that he might have been sick, but the hero said he was just thinking about something. Alicia pointed to the nearest store and said they were almost there. When they looked inside, Glenn opened his mouth in surprise. He didn't even know they had such a store here. They sold magical weapons. That's why this place was popular with the Order of Knights. It sounded pretty reliable. Her weapons were only for the festival, so Alicia decided that she would buy a weapon of rank C, maybe lower. She asked T-Vate's opinion. The guy replied that he would buy a sniper rifle for himself. He needed a weapon for any situation, not just for the festival. The fact was that his shotgun had been given to him by the organization and he needed to find a new one to consider himself an apprentice. Alicia remembered where the shotguns were located and guided the hero to them. In the store, they spotted Zig, who was apparently also picking out his weapons. The guy did not expect to meet the guys here. From surprise, his hair stood on end. Zig frowned at the hero, but Elysian didn't understand why he was shunning them. Zig said the kid had threatened him. The hero couldn't recall the situation, but Zig asked in horror not to talk to him. Zig was shocked that he could forget such a thing and recalled that in the duel he told him not to cross them. T-Vate recalled something similar. The girls were also shocked that he could really forget something like that. Zig tried so hard not to, but still he couldn't. But T-Vate replied that a lot of water had passed since then. He asked the frightened boy to forget about it. Seeing the reaction of the guy who fell on his knees, the girls and Glenn even felt sorry for him. The hero asked not to misunderstand him, but then he was talking seriously. But looking at Zig, the hero could tell him that he had changed for the better. The guy replied that he had thought about a lot of things since then. He rose to his feet and apologized for his past actions, but the girls replied that they were no longer angry with him. Besides, he was a completely different person. Zig pointed at T-Vate and said that it was all because of this guy. Ever since he lost to him in the duel, he had been furiously honing his skills, and every training session he confronted his weaknesses. And now, having a clear mind, he is not as arrogant as he was then. Now all his strength went into training. Apparently, at that moment, Zig had gotten better too. Since Zig was here, Alicia offered to help him help T-Vate with his choice of weapons. Besides, she knew that Zig was also using magic weapons. Zig quickly turned up his nose and said he would help him in that case. T-Vate thought his communication remained the same, but the guy apologized for his old habit. To begin with, Zig wanted to know what kind of weapon the guy was looking for, and the hero replied that he was looking for a sniper rifle. It had to be versatile to fit the festival, and preferably effective as a shotgun. Zig offered him one of the rifle options. It was a weapon called the Sacred Hawk. It was slightly expensive, but the gun was first class. It had a high magic compression rate and the visionary crystal was also good. The guy thought that this choice was quite good. Mentally, the hero thought that this rifle was worse than his weapon, but for the festival and self-defense, it would be fine for him. Zig doubted that T-Vate was taking it just for the festival. After all, victory was clearly in his favor even without the weapon. The hero was silent on the matter and asked about the strange odor in this kingdom. A thoughtful Zig replied that it was inherent at this time. Thwaite was sure that the heir of the Falchion family definitely knew something about it. He replied that it was a bad omen, so it was better to have a weapon just in case. It all became clear to Zig. The hero noticed that he didn't develop the topic with him further. His intuition befitted his rank. Zig suggested the hero test the hawk. T-Vate didn't even know it was possible to test weapons here, but they had a special basement just for such occasions and Zig was happy to show it to the heroes. Alicia had already tested her weapons and was happy to meet the others here. She assumed the Twaith also wanted to test his weapon. Alicia had gotten herself a sword that seemed too light, so she wanted to be sure of it. The girl smiled and suggested that T-Vate test them in battle. The boys stood across from each other and Alicia explained their simple rules. The match will start from here and the winner will be the one who first inflicts wounds. T-Vate hoped she wouldn't cut him, but Alicia couldn't guarantee it, though she wouldn't want to. Though with her strength she supposed she could leave a cut. The guy became clear and said that a combat check would do. Her competitive spirit was clearly strong, and the hero asked the Glen to give them a signal. The guy didn't understand why he was chosen, but the Elysian said he was the loudest. Glenn asked to get ready and signaled for the match to begin. At the same moment, the hero took aim with his gun. Reflecting the bullet and looming over Thwaite, the girl shouted that it was stupid. Seeing her cut the bullet in half, T-Vate realized that her sword was also magic. An ordinary sword couldn't cut a bullet from a gun. Even though Alicia's skills would allow it, she didn't even strain herself. In all likelihood, it was because of her weapon. The guy fired another shot, which the Elysian similarly repelled. She put her sword to T-Bait's throat and declared that this victory remained hers. The hero was not at all surprised that Alicia was able to do this. Glenn exclaimed that this match was awesome and he didn't even have time to follow up. Mize admitted that they scared her, and she even questioned whether this was a practice match. Sieg only looked at T-Bait in silence and frowned. In Alicia's hands was a Z-rank weapon that was ice steel. It was better than she thought. The guy assumed that Elysian expected him to fire again and was right. Farnese's teacher had also blocked his bullets during the exam and she had been practicing all along. So because of the training, Alicia could do that too. In that case, the girl suggested that they should have a second round. She would like the hero to fight her seriously this time. He had no reason to fight her seriously, but Alicia was determined. Apparently, she noticed that he was giving in to her. The guy realized this and asked the Glen to give them the signal. After the signal, the guys attacked each other again simultaneously. The hero took aim at the Elysian and fired. Alicia assumed that the hero wanted to defeat her with numbers, but asked not to think that she was that weak. She noticed that T-Bait fired another bullet, but it was completely different. Alicia was about to reflect it, but she failed. The girl fell to the floor and the hero said that this victory was for him. A frowning Alicia wanted to know what he had applied. The hero merely changed the weight of his bullets. He deliberately lightened the first two bullets and made the third bullet conversely heavier. Alicia thought that bullet would be the same as the last two, and when she tried to block it, she couldn't keep its momentum. That's exactly what T-Bait wanted. This time she lost to him out of trickery and was frustrated. She frowned at the guy and admitted that he was really used to battles. But T-Bait couldn't answer her question directly. The compression of the Sacred Hawk was extremely strong. As long as the hero had time, he would be able to shoot bullets of special damage. Yet he only now realized how good his BF-28 was. Glenn motioned for T-Bait and Alicia to get out of here. As they left, the guy looked at his new rifle and told her that he hoped his new partner. Chris asked T-Bait if he was now working with his classmates. He, holding the card in his hand, replied that he was working and wanted to know if she had any idea who was running the Empire's spies. She, after a long pause, almost ignoring him, replied that she was certain that neither the army nor the Order of Knights had anything to do with them, for she had followed their flow of funds and had found no trace of them. The boy hesitated a moment. She went on to say that right now the Terraria Kingdom's top brass was on edge, due to preparations for the festival, and high competition with Lusectus, so it was almost impossible to contact the Empire discreetly. The boy asked her in an interested voice what about the Academy. The girl replied with annoyance in her voice that it wasn't as politically important as the army or the order, so she couldn't say much about it. But what she does think is that the Academy is as pure as a drop of water. The guy asked why she had such conclusions, and she replied that there was no benefit to the Academy and no point to it. She told him that the Academy would gain nothing by canceling the festival and conference. The creation of the regular course and the success of the hero entailed the success of Builderaz Academy. It was unlikely that the Academy would miss this chance. The boy within himself agreed with her, for she was right. Tate reasoned a lot, trying to find an answer. He understood that the army and the Order of Knights are beyond suspicion. It makes no sense for the Academy to betray the country at all, which means that the organization has nothing to do with it. All these thoughts were causing a heaviness in his head. Chris smiled smugly and arrogantly stated that she understood where this was going. Because by the method of exclusion everything became transparently clear, she considered it an ironic case. Gran called out T-Bait's name to tell him something important, but he replied that he would contact him when he was done with Chris. Chris told him that he was entitled to do what he felt in his heart, so the decision was his anyway. She exhaled quietly and smoothly, and said that if you think about it, such a big conflict was just over nothing. Chris's words about everything happening over nothing were swirling around in the guy's head. Gran and the girls came into the room. He informed T-Bait that they were done with the disarming. He said that Mize had fixed everything. The girl was very proud of what she had done. T-Bait thanked her for that. He remarked that now they must have defused all the bombs they found. Mize asked him what they should do next now. He suggested going around the academies again. Suddenly, T-Bait noticed something wrong. He ordered everyone to be quiet and said that there were enemies ahead. Everyone began to look carefully into the distance. There were 3 enemies, their gloating figures barely visible. Perhaps they were following them. From what they had learned about disarming, T-Bait made the decision to apprehend the enemies who might carry a threat to the academy. Everyone was determined to fight. They didn't want to let the much respected T-Bait down. The guy sincerely said that he trusted them and counted on them. They started scattering around the area to take favorable positions for a successful battle and capturing the enemies. Alicia ran out after one of the enemies, who like the others was dressed in black. She shouted to him to stop. Hearing her voice, all three of them became frightened and began to run away wherever they could. One of them took a swing at Alicia and was sure of his success, so he decided to scare her by saying that her death would only be blamed on her stupidity. His blow was already close to the girl. At the moment, the girl grinned at him, for he used her line. Taking her heavy sword out of its holster, she deeply and swiftly cleaved his leg. Seeing this, the other two rather tried to escape. They rushed to run away, not even noticing that they were running towards T-Vate and the others. The guy put his arm out in front of him, and taking aim at one of them, with the speed of a bullet he was right in front of that enemy's nose and charged at him. Thwaite, with the speed of a hawk, put him right in the chin and cut him off with that blow. With one more enemy left, Mage tapped into her alchemy powers. The enemy appeared to be bound in knots. Grun took a huge iron hammer in his hands, swung it at almost all 360 degrees and angrily struck the remaining enemy. He flew away for many meters, and there was no telling how long he would have flown if it hadn't been for the wall he had slammed into. Gran began to lose his head in anger and was angry that he was still alive. T-Vate called out to him. He didn't react to T-Vate in any way, and continued to curse his enemy angrily. Then T-Vate called out to him even louder and even rougher, hoping for Gran's appropriate behavior. The boy came back to reality and snapped at him without realizing it himself for yelling. T-Vate calmly ordered him to stop, as there was no point in fighting any further, but seeing all of Gran's emotions, he suspected him of something wrong. He very rudely dryly asked him if he really wanted to kill him. Gran broke into a sweat out of fear and excitement. He apologized to T-Vate. He didn't deny that he had just lost his temper, but at that moment the guy was distracted by the girls to find out what to do with the three now. He answered them that they should be turned into the council chair as soon as possible, but it was too late, so he would do it alone. T-Vate realized that this way he would have a good opportunity that should not be missed. A good opportunity to see how the student council would react when they found out what had happened. He went to the student council office. X and Mira were surprised to see him. He apologized for the sudden disturbance and told the president that he had come to report. In his mind, he was tinkering with any details that would help him find the answer, so he remembered that the only people in the office were those two. The guy relayed to them that they had met the very individuals. They had suppressed the enemies, so the rest was on them. There was a fleeting look of surprise in their eyes. X replied that they would deal with it, and asked T-Vate if it was true that he had encountered invaders before and it wasn't the first time he had. The president apologized for this time and for the past times that they had to fight the enemies. After all, it was the duty of the council to handle this matter. He realized that X suspected something, but he was not surprised. He told them that it was just a coincidence that he and his friends were walking nearby and came across the three men. Before he left, T-Vate said that they had apprehended them at the southern warehouse, so he would pay them a visit and decide what to do with them. The president thanked him for his responsibility, and the guy didn't forget his plan for a second, and was already planning his further actions. He ran further down the hallway and hid around a corner. Alicia was suddenly above them and asked him slyly what he was going to do. The girl easily realized that he was hiding something. She said that she was beginning to understand his train of thought. He answered her that he wasn't hiding anything at all. It just didn't make sense for him to tell anyone. And yet the girl wanted to know what he was up to. The boy replied in a determined voice that he was following the president of the studio council. The girl furrowed her eyebrows in surprise and looked him in the eye. He explained to her that he had reported to them about the intruders, so they would now go after the spies. They needed to follow up on what they would do. If they were still connected to them, they would probably hand them over to someone else. The girl thought his thoughts were logical. They carefully followed their every move. After going to the warehouse, X and Mira took the enemies from the warehouse, and they started to leave the academy. Alicia said that she hoped the student council was honest, that they would really give them to the order. But if the student council was really at fault, why did they come there? The guy answered her that either way they would see everything soon, and at worst they would be fighting 2 on 2. They saw that the council chair had indeed come to the headquarters of the Order of Knights. Apparently they had avoided the worst outcome. The girl asked if they would continue to follow them. Since they were already there, it became much harder to continue tracking them. The guy said they were already handing them over to the guards, but couldn't hear what they were talking about at all. Alicia suggested he use the technique to eavesdrop. Gathering all the strength in himself, Thwaite used the super eavesdropping technique, which improved his hearing many times. He heard them discussing the transmission and the nuances of security. Getting a little frustrated, he said he didn't hear anything suspicious from them. Just as suddenly they were spotted by the knights, and startled by their sudden appearance, they asked if they were students of Builder's Academy. T8 and Alicia tensed up a lot, because the knight wanted to ask some more question in a menacing voice. The boy was greatly afraid that he suspected them of something, because the knight was scrutinizing the two of them. Suddenly a bright kind smile shone on his face. He recognized Alicia. She too remembered the knight Schlen. The guy asked her in a quiet voice if they knew each other. She told him that he knew her father and they had seen each other a couple times when she was just a child. Schlen said with a touch of nostalgia that he was surprised to see the grown-up daughter of a friend. It was time for them to go, but he still introduced himself. Schlen turned out to be the senior commander of the Knights of the Order of True Light, and with him was Talia Pandiant, a junior knight of the Royal Guard. Alicia didn't know that the Knights of the Order of True Light and the Knights of the Royal Guard worked together, but it turned out they did. They were responsible for security in the capital together. Therefore, it was incredibly important for them to learn about the security of the academy. The boys were wary of such a question about the academy. He explained to them that he was asking not just for a reason, but because every year the Order of Knights is ordered to guard the academy during the festival. But for some reason this year there is much less security, because the student council claims that there is no need for it. But he is still worried about the safety of the academy. The boy felt that Schlen was really sincerely worried about the students, especially if Chris believed that the Order of Knights had nothing to do with it. So he decided to be honest with Schlen and told him that he was worried about the academy. He told him that, as of late, there had been many reports of suspicious individuals hanging around the academy grounds. The knight thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and thanked him for the information. He came to the conclusion that it would be worth discussing his proposal to increase the guards, and while they were on the subject, he decided to ask what had brought them here. T8 made it up as he went along and told him that they were just out for a walk after training. The man laughed loudly and kindly at them, adding that they were very busy at such a time before the festival. He promised them that if he had time, he would definitely attend the festival and cheer fervently for Alicia. The girl embarrassedly replied to him that she shouldn't bother so much at all, though she felt very pleased inside. Suddenly T8 asked a very uncomfortable and straightforward question to Schlen. He asked if he was interested in Alicia. The girl was ready to fall under the ground after that. The man, not the least bit embarrassed, replied with a smile that he was definitely interested, because she was the only heir of the former commander of the Sword Gallia. He said that because of the Great War, the former Gallia commander was unable to train anyone, so no one had inherited his skill. The girl with her head down listened to Schlen's words, but then the man added that hope had not faded. He was talking about Alicia. After all, she was the only one following his technique, and maybe her skills aren't perfect yet. Nevertheless, with constant practice she will achieve mastery. With sincerity in his voice, Schlen said he was looking forward to that day. The girl was very pleased to hear this. Motivated by his words, she answered him that she would not let them down and would achieve mastery. It was time for everyone to leave. The knight said that they would be escorted to safety by his man. They started to refuse, that they didn't need it. They could get there themselves. Suddenly the knight was given some information. No one understood what he was nervously talking about. The girl heard T8 say something quietly. T8 said that he too believed in Alicia and said that he also believed that the day of her mastery would come. The girl was very embarrassed. The blood rushed to her cheeks, coloring them with a bright blush. Suddenly there was some chaos. The knight became very nervous, trying to find out from the other knight if the information that was passed on was true. The guy guessed that something wrong was going on. The knight hastily apologized to the boys and informed them that they should leave immediately. Alicia asked him what was going on. Darkness was gradually falling over the kingdom. Schlen answered the girl that they were under attack. Everyone became wary. Knight Schlen alerted Alicia in a fierce rush that the kingdom was suddenly attacked and right now they were under attack. The girl was stunned by such terrible news. She learned from him that the knights were attacked. Schlen told her that right now all the knights would be sent to the scene of the attack. He ordered T8 and Alicia to run towards the dormitory, and definitely without any detours. The girl furrowed her brows. She was not happy that he was chasing them away. She shouted to him that they would go with them. The knight hesitated, but Alicia shouted to him that she was 100% confident in her abilities, especially because of that he wanted to take her into the order. The knight realized that she was right, so he didn't resist and told them to follow him. Talia was very indignant that Schlen wanted to take ordinary students into battle. He reminded her that Alicia was far from an ordinary apprentice, but the sword heir of the commander of the Order of Truth and a very experienced swordsman. Especially T8 is clearly not a weakling, so she should calm down. The knight remembered that battle with T8 and Lauren very well. After all, it was the guy who defeated Commander Lauren in a training exercise. That battle became legendary. It was remembered by many people for a long time. He asked T-Vate in a firm voice if he could rely on him. The boy replied enigmatically with a faint smile that he could be sure he would definitely not be a burden to them. Each of them was determined for the upcoming battle. Schlen ordered everyone to march towards the point of attack. Everyone rushed forward. There was a frantic confidence in their every step. When they arrived at the epicenter of events, they saw that the ordinary people were still running through the streets, which meant that the battle was still going on. Suddenly, T-Vate felt someone's vacant eyes. The guy stopped abruptly in fright. But the strange feeling disappeared in a matter of seconds. Alicia noticed T-Vate's strange behavior and asked if he was alright. He replied that he was fine, it just seemed like it. The guy decided that his main task was to get to the epicenter of the enemy attack by any means possible, using all his skills. The risk was great, but he was still raring to go. Not far away, but in a very inconspicuous place, hid X, who was watching everything that was happening in the kingdom. He was surprised to see Alicia's talent of heroic course in knights. Even though he was far away from them, it was as if he told them to their face, with a sneaky smile, that there was no need to be angry and curse at him. He was worried too. There was no sincerity in those words at all. When Schlen and the others arrived, were shocked at the number of injured and exhausted knights that were lying on the ground. Schlen angrily asked one of the knights what had even happened here. How could so many knights have fallen? Stammering, he replied to the commander that they were just exploring the city as if nothing had happened, when suddenly they were attacked by a very strong enemy. He reported to him that they were able to evacuate all the inhabitants of the kingdom, but the enemy himself was never caught. T-Vate and Alicia were stunned to hear that only one man had done all of this. The knight said that they only saw his red robe. He managed to notice that he had traveled south after the insidious enemy had defeated the knights here. Commander Schlen praised them for their good work, and promised that help would be coming to them soon. Kalia said with some trepidation that the enemy must be insanely strong since he was able to take out 5 knights by himself. Schlen did not want to listen to her, and only shouted that they should move to the south side. The boys did not hesitate and headed in the direction they wanted to go. Alicia noticed something strange on the roof of one of the houses and told Commander Schlen that they should run to that place, closer to the house. As they got closer, everyone looked up to the roof and saw a black human silhouette. T-Vate noticed that the body was male, but no face could be seen at all. Schlen shouted to the cruel enemy to surrender, for the Knights of the True Light had come for him, and threatened him that if he did not surrender, they would use force to subdue him. He ignored their words, and the commander decided to launch an attack. Everyone drew their swords from their temples, and the enemy by force of thought lit a fire in his mighty hand. He formed 5 fireballs in a matter of seconds, and with one smooth movement of his hand, he launched them directly at the knights. This took them by surprise. They had not expected that he would still be so powerful. They flew swiftly precisely into the knights. It took a perfect reaction to dodge these deadly balls to escape. Unfortunately, one of them hit the knight Thalia. Schlen, while trying to save his life, was also worried about the others. He rushed her to find out how dire things were. The girl apologized to him. After all, she knew she was setting him up with her injury so he wouldn't worry. She lied that she was barely hurt. T-Vate thought of a new course of action for an effective fight. He asked Alicia to distract the bloodthirsty enemy in the red robe. Distract exactly as she had done in the entrance exam against Farnese's teacher. The girl gave the boy a lovely, full of confidence smile and told him she would do as he said. Alicia rushed forward without Schlen asking. She only shouted to him that she would go ahead. Making an incredibly high jump, she flew in fury at the terrible enemy, sacrificing her life. For while she was flying, he had time to form a new fireball. Everyone on the ground was watching Alicia's actions as she swung with all her might in flight to strike with tremendous damage. The sword, literally, only had time to fly a millimeter from his face, because the enemy had a furious speed. Distance from the sword, preparing to attack the girl. T-Vate, aiming at the enemy, said to himself under his breath that now, he was moving slowly, and it was a good chance to launch a distracting bullet. It traveled a great distance as if at the speed of light and pierced the fireball in his hand. The enemy was distracted and looked at the tall tower in the distance. Thanks to the distraction, Commander Schlen was able to join Alicia. He playfully shouted that the battle was going in their favor, but the enemy in an instant was able to turn the game back in their favor, spreading his hands on either side of where his opponent stood and made a ball in each hand. Schlen and Alicia were stunned. The enemy made a tremendous hit and they were thrown aside. Voight was amazed at his speed of attack. The floor collapsed beneath the enemy in an instant. T-Vate wanted to make a perfect attack by putting a bullet into him, but he having a crazy reaction, activated a shield that didn't miss T-Vate's bullet. T-Vate watched his actions. When the shield's time had passed, the enemy fled. Schlen yelled for him to stop, but the villain began to obey the knight. Back to the knights, he was thinking about the enemy in the red robe. He was thinking about the barrier that was used to repel the shot and reinforced. Such a wall is not easy to break through. At that moment, Alicia ran up to him, and with her came Commander Schlen. The commander asked the two if they were okay. The guys said they were perfectly fine. He told the guys that the enemy is incredibly strong. He is probably an operative. He explained to them that due to the festival and conference, the heads of state had gathered in the capital, and they were most likely the target of this major attack. After all the stress and exertion, a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. Grabbing the exhausted Talia, the knight helped her walk. He told T-Vate and Alicia that it would be very difficult to provide more guards in the academy grounds now. After all, the Order of Knights was now required to escort the dignitaries. After all, today's battle showed that the target of the attack was the top of the government. T-Vate strongly doubted that this was the case. Schlen and the wounded Thalia apologized for leaving them, on account of grouping with the rest of the knights. Alicia bid them farewell. When T-Vate and Alicia were alone, she noticed he was quiet and asked what was wrong. At first he didn't want to talk, but Alicia got him to answer. He told her that what Commander Schlen said explained why the enemy was attacking right now, but he didn't think that was the case. The guy went on to say that maybe it was a plot by Lucia's empire to take over the kingdom of Valibar. But you can speculate and make arguments an infinite number of times. But the fact is different. The fact was that the security of the academy had been reduced even further. He recalled Schlen's words that the studio council had ordered the academy's security to be relaxed. He thought their strategy was extensive, but it involved quite innocent people. After thinking it over, the guy decided that there was no way he could leave things as they were. He had a duty to save everything. Meeting up with Gran and the others, he announced to them that their operation was cancelled. The boys had a look of question on their faces. Alicia anxiously asked what this all meant, in what sense the operation was cancelled. T-Vate replied that he had checked all the equipment in the warehouses this morning and found no bombs, especially since they had already foiled their plans twice, so he assumed that the enemy had stepped aside for the time being. Gran hesitantly wanted to be indignant, but T-Vate didn't let him finish and kept talking. He reminded them about the festival, that they should keep practicing before it, because they had relaxed and hardly practiced. The guys, grudgingly, supported him because he was right. After he finished, the guy warned them that he had urgent business at the library, so they should go to lunch without him. The boys wanted to ask him about his business, but he didn't answer and quickly left. The guys unanimously said that this was very suspicious. Walking down a long hallway, T-Vate quite suddenly bumped into the president of the student council, who greeted the guy walking towards him with a smile. X asked with a sly expression on his face if he had gathered information last night. T-Vate smirked, for he had a feeling he would bring it up. X smiled fake sweetly at the guy in front of him. The boy bluntly asked him if he was the person who had been following them. The guy replied quite innocently that he was probably right. X apologized to the guy for the sudden appearance, and hoping for agreement, asked if they could come into the office and talk about something. T-Vate was smart enough to know what the president of the council wanted to talk about. The president looked at T-Vate snidely and slowly said that there was no way he was going to be left with one topic to talk about. The boy, with anger and restraint at the same time, replied that he knew what he was talking about. Our chapter begins with the actions that happened to our heroes last year. X, Frau and the others were talking in the study. Frau said that she wanted to create a regular course institution in the academy. The guys were surprised by her words. They didn't even fully understand what ordinary course meant. The girl smirked slyly. She really enjoyed keeping intrigue in front of them. X assumed that by ordinary course she meant a course for ordinary people who had no status or talent. The girl said that was right. That was what she had in mind, and added that such a course would be different from the current one that taught them how to become a real hero. It would be a course that taught them what they really needed. She asked if they liked the idea, and X was about to answer, but she interrupted him and added that since they were both in high school they should join the student council and help her create a regular course. Smiling sweetly, she said it was a request from the student council president. The girl stared intently and with a smile looked into Wallen's eyes. He didn't feel good about it. X wanted to say something, but now he was interrupted by that guy. He apologized to Frau in a rough, loud voice. He said that for him the council was a mess, and joining the council wouldn't help anyone, so there was no point in joining, or even thinking about it. It would just clutter up his head, especially since the Great War was still going on. It's not going to be as easy as Frau thinks. He clenched his fists slightly. He wanted to say that's why joining the studio council was a bad idea. Frau called out to the guys. A tense atmosphere hovered in the room as the girl suddenly shouted confidently that she would create a regular course at any cost. But she just insanely needed their help. She wanted to provide peace of mind to the people of their country after the Great War. Frau crazily wanted support. She was almost crying inside herself at the injustice. Valen heard her but didn't say anything. X sat on the couch and said nothing. He only looked with his round eyes at the angry Wallen. He reeked of anger and disinterest in Frau's offer. Back to the end of the last chapter. Studio Council President X and Thwaite walked into the office to talk. X apologized to him for suddenly disturbing him before the festival, since they were in the middle of a training session. The guy had a lot of thoughts in his head about it. He thought that maybe X didn't want to be found out. He assumed that the look he felt last night belonged to the president, which meant that maybe the fact that he and Alicia had followed them that night was no secret to the president, and he knew everything but was hiding it. T-Vate was slowly becoming alarmed. President X, sitting on the padded couch across from Thwaite, in a calm, slow voice, after a certain pause, asked the guy again if he had been able to gather useful information last night. T-Vate answered enigmatically, with hidden confidence, that his suspicions were confirmed. X was interested in his words. T-Vate, wanting to end this conversation quickly, asked him what he wanted to talk to him about. A pause filled with anticipation and hidden intrigue hung in the air. X said he had an exciting topic to talk about. He abruptly reached for T-Vate, the tension increasing with every second. As he approached the guy, it was as if the president had become insane and asked him with a morbid smile if he was his enemy. The atmosphere became terribly gloomy. It seemed that even breathing was difficult. T-Vate felt a terrifying will to kill from the president. The guy felt an unquenchable fear. Looking into those fierce eyes, he wanted to fall under the ground, but tried to pretend to be completely calm. All the more, the guy realized that all the years of training was not in vain, and should not fall here today, because he has not yet achieved the truth. After thinking it over, the guy replied with a note of uncertainty that he probably wasn't his enemy. X was surprised that he answered like that. The guy explained to him that if their actions went against his principles, then maybe they were enemies after all. President X was stunned by his answer. He didn't even have anything to say. All T-Vate heard him say was that he was right. He immediately apologized to the guy for his recent threat, and answered honestly, with genuine bitterness, that he had hoped he would be overcome by a fierce fear. T-Vate listened to him with a stony face. Getting off the subject, the president told the guy that he would like to talk about the academy. A relaxed look fell from T-Vate's face, for the talk about the academy worried him a lot. President X said that he would like to hear his opinion as a new student of the regular course. He was sure that T-Vate knew the difference between the heroic course and the regular course, and remembered the day when he had accepted a duel from a student of the heroic course. T-Vate, of course, immediately recalled his duel with a student named Zig. The president said that the large gap between courses was an undeniable fact. The boy answered him that a large number of heroic course students look down on the other students. The president remained silent. However, T-Vate said that the other students are already starting to reject this attitude. The president clarified what he meant by students refusing. He made him understand that after the heroic student had fought with the heroic student had changed his mind and stopped looking down on the ordinary students, because he realized that everyone was equal to each other. He added that, of course, one student for the whole academy was not enough, but if there was a chance, more students would change their minds. While T-Vate senses this nasty bias, he also senses the students' genuine desire to do what they like. He cited Mise as an example. She threw away her status and joined this academy for the sake of her precious freedom. Or Gran, for example, he could have easily enrolled in the heroic course, given his long experience in war. But instead of strength for the sake of battle, Gran chose strength for the sake of peace. Slowly raising his strong voice, Thwaite said that very soon, the students of the ordinary course would become the true symbols of this country's peace. The president was slightly startled by his abruptness and was generally surprised by his words. Putting on a fake smile, President X said that he was insanely happy to hear such a prediction on the ordinary course students in the academy. Making an innocent look, he asked the guy if he knew that it was his will that was the establishment of the regular course in the academy. The guy, widening his eyes slightly, told him that it was the first time he heard such news. He had spent his whole life thinking that it was the idea of the authorities, or the top of the academy, but in no way the students. Making an innocent face, X said that on top of all this, he had also participated in the Great War. T-Vate said that he had heard about it. The president said that besides him, there were 2 other students involved. And as it turned out, T8 knew them. They were Wallensteilen and the past president of the student council at the academy, and part-time X's older sister Frau Dulite. President X, with a nip in his voice, said the establishment of a regular course was the very last wish of his elder sister. Thwaite didn't expect to hear this from him, but he didn't give any sign, didn't even move. There were many ambiguous thoughts inside T8. X went on to say that unfortunately one of them had died in the war. X was angry that this man had kept his sister's death a secret. The president said that he was of the same opinion as his sister Frau, so he would surely fulfill her last wish as a true brother. And after T8's words, he was pleased that he was able to repay his sister, even if only a little. T8 didn't say anything to his speech, and X went on to say that there was one thing, but Valen, after all this time, was still against it. That surprised the guy, so he wanted to know Valen's motives. However, President X said that it was better to ask him personally about it here. T8 took it as the president's attempt to avoid this topic of conversation. X was still smiling the same way. Suddenly, the president remembered what else to ask the guy while he was here, so he asked him what he would be participating in at the festival. Thwaite replied that in endurance. X was slightly surprised and asked if he was sure of his choice and suggested he go participate in a practice fight, to which he was refused. Walking out of the office, Thwaite digested a lot of the information he had received. But one words went much deeper into his head. Instead of the power of battle, he would choose strength for the sake of peace. It was his destiny. The boy turned back to Chris. He distracted her from reading some papers. She wasn't expecting his visit. She asked him what fate had brought him here, and in reply the guy heroically said that this night he would put an end to it. He figured it was better for her to know about it, since he trusted her. She was a little worried about him, so she asked to report back to her later on how he was doing his business. The guy said it would be fine. The girl elegantly took off her neat glasses and remarked in a quiet voice that it would be better for him to have his own right. To have his own right to choose his future, the girl said. It was already evening. A low rumble of male voices could be heard below the windows, which did not attract attention. It was another gang of enemies. In black robes, they were talking about defusing explosives. Suddenly, someone attacked them. Someone's sword flew in front of their eyes. With incredible speed, one of the enemies flew aside before they could react. T8 attacked them. He grabbed the second enemy by the neck. He managed to shout to the others that it was the same guy. He tossed him aside. Injuring him, the guy grabbed his sword and activated the lock-on. One of the enemies had a contact paper. He yelled to the others that it was time to retreat and fast. T8 noticed the paper in his hand and was surprised by it. Quickly peeking out from around the corner, Thwaite spotted the team of enemies. He noticed that they were quite spry. He was flattered. T8 was distracted for a second by his thoughts that maybe they had peeked at something. One of the enemies asked in an unsure and slightly shaky voice if he was really a regular student. T8 grinned at him. He mockingly answered him that there were a large number of disciples here who would be stronger than them. With those words, he enraged them, and they rushed to attack him in a bunch. Meanwhile, Alicia and Grand Meta worried Mise, who was stammering and stuttering and started talking about T8. She told them that he didn't participate in the hawk competition at all. This excited everyone. Alicia said that he was definitely hiding something. They were very nervous about T8 missing and lying. Mise approached Alicia and asked in a quiet voice, unsure if she was sure T8 was acting alone. Alicia touched her chin thoughtfully and said she had no idea what was on T8's mind. Then Mise asked if they had heard about the attack on the knights last night. Alicia said she knew about it. She had heard it was noisy. And then she confessed candidly that she had fought on the team with T8 on that loud night, along with T8 and the team with the knights. With this news, she greatly stunned Gran and Mise. Mise immediately ran up to Alicia to check if she was injured, because she is always worried about her loved ones. The girl answered her that she was fine. She was unharmed. Frowning her eyebrows, Alicia told her that there was something strange with T8 that night. He noticed something about the attacker. In a worried voice, she suggested that maybe the attacker that night and the ones planting the bombs had a connection. The boys wondered. Gran said with a desperate smile that T8 was the kind of person who always kept everything inside himself and never shared his thoughts, ideas, and experiences with anyone. Alicia almost cried out in tears that that was exactly the problem. He hides absolutely everything. Alicia was furious. Anger overwhelmed the girl, though this anger was mostly a deep concern for her loved one. Grabbing Gran by the collar, she shook him and shouted that they had promised T8 to help, but he was like a fish on ice. He was silent and did everything on his own. Suddenly, she switched to Mise. She asked her if he would do that. Mise was startled by her loud yelling right in front of her face, but to support Alicia, she yelled back that she was totally right. Gran tried to defend his own. He mumbled that Thwaite was changing, just slowly. Still, Alicia came to her senses and said that Tvate was probably acting alone to figure something out. She was sure that his case was definitely connected to those bombs, so she confidently shouted that they should get to the academy as soon as possible. They rushed to the academy. Suddenly, Gran saw a silhouette at the gate. He told the girls. Mai's thought it was one of the Empire's spies. Alicia looked at the silhouette and realized that it was definitely not a spy of the Empire. There was a duel between Thwaite and Valen at the academy, but the young man didn't know who was behind the mask. Tvate managed to plunge his dagger into his opponent's thigh. The opponent didn't expect it. A kick to the thigh was followed by a kick to the stomach. But his opponent had no intention of giving up and tried to approach Tvate from behind. But the young man was vigilant. He managed to use magic and caught his opponent by surprise. The young man, thanks to his quick reaction, approached his opponent from behind and hit him. The opponent didn't believe it and only said that the young man couldn't be that fast. Teleporting in front of his opponent, Thwaite ended the duel with one punch. He asked his opponent what he was going to do now. Tvate said that at this rate, his opponent's strategy would fail. But the opponent was not about to relent. He flew up to the roof of one of the buildings. Meanwhile, the young man's friends were standing at the gates of the academy. Alicia said that Mira wasn't going to let them into the academy. She asked the student what she meant by that statement. Mira explained that there was a duel between two students on the campus. The friends were surprised at what she said. She continued that she was given orders not to let anyone in, and she can't let her friends in. Lies asked what was the reason behind the duel. Mira replied that the winner would get to participate in war games for the festival. The girl said that Zig-san and Valen-san had already fought for that reason, and added that since Mira-san was here, she didn't have time to finish her thought. She was interrupted by Glan. He said that he was thinking about someone from the Hawk team suddenly wanting to participate in war games. Alicia was again curious about the students who took part in the duel. Meanwhile, the opponent stood motionless. Tvate said that the opponent didn't need to hide his face just like last night. The young man recognized his opponent and called out the name Wallensteilen. The opponent definitely didn't expect this from Thwaite, but he took off his hood. After the hood, the opponent removed his mask. He asked the young man how he recognized him. He also asked how Thwaite realized who was under the mask. Thwaite replied that he realized when he saw the spies had a wing that was not yet on the market. The young man thought afterward that someone from the academy was running them. Valen asked how that could have been related to them, because it could have been a lot of other people. Tvate replied that last year's festival was cancelled because of the Great War. He added that other than the teachers, the only people who knew about the wing were those in charge of the festival. He continued that it was previous student council members. Wallen asked that he was not the only one who had been a member of the student council. The young man replied that he was the one most qualified for the role. His opponent did not expect that answer. Wallen broke out into hysterical laughter. He said that Tvate was right. The young man thought there were other reasons, but Valen wasn't going to hide anymore. Tvate said that when he first saw him, he realized everything. It turned out then that Valen had put down the spy himself, even considering they were allies. That was how Valen had managed to fool everyone. He asked that he was the one who had also managed to let the spy escape. Valen replied that the young man was right. Tvate realized that Valen had purposely failed to report to the council, and had remained silent all this time. He thought his rival was just pretending to be unconcerned. In fact, he had managed to calculate everything first. Tvate asked Valen what purpose he had in mind. Valen wasn't about to share his plans with Tvate. Tvate suggested that it might have had something to do with the death of the past head of the student council during the Great War. Wallen was dumbfounded. He said that Tvate was all he could talk about. He continued that he was in no mood for conversation. Valen prepared to attack. He said that Tvate was interested in things he didn't need to know. Also, Valen added that the young man annoyed him. Valen with his magic conjured a huge fireball that was heading towards Thwaite. The young man froze in surprise. Alicia realized that the duel could only be between Wallensteilen and Thwaite. She continued that she didn't think Tvate would want to take part in war games. Glenn added that Tvate hadn't said anything to him about it. Alicia asked Mira if it was really just a duel. The apprentice replied that it was. She added that Valen's fighting style was very dangerous and sacrifices were unnecessary. Mira continued by saying that the president had ordered that no one be let in. Alicia was surprised and didn't believe what was said. Glenn said that Mira must be right. Mize agreed with Glenn, but Alicia couldn't understand why that was so. She thought it was because the president wanted to isolate Tvate and Wallen, but she couldn't understand why the president would want to do that. The girl assumed that the person behind everything is someone from their country. She continued, believing that this someone was probably from the student council. She asked her friends about whether T8 had mentioned that the traitor could have been from the student council. Glenn replied that T8 had said such a thing. Mage added that it was after they had been called in. Alicia continued, saying that if Valen was behind it all added up. The friends marveled. Mage asked that if they thought that, then the traitor who tried to cancel the festival was Valen. Glenn thought that holding the festival, creating a regular course, was just forcing peace. Glenn stated that he was asking the girls to help him get to T8 with Valen. The friends didn't believe Glenn's statement. He explained that he had 2 reasons. Glenn began to explain that in the first, it could be because of his homeland. The girls wondered about the second reason. Glenn couldn't find the words to answer them. He said that he had to find out Wallenstein's past. The girls looked at each other. Alicia replied that she didn't fully understand why Glenn wanted to do that, but she didn't refuse him. Maya said that since he needed it, she would help. They walked up to the gates of the academy. Nira-san asked if they were going to leave. Alicia replied that they weren't going to. Nira said that they have nothing to fear. T8 will come out of the academy in one piece. She added that even Valen wouldn't fight at full strength with a regular class student. T8 and Valen were the same age. Glenn asked her if she knew. Alicia added that she should have been worried about the other. Meanwhile, a fireball flew at T8. Valen wished for T8's death. The young man summoned a flashblade spell. With a single movement of his hand, T8 destroyed the spell. In an instant, the fireball dissipated. Valen was very surprised at what he saw. He couldn't believe that the young man had been able to dispel his flames. T8 asked him if he wished for a quick end to everything. Valen stood in a stupor and didn't know what to answer. T8 said he was stronger than Valen. Wallen was furious. Valen couldn't believe his eyes that T8 had managed to dispel his flames. An explosion on the academy grounds drew the friends' attention away. Nira turned around. She cursed Valen for his act. Meanwhile, Alicia and Mage wasted no time. Alicia grabbed Mira, and Mage used magic to open the gate. Nira did not expect this turn of events. Mage shouted that the gate was open. The girls helped Glenn walk inside. Glenn said that he was indebted to his friends. He hurried over to T8. Mira was only able to tell him that he shouldn't go in there. Valen continued to create fireballs to destroy T8. T8 skillfully dodged each strike. Valen was determined to defeat him. In the blink of an eye, T8 reached the roof of the building where Valen was. The young man used a fixation spell so that Valen could no longer create fireballs. Valen was annoyed. T8 pulled out a hidden dagger and threw it at Valen. The dagger grazed his cheek. Valen insulted T8. T8 explained that Valen was using a magical covering technique. He continued that users of this technique don't waste time preparing a spell, and are able to attack immediately. But one must be especially careful with this technique. T8 added that if they don't have the ability to attack, this technique will be useless. Wallen was amused by T8's words. He told T8 not to teach him, and attacked him with fireballs from all directions. T8 only had time to think that Valen had managed to attack from 4 sides. It was Valen's spell that caught him off guard. T8 was thrown back by the impact. He thought that Valen was hiding not only the presence of magic, but also its direction. Valen was amused by everything that was happening. Valen asked T8 what he realized just from seeing it once. T8 thought to himself that users of this technique were quite rare, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. This was the first time T8 had ever met such an experienced user of the coding technique. Valen said he would like to do it again one last time. Valen asked that T8 was interested in his motives. Wallen continued by asking him if he had ever caught himself thinking that this country lacked fear. T8 was surprised at the question, but Wallen didn't stop there. He said that T8 knew of 3 students of Bildazar Academy who had participated in the Great War. T8 replied that he did know. The first of these students that Valen mentioned was the current Student Council President, X-Duelite. Second on the list, the Student Council President's older sister, Frau Duelite. The third student was Wallenstein, who was standing in front of T8. Valen continued that it was just the beginning then. It appeared that the kingdom was preparing a draft that began with their participation in the war. T8 was confused. The young man asked in surprise about the draft. Valen replied that it was only organized within the academy. T8 thought this was the first time he had heard of it, but it sounded plausible. The academy was planned from the beginning to be one in which carefully selected students trained to become the best of the best. For that reason, the heroic faculty was the only one. Plan had almost gotten to T8. The students had potential that the adults lacked. Valen continued that the Great War had ended earlier than expected. Conscription was no longer required, but those who participated in it were no longer the same. The disciples who participated in the war went through hell. Valen said he killed many, but many tried to kill him. He and X had barely survived, but Frau San couldn't survive. Valen believed that they lacked determination back then, and the country that relied on them lacked fear. He continued that even so, the country had the nerve to establish an ordinary faculty and organize a festival. Tvate replied that the war was over. Valen didn't understand why Tvate was so sure of that. He asked how Tvate knew when World War V might have started. Tvate thought that Wallen was right. Valen said there were many theories as to when the war might have started, but none of the theories had been proven. He believed that it was too late to prepare for something that had been started. Wallen continued that as long as heads of states sit back and cross-legged, nothing will change, and the people will have to pay for the heads' recklessness. Valen added that this world was in a deplorable state. With the help of just one student working behind the scenes, foreign operatives were able to invade the academy. He said that he was willing to plunge this wretched country into fear for that very reason. Tvate replied that he understood Wallen's train of thought. Suddenly, Glan appeared. He told Valen to stop talking nonsense. The opponents were surprised. Glan said that it was Valen who destroyed the city. Valen also wanted to involve innocent people at the festival. Glan was outraged and continued that after that, Valen has the nerve to say something about fear. Glan wouldn't shut up. He was hit by Valen's fireball. Thwaite headed toward Glan. He realized that Glan was fine and had just passed out. Valen said that was why he hated the wimps in the regular faculty. Tvate was pissed off beyond belief. He said he wanted to resolve things peacefully. He continued that now he had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Wallen replied that he had been waiting for that. Valen suggested that if Tvate knew about the coding technique, he probably knew about its principle of operation as well. He explained that plating wasn't just a technique that allowed one to release restrained magic at any time. This technique covered the entire body with magic. He continued by saying that if he covered his body with magic several times in one moment, it would become much stronger. He did exactly what he said. Thwaite was surprised. Valen cast the spells of placement and then thunder. Because of the flash of light, Thwaite couldn't see anything. Valen disappeared from Thwaite's sight. In an instant, Valen was behind Thwaite. He struck Tvate, but the young man managed to dodge. Valen said he had a good reaction, but Tvate was unable to dodge the next punch. It turned out that Valen was covering his lightning bolts with magic as well. Valen was able to land another blow. Tvate analyzed Wallen's actions. He realized that all of Wallen's moves were straightforward. Tvate managed to deflect a punch. Valen was surprised again, but he wasn't going to give up, so he used a new spell. He used a placement spell. Next came the flame spell. Tvate noticed that he couldn't tell from Valen that he was that strong. He thought that Valen probably had eccentricities as well. Another blow from Valen followed. The young man thought that if he missed the blow, he would be burned. But Valen's flames were too slow for him. He managed to dodge it. After Valen's punch, Thwaite also took a punch to the stomach. Valen insulted Tvate and asked who he was. He asked why Tvate was a student of the regular faculty, and why he was a student. Tvate replied that he had his reasons. Valen said he didn't care. He was going to use a double placement spell. Tvate thought that Valen wanted to activate both the flame and thunder spell at the same time, covering himself with them. Valen said he wouldn't hold back now. In a second he threw a punch at Thwaite's face. Thwaite stopped that blow. Thwaite thought that Wallen had gotten stronger and faster. At this time, Wallen was preparing another punch. He said that if Tvate stopped, he would become a corpse. Valen ran into another bunch of weaklings. He kicked a dude who flew into the wall from the impact. The girl saw Valen hurting the weaker dudes. The bully shut the girl up. The girl sees Frau San getting cocky again. Frau thinks why would he worry about those idiots. The girl reminds the guy of the fact that if he's a member of the student council, it doesn't exempt him from the rules. Therefore, as president, it was her duty to punish him. Wallen wondered if she would kick him out of the council. After all, they have him like a dog on a leash anyway. The girl looks at the guy with a question. The guy thinks that Bastard X is enough to give them a regular course or whatever they want. He'd rather die than create peace for those little saps. President Valen guessed why he'd been so brooding lately. Valen pretended not to know what she meant. She pointed her finger at him and said for his information. The girl twirled her finger. She was asking for his help, for his own good. Valen looked at the girl with wide eyes in silence. She said that he, more than anyone else, needing to know his confession, did he understand. The guy shouted at the girl in confusion. The girl slowly called out the guy's name, trying to get her point across. The short-haired girl said that if he devoted himself fully to something, his whole world could be turned upside down. She repeated about sincerity and asked him to try to be sincere just once. You can see from the guy's look that he's not going to listen to anyone, much less her. And with that, she asks him to help her with setting up a regular course. Valen realized what she was trying to accomplish. Meanwhile in the woods, there is consternation in Glenn's eye, and he utters a groan of pain. He is in long wait for them. Where are they? Glenn hears something. He listens and decides he needs to run. There are regular explosions in the city. Alicia holds a sword to Mira's neck. She is the first to notice another explosion. Mize thinks this one was even bigger than the previous ones. Mira hinted at silence from the girls. Alicia felt the need to get her feet away and ran, letting go of the brunette. Alicia shouted to Mize, a warning to run from the face of the place. The heroine who was let go was confused. Mira asked the girls to wait, but they didn't stop. Alicia questioned her whether Mira was with them or not. Mira hesitated but rushed to run with them. From the battle site, there is smoke coming from the battle. The hero wants to offer some advice. Knowing your surroundings can be crucial in battle. The ground was covered with cracks in a circle and began to crumble. Valen wondered if he was really thinking about it. Far enough away, T-Bait stands listening to him. Then why doesn't he just give up right here and now? Valen says this with a very confident smile, but it has no effect on the enemy. Valen asks the bastard why he doesn't attack back. Valen said if Thwaite is exhausted and only has the strength to dodge, he has no chance of winning. T-Bait looks emotionless at his opponent because he didn't plan to lose. Valen did not understand his opponent. T-Bait warned his foe to prepare himself and with his fingers depicted a pestle, which was aimed at Valen. Valen watches warily and tries to understand what the attacker is trying to say with this. A small ball from T-Bait's finger flies straight at Wallen. The boy tries to figure out what it is. He guesses it's a bullet. T-Bait concentrates on proving to Wallen who's the weakling. An angry Valen calls T-Bait a moron. He thinks E-rank magic won't scratch him, but the guy didn't get a chance to finish. He was interrupted by a burst of T-Bait's magic. T-Bait's victim didn't expect this turn of action. T-Bait managed to strike at his most nemesis. The guy fell on his side. Valen rises to his knees. He doesn't understand what the fuck that was about. He has a look in which you can see the hatred. T-Bait continued to bestow surprises on Valen, who was already more than a little pissed off. T-Bait warned about the fact that if the guy dodged late, it would cost him his own life. Valen repeatedly flew off to the side, only already many times harder. The guy let out a groan of pain. Valen finally realizes that this is not an unusual bullet, but a spell. The guy looks menacingly at T-Bait and carefully reasons his actions. Valen says T-Bait releases compressed magical energy and uses its shockwave as an attack. T-Bait agrees with Valen's words. He is reasoning correctly. T-Bait immediately sees the Great War vet. Valen's onto something. He got the principle of it. But how much energy did Thwaite squeeze into hitting him? T-Bait directed the energy at Valen again and asked the question. For this technique to be so strong, the angry Valen didn't care and ran to meet T-Bait. Valen was able to get close enough to T-Bait to strike back. Valen thinks that if he gets close to T-Bait, he won't be able to squeeze anything. But the guy was wrong. Thwaite grabbed his hand with the power of magic, which gave him a strong gust of energy. T-Bait didn't express any emotion. He was only focused on hitting his opponent. Valen let out another groan, more out of humiliation than pain. T-Bait seals Valen into the ground with a gust of energy. Valen is in pain and losing. Smoke comes out of T-Bait's hand. The energy from his hand was going too strong. Thanks to Sylphia Sensei T-Bait's lessons, T-Bait learned how to release his magical energy. T-Bait concluded that this technique was quite useful. There was no way to describe the anger Valen felt. Valen called T-Bait an asshole and realized that he was training on him. He opens his mouth very wide to talk about technique. A scowling Wallen yells at Thwaite about how the technique was meant to protect those around him. The emotionless guy stares at Valen in silence. Valen continued to reprimand T-Bait, releasing all the compressed energy in a single moment. Valen thinks this method is just right for Thwaite-kun's concentricity. T-Bait remembered Sylphia's words. When releasing energy, the strength of the shockwave was proportional to how much energy was compressed in it. Compared to other compressed energy techniques, this one was far less deadly. T-Bait took note of Sylphia's words compared to other techniques. He listened to her so attentively that he opened his mouth. He remembered Sylphia's question if this was the kind of technique T-Bait-kun wanted. T-Bait realized that Valen had noticed it, also asking T-Bait. Valen yells at T-Bait. Knowing the extent to which T-Bait can compress magical energy, he could have shot Valen, just like he did those operatives. T-Bait says not to get so upset. He knows it's not enough to beat Valen. A note of indifference appeared in his eyes. T-Bait plunged into reasoning. though the technique is capable of throwing him off. The shockwave from the released energy is too weak to defeat Valen wielding the plating. If he wants this attack to be effective, he must first force him to use the coverage. Tevate's got his hand on Wallen. He wouldn't be lying if he said that almost all of the techniques he's trained in are designed to contain his opponent. Except for one, Barrier, a technique he had practiced countless times. He had compressed it to its very limits and even changed its shape. The compression distorts the space around him like a mirage, and this compression takes the shape of a sword. The beam shines so brightly that one's eyes could be blinded by it. Tevate waved his sword and said the magic words compressed sword. He raised the sword and said the blade of reflection. He was delighted with himself. Tevate held the sword near his face. He said this sword reflects magic. Valen looked closely at Tevate's actions. After calculating all his actions, Thwaite ran towards Valen. There was a sense of menace in Valen's eyes as he approached him. Tevate struck another blow at his rather strong opponent. Magical sparks emanated from the sword. Valen is shocked, his magic gone. Tevate holds the sword with only one hand, which touches Valen's back. Valen doesn't realize what kind of magic this is. Following his ingenious plan, Tevate hinted to Valen about using compression without going into details. The brilliant Tevate shared an interesting fact with Valen. There are 200 barriers in his sword at once. Valen was considerably amazed by his opponent's words. Tevate asked if Valen was eccentric to compression. Tevate added that Valen was right. They are similar after all. A wicked grin appeared on the face of the anticipating lad. Valen stared silently at the cocky guy without expressing laughter. But it didn't last long. He started to giggle a little, which later turned into loud laughter. It made him laugh so hard that he covered his face with one hand. Valen deliberately spoke the thoughts out loud. Who would have thought that he would meet someone with eccentricity in this strange academy? So absurd that all he could do was laugh. Valen once again calls Tevate a piece of shit. Tevate knows this guy is really strong, just like he said he was. Tevate says Valen isn't even in the heroic department. Who'd have thought he'd be a first year, and from a regular faculty? If Tevate had told Tevate about him, he wouldn't have believed it. Valen remembered his president's words. If he devoted himself to something, his whole world could be turned upside down. He realized that she was after all. He looked at Tevate. Tevate noticed the look on Valen's face change. Valen had his mind set on kicking Tevate's ass, but Tevate wasn't the type to not follow through. Furious Valen would not give up, no matter what it cost him. Unlike Tevate, Wallen shows his emotions. Tevate calmly responded as Valen wished and raised his sword as a sign that he was ready for battle. A crazed smile appeared on Valen's face, showing the fact that he was willing to do anything to win. Valen pounced on Thwaite with a yell so fast that the speed caused sparks to form on the ground. Thwaite stood waiting for the enraged guy to approach, just as he said he would. Near Tevate's crazy eye was a sword that reflected magic. He swung the sword, which reflected Valen's magic. Valen's pupils shrank, flying backwards again from the impact. Valen closed his eyes thinking about the trait. He looked at Thwaite, who in return stared at him intently. From Tevate's hand comes a magical beam. It is aimed straight at Valen with a great gust. Is this the end?